I'm Christine Lisi. Right now, Patriots coach Bill Belichick told reporters today the decision to release veteran quarterback Cam Newton was solely based on football reasons. He insisted it had nothing to do with vaccination status, added there are a lot of factors that go into deciding the best course for the 53-man roster. Newton never confirmed his vaccination status. He missed 5 days last week because of a COVID protocol misunderstanding regarding the call to go with rookie Mac Jones as the starter over Newton. Belichick called it a very competitive situation. The Jaguars, in a statement, said they didn't release any players because of their vaccination status. This a day after Coach Urban Meyer indicated otherwise. The NFLPA, meantime, has opened an investigation into Meyer's comments that vaccination status was among the things considered in the final cuts. Baseball, Rays tonight go for their 10th straight win when they host the Red Sox.
Log on today, 977ESPN.com.
From WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
And now, another out-of-context moment from the Thom Abraham Show that sounds dirty.
I was actually trained as a plumber, so I know my way around a pipe here and there.
Stay tuned for more from Thom on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Who wants coffee? Anybody wants coffee?
Can you get me off the hook? Roll type say.
The tire's tired.
He ain't good looking, but he sure ain't shy. He's a northern-bred, southern-fed, slick-talking guy. Listeners in his posse are the junkyard dogs. The SEC from Tennessee to calling them hogs. From Gainesville up to Lexington to the Titan Tiger Land, nobody does it like Thom Abraham.
You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
Testosterone high today.
Yeah, Tom's a man, he's got the plan, he's really got it made. What a wife he's got, she's smoking hot, check out the junkyard babe. When everything is said and done, no one can beat his show. He's a high-tech redneck, Tony Soprano. If you love sports without the fluff, he's got the master plan. Cause nobody does it like Thom Abraham, yeah.
I guess I'm on here. Am I on? Can somebody respond?
And good morning, everyone, and welcome to Hump Day in the Doghouse. And you know what? It is my favorite month of the entire year. It's September.
Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, I do.
When it first started, September.
Hold on. Do I love September, man. We get our college football started. We get our NFL started. Fall gets started on the 21st of September. And it's my birthday month on top of all of that. All right, 9/11 is my birthday month. And of course, this year, 9/11, the 20th anniversary of the attacks on New York City and the Twin Towers. It'll be a somber night. It's always a somber 9/11 now. It's my birthday, but I mean, I literally, in 2002, 2003, I considered trying to change my birthday legally to September 12th. Just to get away from everybody making a big deal about, what's your birthday? 9/11. Oh, that's awful. For 40 years, it wasn't bad. But that's later on in the month. Phone lines are open. Feel free to jump in. 256-576-4977. It's going to be tough today, though. We got a busy show. We got a busy show today. You can text the show at 732-9TA-SHOW. 732-982-7469. Great way to communicate with us. My Twitter feed is at Thom Abraham Show. The station's Twitter is at 97.7 ESPN. We are also on Twitch and Facebook at 97.7 ESPN, where you can watch the show as well. Our YouTube channel is 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. Go there, like, and subscribe to that thing. In fact, just go to 97.7ESPN.com, and you can find links to all of that stuff. And while you're at it, get the app. You got to have the app. With the app, you can find the links to Zone 2, Zone 3, our alternate streaming channels for more great programming. Like Friday night, Madison Academy, fresh over off of their win against Scottsboro. They'll be on the road at DAR with Steve Moulton and Glenn Laird on that game. That'll be on air and on our primary stream. But on Zone 2, Huntsville High and Grissom will tangle at Milton Frank. Panthers looking for their first win, while Grissom beat Lee last Friday. Austin Coletti and Drew DeArmond on that game. And at 9:30 on Zone 3, the North Alabama Scoreboard Show will start. And then when the games are over, everybody will join the North Alabama Scoreboard Show on the air. It's really, really cool. And Army football coming up on Saturday against Georgia State on Zone 2, while our on-air and primary signal has the Alabama-Miami game. And by the way, you know, one of the backstories for that Alabama-Miami game has to do with the turnover chain versus the ball-out belt. And let's be clear, the belt came first back in 2015. Miami's turnover chain, which is nowhere near as cool as the ball-out belt, debuted in 2017. Of course, that was the same year that Tennessee's Team 121 trash can debuted. What a stupid idea that was. We have all kinds of gadgets now on the sideline, but the ball-out belt was the first. Well, it was the first at the major league, at the major football level, I should say. I'm going to tell you a story about that when we get a chance. Maybe in the next segment, I'll tell you a little bit more about that. Our schedule is busy today. We are a little jacked up. Coming up in just a few minutes, Tom D'Angelo, who covers the Miami Hurricanes for the Palm Beach Post, will be in to give us a Hurricanes preview, cocky as they are. But I'll say this. Derek King called Nick Saban the GOAT. Some thought that he was dissing Bear Bryant when he said that, and Bear is my favorite coach of all time. I got a little Bear shrine over on the Great Wall of Craps. There's a little Bear shrine for those of you that are watching on video. Can you see that? I don't even know if you can make it. Can you make it out, Chris? Over there, there's Bear back there with some Bear stuff. It's my little Bear shrine. Okay. Yeah, I know. It's far away. I don't have, like, zoom. I should have zoom on my camera. But in any event, I love Bear, but the kid's right. Saban's GOAT. Saban's GOAT. At the top of the 11, former Georgia Bulldog and Cleveland Brown quarterback Eric Zeier will join us. Here's the hook to Eric Zeier. Zeier is a fantastic quarterback at Georgia. When he left Georgia, he had all the records in the SEC. They were later broken by Peyton Manning, and then I think the Murray kid broke them. But when he left Georgia, he was the leading passer in the history of on every record there was in the SEC. Anyway, he was drafted in the third round by the Cleveland Browns and rookie coach Bill Belichick in his third year with the Browns. And he was the first time Belichick started a rookie quarterback. He did start Jacoby Brissett for a couple of games when Tom Brady was out. But the first one was Eric Zeier. Of course, with the news that Mac Jones is starting now for the New England Patriots. So we'll get Eric Zeier's take on that. Also in the 11, we have a Caray's Corner with Josh Caray of the Trash Pandas. The Pandas are off for a few games because of Hurricane Ida, but that means that Josh has been able to watch the Braves for a few nights. Atlanta losing last night in L.A. They took a 2-0 lead and lost that game 3-2, but still have a 2.5-game lead in the East. Now, over there in the little glass room, playing the Platters That Matter and the Stacks of Wax, and I mean, he's just like he's like a duck. I mean, he's smooth on top of the water and paddling like hell under the water. It's Coach Grizz. I said it's Coach Grizz.
Do you know who I am?
Who in the blue hell are you?
I'm the producer of this show. If I didn't step up, you're nowhere. I put this thing together out of spit and pollen.
I'm telling you, there's an embarrassing press conference in that kid's future. You don't ever say that to me. Bullcrap.
There won't be any misinformation. There won't be any false statements. There won't be any hearsay.
How come there ain't no Puerto Ricans on Star Trek?
You ask me those kind of questions, it really pisses me off.
Tom, can you get me off the hook? For old time's sake.
You ask a question every week that I don't know anything about.
I don't know how to say this, so I'm going to choose my words very carefully. I think you're a psycho.
You do what everybody else in the media does, just create some and throw it on the wall and see what sticks.
I ain't gonna be buried. I want a taxidermist to stuff me. Say hello to my little
friend. Hey, yo. Gristle, how you doing over there?
Oh, I'm doing all right, man. It's always a good hump day, and it is payday today for us, so it is a grand day for us.
It's also billing day for you.
So billing day, payday. It's just a lot of fun for all of us. But
tell you what, we'll make a deal. I'll take care of payday, and you take care of billing.
Yes,
how about that?
I got it.
Good?
I got it.
But we got to do the radio show.
I almost
first.
thought about doing it right before the show, but I had other things. I was focusing on this.
You can't. Yeah, you got to. I mean, in the mornings between my show and the morning show, you got to kind of stay focused with that. But otherwise, I feel like the afternoon's plenty to get all of that done.
Yeah, but so anyway, in sports world, Braves lose, but Albies hopefully, all signs are good.
Yeah,
with a negative coming back, and then. It could be a big bruise. Hopefully, it's just a big bruise.
Yes, that it is. All right, you get Tom D'Angelo. Get Tommy D. Let's get Tommy D. And so we can talk a little bit of Miami with him. The gadgets on the sideline. It's really been going on for a long time. Anybody that's out there that has coached football or was involved in teams and stuff like that, you may remember some of the different gadgets. I had a golden hammer on the sideline in the 90s when I was coaching and I was a special teams coordinator at the college level. We had a golden hammer, and I awarded it to a kid coming off the field and made a big hit on a special team play. He would get the golden hammer, and it would sit next to him. It was a sledgehammer with a sawed-off handle that I painted gold. So, things like the turnover chain and the ball-out belt, and now everybody's got something that they're trying to do. The stupidest ever was Tennessee's trash can. I mean, the Team 121 trash can. It had to be about the dumbest thing that we ever had. All right, Tom D'Angelo joins us now. Palm Beach Post. He's on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Tommy D, welcome back to the show. How are you?
I'm doing great. I think you were talking about turnover chain type gimmicks.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about that. Miami started it all, and I'm just here to say that the ball-out belt came in 2015, 2 years before the turnover chain.
And don't forget the Florida State backpack.
Is that what they do?
They did it.
Well, I don't know. I don't watch who watches Florida State anymore. You know what I mean? They're unwatchable ever since DeAndre Francois got broken. In that opening game of 2017, they've fallen off the face of the earth. Maybe they'll come back. I hope they do. So, a lot of chatter coming out of Miami. I know Manny Diaz a little bit. Manny was a defensive coordinator at Middle Tennessee when I was a broadcaster there. And he also offered my son a graduate assistant job when Manny was a DC at Mississippi State. So I know Manny a little bit. It's not necessarily – I don't get the sense that he's a trash-talking guy. But the team is just in the Miami tradition. There's a lot of talking going on down there. Do you think he's trying to throttle that back at all?
No, well, number one, I've been on I've listened to every call this week. They've actually been pretty respectful. I mean, one player, Mike Harley, said we're going to beat them or something. I mean, he threw it out there at the start of an answer, actually, to one of my questions. But I mean, otherwise, I haven't. This is nothing like you used to hear out of the former.
It's calmed down
University
lately.
Of Miami past.
Yeah, the closer the game get. I would say the closer the game get, it seems like it's calmed down lately. But there was a lot of chatter.
Yeah.
Early on, and it's funny because everybody's hanging on everything that De'Ara King says, and he made a comment that. He called Nick Saban the GOAT, basically. And people said, oh, see, now he's dissing Bear Bryant. I'm like, no, because you know what? I love Bear Bryant, but you know what? Saban's the GOAT. He's right about that one.
Yeah,
the kid was right about that one.
Yeah. I guess that means he's dissing his own coach then, too, right?
I guess. So, well, I don't think.
Now, they're they totally understand the challenge. I mean, they know what they're up against, obviously. This program has not had success at all. I mean, I guess the one you can go back 4 or 5 years, the victory over Notre Dame when Notre Dame was ranked in the top 3, and they crushed them at the Orange Bowl. And how that ended, they won the next week. They beat Virginia the next week, and then they lost 3 in a row. So that ended that dream season. So other than that, this program for the last decade and a half has been basically irrelevant. And I've said this program has been the most disappointing, underachieving program in college football since it joined the ACC. And I know this isn't an ACC game, but they need to start winning games that matter. They need to start. They need to get to an ACC championship game. That means winning games like the North Carolina game that's coming up next month. That means getting yourself on the radar by, I guess in the University of Miami history, the thought of a moral victory would be laughed at back in the day when this team was what it was. But this week could be a moral victory. You cannot get blown. You can't go out there and play like you did last year against North Carolina or Clemson, or you did in the ACC championship game 3 years ago against Clemson. They just can't do that, because then it would be, what has Miami gained? Here we are, same old.
And I know that the line has grown to like 19 and a half points in this game, but you've got one team in Miami that was 8-3 last year that's bringing back 19 of their 22 starters. I mean, this is it. Yeah. That's a thing. Bringing back that for game one, especially, that's a big deal. And you got another team in Alabama that's in the exact opposite situation. Their whole team was drafted out into the NFL last year. It seems like in their entire offense, all the skill positions, everybody, half the offensive line is all new. You would think that there would be a little more respect for the Hurricanes in this thing to at least keep it close. And you would think that early on might be the opportunity for Miami. If they can jump on Alabama early, if they could get a score early, if they could, be, tied at halftime or maybe even up a little bit at halftime. Now these young guys for Alabama, they've never, really played in this kind of a game as a starter. Now they start to grip a little bit. To me, the first 8 minutes of this game are critical for Miami.
Yeah, well, a couple things about that. The line and all that disrespect, we know what that's all about. That's got nothing to do with this year. That's all about the history of the last decade of these programs. But when you talk about players returning, you're right about the Alabama offense. But, man, don't overlook that Alabama defense. That is, and the thing is that Alabama defense, this is strength against strength.
Yeah.
The strength of the Miami team right now is the offense. They've got everybody. They've got 9 of 10 starters back, and a lot, and even in the 2 deep, there's guys who started games. So they're more experienced, and something that's more than close to 90% of their offense of production returns. So that's where their experience is. That's where their strength is. But they're going up against, many believe, is the best defense they've had in years at Alabama. Yeah. Many believe is the best defense that they have in the country. Their linebackers. Their secondary projected to be the best in the country, both those groups. So all that about the offense, the Alabama offense being experienced, it's not. If that defense plays like everybody expects, that may not matter. I mean, but it is going to be fascinating when those units are on the field, because we're going to have the strength of of those two teams going against each other, and that's where I think the game will be determined. If Miami cannot score against that defense, it's going to be a long night.
It's amazing that they haven't played since the national championship game in 1993. That epic battle that took place in the Sugar Bowl. I have said this over and over again. I wish that the ACC and the SEC would have, like they do in basketball, like a kickoff weekend where all 14 SEC teams against all 14 ACC teams. You'd have like Virginia Tech playing Tennessee, and of course you already got Florida State, Georgia Tech, Clemson, South Carolina, and so on. But in that scenario, I always say I would love to see an annual game between Alabama and Miami. We're not going to see it, especially now with the expanded SEC. But these two teams, it's going to harken back all the way back to 1993.
And not just Alabama. Miami, a couple of years ago, when Mark Richt's last year, I think it was, they opened up in Arlington, Texas, against LSU. They've had, I think Jimmy Johnson's first game at Miami was in the Kickoff Classic, the old Kickoff Classic in the Meadowlands against Auburn, I believe. It was his first game, and I know they played him. I think it was Jimmy's first game there. I mean, this would be great. Problem is, you got, and don't get me started this alliance. I think is I still don't understand what this alliance is. Okay, are they going to vote together? Or are they going to share finance? What the hell they do? They're gonna start playing each other. Well, the first game scheduled after the alliance was between the SEC and the Pac-12.
Yeah, exactly. LSU and SC.
Don't get me started on that thing, because the people who think that the SEC is sitting back there shaking in their boots because those three conferences got together and said we're forming an alliance. It's ridiculous. They're they're sitting there laughing at this thing because I guarantee you, you're still going to see the four conference, the crossover conference rivalries that are played every year. Those 4 games aren't going away. So there goes 4 of your non-league games.
Right.
So I don't understand that whole thing. I don't know what it's all about. I don't even think they know what it's about. There's no contracts. There's nothing signed. But it would be great, and it's not just them. It's we're seeing it with Clemson, Georgia too. These games in the South, if they could get these games on an annual basis, you don't have to have every team playing every team from each conference playing each other every year, but you get them every once in a while. And, it doesn't need to be just Miami and Clemson and Florida State, any of them.
Yeah.
Get Wake Forest playing Mississippi State, anything. Teams that are kind of close with fans can drive to these games, and there can be a lot of conference pride in these games.
They may have an alliance, but I got to believe that this conversation's still in the back rooms of the ACC, identifying 2 teams that would grow the ACC to 16 teams. Starting with West Virginia, which is in the footprint. But man, I wish they could get Maryland back or do something that makes sense and get the ACC to 16. And let's get this thing corrected, I think.
Yeah, well, for everything we've heard of this alliance is good. That's where I think it's going to hurt, because I don't think with all this talk now and this big dog and pony show, they're not going to go raid each other's conferences. I mean, that would be the worst thing they could possibly do. That would be ridiculous, and to have this whole thing and then do that. And I don't know if the only teams they could go after. So that means the only people available are the rest of the Big 12 or the AAC teams, the UCFs of the world, and Cincinnati's and Houston's. And I don't know where that's going. I tend to think now, the way things have gone and the way the Pac-12 has come out and said we're not expanding, so that means they're not taking these Big 12 teams that they were interested in 10 years ago. That it's going to be the Big 12 now expanding and going after like we've heard, BYU, UCF, USF, Cincinnati, maybe Boise. That's where I think we're headed now, with the Big 12 kind of surviving this, but coming out as certainly the 5th of the Power 5 conferences. What's interesting about this is tomorrow night is I wonder this UCF Boise State game. I mean, is it winner goes to the Big 12, loser stays in the I mean, because
I think it could be the other way, Tommy. I almost think it could be the other way. I think the American could expand, and take those teams. They got 11 teams that play football. Maybe the American snags 5 teams out of the 12 and becomes a 16-team conference. And
Power 5, that could.
Yeah, and they're a Power 5 conference then.
The other way.
Yeah.
I mean, there are 8 left. If you could get to 20, I mean, why do you got to stop at 16?
Yeah.
So go 10 and 10. So if there are 8 left, you take those 8. You get yourself a 20 team, 19. You find someone else, or however you want it. If West Virginia goes somewhere else, you get 18. But yeah, I mean that exactly. But I have a feeling that's how it's going to go, rather than Kansas going to the Big 12 and Oklahoma State or Iowa State going to the Big 10. I don't know if that's going to happen now. Give me a prediction on the game. Give me a final score in your heart of hearts. How it goes. Alabama wins. It's going to win by a couple of touchdowns. They'll win by 14 to 17 points. I don't think it's, but I don't think it's. We've seen Miami against Clemson the last 2 times, or North Carolina last year, which was a crazy game. But they can keep it close. They could be within a touchdown at halftime, and they can go into the fourth quarter, and then another touchdown, 10 points, it gets away. But that's what they have to do. They have to keep it close. If it's 21-3, the end of the first quarter, then it's just gonna go in the wrong direction for them. Tom D'Angelo has been our guest. I know you're busy today. Maybe I'll snag you next week before Mac Jones and Tua Tagovailoa. What an opener that's going to be. That's going to be something. Great storylines in that deal. And then you could tell us by then why Miami would even be considering Deshaun Watson. What the heck's that all about? I don't even know. I haven't been involved in that story much as our 2 Dolphins writers, but for the life of me, I don't see why would anybody give up anything close to what they want, number one. And even if someone handed him to you, that's a third rail you don't want to touch right now. Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, man. I appreciate you so much. Have a great weekend, and we'll chat again. Yes, thanks. Bye. Thank you, Tommy D'Angelo, Miami. Keep it close. Look, man, they're bringing back
19 of 22 starters from an 8-3 team. Just not sisters of the poor. I think if Alabama wins this game by 10, 13, I mean, it's a very good win. 19.5? And I think early on is the key. If Miami can hit the ground running and, punch Alabama in the mouth, get them on the ropes a little bit. Now, if the Tide take the opening kickoff and bing, boom, bam, bing, right down the field, score, Katie Bartador. That's Alabama and USC all over again without the quarterback being replaced in the third series. Let's get a break. We are now open lines the rest of this hour. So we'll tell some stories. We got some stuff we want to get into, but we are open lines. So if you want in on a hump day in a doghouse, 256-576-4977 will get you in. It's the Thom Abraham Show, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
You're listening to the Thom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Simple Green is perfect for making your auto, RV, cycling, boating, and other sporting equipment look like new. Visit them at simplegreen.com.
The NFL regular season opening up September 12th for the Atlanta Falcons. They'll be home at Mercedes-Benz Stadium as they take on the Philadelphia Eagles. Atlanta favored by 3.5 points at home, minus 108 against the spread, while the Eagles are minus 112. On the money line, Philadelphia plus 155, Atlanta minus 175 with an over-under of 48.5. Thursday, September 9th, Tampa Bay hosting Dallas to kick off the season. Tampa Bay favored by 7.5 points at home, minus 330 on the money line. Dallas plus 275, over-under 51.5. For VSiN.com, I'm Tony Desiri, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Two Maids and a Mop. That's all you need to know to clean house. Two Maids and a Mop is an award-winning company, bonded and insured. Hire them for yourself, or they have gift cards if you want to make someone else's day. Find out more online at twomaidshuntsville.com. A maid service worth talking about. Two Maids and a Mop take care of everything. They supply all the cleaning equipment needed. Call 256-883-6243. The only finger you'll need to lift is the one to call them.
Are you in the market for a recreational vehicle? Do you want to get out and see more of this beautiful country? Well, imagine hearing the laughter of your little ones enjoying gooey s'mores by a cozy campfire and making lasting memories with your friends and family from the comfort of a new camper. We can make your dreams come true at Hall's RV. With over 15 years in the camping business, we know how to get our customers into the perfect camper. We have several models and floor plans here for you to choose from, both new and used. We're family owned and operated with fantastic deals and great service. Everyone wants to work with people they can trust, so come on down to Hall's RV and get the deal of a lifetime. We'll treat you right and get you on the road in the camper of your dreams. Visit us on Highway 431 in Albertville. Hall's RVs, where we sell fun. Or see us on the web at www.hallsrvsales.com.
Angie's List is now Angie. Whether you need help with routine maintenance or you're planning your dream renovation, Angie connects you with top local pros who can get the job done right. See reviews, compare quotes, and book hundreds of projects. Plus, when you book and pay through Angie, we'll cover your project up to the full purchase price, plus limited damage protection with our Happiness Guarantee. Check out Angie.com, and for more on the Happiness Guarantee, go to Angie.com/happiness-guarantee.htm.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now. and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialist from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you, so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Hey folks, this is Arthur Seaton, managing partner of University Kia, here letting you know we are proud supporters of Madison Academy football. And a quick shout out to my son, Avery Seaton, number 19. Stop into University Kia today and shop our large selection of new Kias, including our all-new Telluride 8-passenger SUV, the stylish new K5, and the sporty new Seltos. Visit universitykia.com to view all our great offers and get pre-approved in minutes so you can drive home your new Kia today, because we want to see you in the Kia. Go Mustangs!
What can you expect when you shop for a firearm at Bullet & Barrel? Expect great prices. We specialize in quality over quantity. Expect great service. Our professional sales staff is never pushy. We won't talk you into something that doesn't fit your needs. You have the right to make a smart, informed decision. Expect Bullet & Barrel, Alabama's only 5-star indoor shooting range, to support you after the sale. Bullet & Barrel, 3252 Lehman Ferry Road. Like or follow us on Facebook. Come see us soon.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is Eli Gold, voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now more of the Thom Abraham Show on your home for Crimson Tide Sports 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Roll Tide.
Segment of the show brought to you by North Alabama Mortgage. We were just talking to my buddy Brian Hammaker this morning at North Alabama Mortgage. We were talking about a number of different things. He's such a great guy. I mean, he really is. He's just such a cool guy. But at North Alabama Mortgage, they're going to help you out in Florida. They're going to help you out in Tennessee. They're going to help you out in Alabama with conventional, VA, FHA, USDA loans, all of it. They're going to help you with a purchase. They're going to help you with a refi. Doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I mean, you may be looking to do a kitchen or some other home renovation or college expenses or whatever. That money's in your home. You can get that money out of your home. I mean, that would work. Check them out. NorthAlabamaMortgage.com. NorthAlabamaMortgage.com. I am so annoyed, Grizz, by all of this chatter about the turnover chain and how Miami did it first. I know it bothers me. Every story you look at it about it, you know, who did it first? Miami's turnover chain. No, the belt came 2 years before the turnover chain. Alabama invented that. Am I lying or am I lying?
That's like the first person I think I've seen with it, with a belt and like a prop like that.
Yeah, sideline prop.
Yeah.
You know, for that kind of stuff. I mean, look.
Like a Carrot Top episode.
The worst one ever was the belt, was the trash can.
Oh, God. They were dunking the football in the trash can.
They should have done it for every time they gave up a turnover. You know, that would have been
Tennessee.
But you know, that was Tennessee. Yeah, every time they gave up a turnover, they should have put it in. I mean, there are schools have been doing this for a number of years, and there are some really cool ones. The Georgia shoulder pads, the Savage shoulder pads, you know, that they put on the guy.
Yeah.
You know, that's
the
cool.
Gold, that's actually pretty cool. Did you know that there's 4,000 sapphire stones in the 2020 turnover chain?
Yeah, the new turnover chain. It's gotten out of control. Yeah, the turnover chain has gotten crazy.
That's crazy. I did not know that.
But I still say that the belt is the best. I mean, I think the belt is just so cool.
Oh yeah, I think a belt in fantasy league, just whatever. I mean, even if you're just winning like a tournament or something, like a baseball tournament or something, like winning a belt is like one of the coolest things for sure because you can wear it.
Tulane has the beads. they have beads, a big fat.
They probably got that in the rafters. There's probably some in the stands still.
Yeah, that they take.
They probably got beads everywhere down there.
Memphis has some sort of a boa type thing. Boise State has a belt, but now this year, Boise State has a throne that's right between the two benches. It's an actual big throne.
That's awesome.
And you go sit in the throne. If you get the turnover, you sit on the throne, and it's kind of actually kind of cool.
I kind of want like a Game of Thrones type of thing. That would be awesome.
The Texas A&M has one of them staffs, that the guy uses, the marching band guy, that comes up. What do they call that thing? Is it a staff? You know what I mean when the guy comes out?
Yeah, it's a staff, like a baton or not a baton.
Baton, baton or staff, They've got that. It's just cool. There are a number of belts out there. It's not the only belt. Certainly is not Alabama's, but that was the first. Now, let me tell you two things. I'll get to the phone in a minute, but let me tell you two things about these things. Sideline props have been around forever. I had a sledgehammer. I took and sawed the handle off of a sledgehammer, so it was like the size of a 2-pound hammer, but it was like a 4-pound sledgehammer.
Yeah.
And then I spray painted the whole thing gold. It was beautiful. And it was strictly for special teams because I wanted to get guys excited to come in and be on special teams and play on special teams. So if you made a big hit on special teams, I gave you the hammer. When you got to the sideline, you got the hammer. And then whoever made the biggest hit, after the Sunday film work, I'd determine who made the biggest hit, and I would give them the hammer, and they would put it in their locker for the entire week. And the hammer would be up in their locker. I mean, that was a big deal.
Yeah.
Stupid little thing like that, but it was like the hammer, and they wanted to win the Golden Hammer Award. It was the Gold Hammer. Now, going all the way back to high school, and that was in the 90s.
Yeah.
Now, going back to high school, have you ever heard of this one? Tongue depressor. Tongue depressor.
Yeah, I know what those are, yeah.
Have you ever heard of this on the sideline prop?
No.
Okay, so take a tongue depressor.
Right.
If you take a tongue depressor, and any high school coach out there right now that's listening to this, feel free to use it. So you take a tongue depressor, and you can snap it easily, right? You just take it and you snap it.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So what we did in high school was we came into the locker room one time, and we had, with the varsity, and we had like 45 guys or whatever. And we gave each guy a tongue depressor. And then we had each guy sign and put their name and their number on a tongue depressor.
All right.
Okay? So each guy puts their name and number on a tongue depressor. Then you take the tongue depressors and you glue them together. And you stack them. And you glue them together, and it becomes a brick. The tongue depressor brick. All right? It becomes a brick.
All right.
And then you hand it to the kids and you say, okay, can anybody break this? You can't do it. You take in 40 tongue depressors and you glue them together with each kid's name on a tongue depressor. You glue them together. You can't break this brick that is made up of a bunch of breakable parts. You see how, you feel me working here? I'm getting coachy here now with you. See, these are all snap, 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 snap. But when you put them all together and you glue them all together and you weld them together and they become one, and then you paint it the school colors and you put the name of the school on the top of the thing. Come on, it's pretty cool, don't you think?
That's pretty awesome. I think the best turnover thing,
that wasn't a turnover thing.
I know, but I think the best turnover prop, though, in my mind, is something that we didn't talk about, is plank. And I don't think you know who plank is. It's people
there's a team
my
that
age
does
and
a
younger.
plank.
Yeah,
It
Kennesaw
uses an
State.
actual plank. Kennesaw State does a
Yeah,
plank.
well, what plank is, though, is they drew a smiley face on it. And the story behind that is it was a show called Ed, Edd, and Eddy back in the day on Cartoon Network.
I remember that show, yeah.
And
Didn't
kids
watch it, but
loved
I
it,
remember.
and that was the whole point of the plank thing. And that is probably that is like nostalgia for me. That is my childhood right there.
So the plank has to do with Ed, Edd, and Eddy?
Yeah. It's because it was Johnny 2x4's best friend or something like that.
Oh, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know anything. I just remember seeing Ed, and Eddy. I never saw it.
Oh yeah, it was a great show. It was really bad. Cartoon Network was really, really good and really, really there was too much adultness to it.
Well, at night,
like there
right?
is now. No, at night, yeah. Adult Swim is that's different. But and Steve can address. He watches
Archer.
a lot of Adult Swim.
I like Archer.
Yeah.
I've watched Archer twice for 10 minutes.
That's a great show.
Archer's pretty funny, man.
Yeah,
that guy's pretty.
It gets better for sure. You should watch every season. They're I think they're up to 8 or 9. I think now.
I don't know. I've watched 15 minutes of it twice, but and I was never a watch the cartoons with the kids guy. I was coaching.
Yeah.
When my kids were growing up, I was coaching. So Saturdays, forget about it. I was never around it, and we didn't have TV Cartoon Network TV cartoons on all the time. It was Saturday morning thing, was cartoons. I never was watch the cartoons with my kids guy. Never. And when I was a kid, I didn't watch cartoons. I liked Foghorn Leghorn.
Yes.
I say song.
You're about as smart as a bowling ball.
Exactly right. You get that cut for me. You're about as smart as a bowling ball. I
think it was sharp. I think I said smart. It's sharp as a bowling ball.
Oh, sharp.
I messed that up, so I can't do that. You're about as sharp as a bowling ball. There you go. See, that's even better.
All right, let's get to the phones.
Give us a call, Steve.
Give us a call, Dave. Mark is up. Mark, welcome to the show. How are you?
Good. How are y'all guys?
Fantastic.
Well, first off, I got three things I need to talk about. Grizz, the Braves, and Alabama.
All right, start with Grizz.
Oh, God.
Grizz, so glad he's back. Hey, he's my dude, all right?
I appreciate that.
A dude's on point. He does what he says he's going to do, and if he drops you, he calls you back. That's all you can ask him to do.
No, he's true blue guy now.
Yeah, I kicked him. I was like, oh, crap.
No, Grizz is very, very he's very, very loyal. He has, you know how they say in sports, the biggest ability is availability? That's Grizz. I mean, never sick, never misses a day.
I'm sick. Trust me, I'm sick.
Never. Sick means not showing up. You could be sick, but you always are showing up. That's good. And he always does almost what you ask him to do. Almost.
Yeah, he's loyal.
Very slim.
He's somebody wants your corner.
And he hears what he wants to hear, but he does. But at least he hears something.
I have really bad memory. I think I have like short attention span or something. I don't know what it is.
No, you do. But here's the thing: Grizz is always does it. And he might do it wrong. I'd rather have a guy do something wrong than not do something at all. One thing about Grizz is, man, is I tell him to do something, he'll do something. It might not even resemble what I told him to do, but he'll do it. He'll do something. He ain't not going to do anything.
He's been a hell of a military man. You know?
Yeah, exactly. He would be a good military guy. Yeah.
I still got like 2 years in the National Guard, I think.
So my next one's the Braves. It's hard without Acuna there, but they seem like they're putting up a fight now, which is different from earlier in the season. Am I correct on that, or what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not thinking that they're not better without Ronald Acuna, or they don't maybe they relied on him too much or anything like that. I don't see any of that. I think that much like with the Yankees and the additions that they made with Anthony Rizzo and with Joey Gallo, you bring Adam Duvall back. I think that was a key thing. Having Adam Duvall being back in the dugout, I thought was an important thing. Dansby Swanson has been a great leader. Austin Riley is out of his mind. He's an MVP candidate. So I think other guys have picked up the slack. And the thing is, they won a series against the Giants, best record in baseball. They've played these games tight against the Dodgers. But they didn't give up too much to be competitive. Look, you get into the playoffs, and who knows what happens. But it's going to be the Dodgers or the Giants that they have to play. The hope is this: if I'm Braves fan, and I am a Braves fan. I'm not the Braves fan, but I am a Braves fan. I am hoping that the Giants win the division and that the Dodgers are in that one-game wild card game, and they play that game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they play that game against the Padres or the Reds. Padres and the Reds are you realize the Dodgers are 13 games up in the wild card? They're more games up in a wild card. They're only a couple of games behind the Giants. And just hope and pray that on that wild card day, somehow, some way, in a one-game deal, that the Padres knock off the Dodgers and get them the hell out of the playoffs. I think that would be a huge, huge deal, for a team like for the Braves.
Okay, so I'm just going to leave you with this, and I'll hang up for somebody else. But I think the Cincinnati Reds are going to be our best friends here in the next little bit. I also feel that all this Miami talk is kind of silly, that's the way I feel about it. You talk about it.
Well, silly in what way? What do you mean by silly?
You
don't think they have a chance?
They have videos coming out. They have players talking about we're going to beat them and stuff like that. And I'm like, why would you even do that to us? We're notorious for ripping people no matter what in the first game of the season. Doesn't matter where they're from or who they are. Like,
right.
I think they're giving us a reason.
Yeah, I wouldn't kick the bear. No pun intended. Thanks for the call, Mark. I wouldn't be kicking a bear. That's for sure. No, and look, Alabama's never lost one of these games, so let's get past that. They are some kind of a ridiculous 8-1, 9-1, something like that in these games. I was at the first one of these that they played too. That wasn't on my list yesterday, but remember when they played Clemson in 2008? Clemson came into the game like number 6 in the country, and Alabama played Clemson. Alabama was coming off a 7-6 season in Saban's first year, and Alabama ran Clemson out of the Georgia Dome, just flat destroyed them in that game. And have never looked back in these games, in these kickoff classic games. You give Nick Saban this kind of time to prepare, so on and so forth. The only game they didn't cover, another one was the West Virginia game. They did not cover that game. And I, Grizz, I'm making this up. I'm going by memory right now. Did they win the West Virginia game by 7 or 10 points? Alabama and West Virginia, opening day, maybe 2013 and 2014, 2012.
2014. It was 33-23.
They won by 10.
Yeah.
They were favored by 14. They were favored by 13 or 14 that day. They won by 10. People lost their mind. I mean, ooh. This is over. The Saban thing.
It was 21-17 at halftime.
Yeah. This Saban thing is, they only won by 10.
I miss Blake Sims.
All you can do is watch a little arena football on stadium in the middle of the night.
I'm good.
Weekend.
I'm good.
See him play for the...
I'm talking about Alabama Blake Sims.
Oh, okay.
When he was playing for Alabama.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. He's there playing for the Spokane Shock.
I just thought he was a great quarterback. I'm sorry.
For a minute. I mean, as a running back, he was a great quarterback. I mean, it may be...
So was Lamar Jackson, so...
It may be... But no, he actually was a running back. He came to Alabama as
I know. Back. Yeah, I know.
But it may be Lane Kiffin's greatest coaching accomplishment.
Yeah.
Was what he did with Blake Sims. And you know who was Blake Sims, who Blake Sims spent the entire offseason with that year before he had that tremendous year with Lane Kiffin? I mean, he was a third stringer that had Kenny Mastroli.
Yeah.
Kenny Mastroli, our guy Kenny Mastroli.
Yeah, the passing guru.
The passing guru from the Mastroli Passing Academy. Kenny spent...
I know you had said something about it before.
Yeah, he spent an incredible amount of time with Blake Sims and helped him get him ready. And then, but the guy that did the job, I mean, that was the Lane Kiffin thing. He did a phenomenal job getting him ready. All right, let's get a break. Just ask Jake Coker about that. I mean, that was supposed to be Jake Coker's team.
For real.
That was Jake Coker's team. What the heck happened? All right, let's get a break. We will come back, set you up for hour number 2. It's the Thom Abraham Show, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
You're listening to the Thom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is Wes Neighbor sitting here with Ann Adams. Ann, I understand you have some exciting news.
Yes, Wes, I do. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services was just recognized in the 30th Annual Harris Poll Equitrend as the Real Estate Agency Brand of the Year and the most trusted real estate brand.
That is awesome news, Ann. Great companies in Huntsville, Alabama, winning awards is what we want. Is it a great time to list your home?
Yes, it is. The inventory is low and the market is heating up.
And I understand you're also looking for agents.
I am. We are so busy, Wes, we need agents to keep up with the demand.
Ann Adams and Rise Real Estate has been doing business in North Alabama for the last 35 years. If you want to do business with someone you can trust, she has been writing contracts since she was 9 years old. Call Ann today at 256-337-2625.
Hi, my name is Dan Aldridge. I'm here to let you know about the Aldridge Law Firm and the soon-to-be-announced Legal Town Center. I've been practicing law in Alabama since 1984, and I also practice in Tennessee. And I'm from North Alabama, and I'm here to represent you and take care of your legal needs. For many of us, hiring an attorney is not high on the priority list, and maybe a little scary. but it's something that we all need at some point. So by all means, do your homework. And if you need representation for car accident, wrongful death, medical malpractice, nursing home abuse, or estate planning, or any other matter, just give us a call at 256-534-3188, and you can email me at Dan, that is Dan at danaldridgelaw.com. Dan at danaldridgelaw.com. God bless America.
No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Organizations using Salesforce know how powerful the platform is and how much time, money, and headaches it saves if it's set up right and you know how to use it. Let's face it, Salesforce is complicated and time-consuming to figure out, and a lot can go wrong now and down the road without expert help. That's why most Salesforce users work with an implementation partner like Higher Echelon, so they get the absolute most out of their Salesforce investment. Higher Echelon is a 5-star Salesforce consulting partner who won Salesforce Military Hiring Partner of the Year. President Dr. Joe Ross is retired Army who played and later coached for the cadets. He puts that experience to good use at Higher Echelon, where they pride themselves on hiring veterans. Look, not all Salesforce partners are the same. Don't put your company at risk by going with an inferior partner. Higher Echelon is the trusted partner you can count on to get you up and running and seeing returns on your Salesforce investment in a fraction of the time it would take if you go it alone. Go to higherechelon.com. That's HIGHERECHELON.com to learn more. Go higher and go Army.
Thom Abraham here for my friend Brian Hamaker and his team at North Alabama Mortgage. Look, buying a home is the biggest purchase you will make in your life, and it can be a bit intimidating, so you want people that can help walk you through the mortgage process and get you the best deal possible. That's what North Alabama Mortgage does, and they do it in Alabama, Tennessee, and Florida, from first-time purchases to refis, conventional, VA, FHA, and USDA loans. They have the solution at North Alabama Mortgage. Visit NorthAlabamaMortgage.com to learn more. That's NorthAlabamaMortgage.com.
Jesus tells us to go the second mile. Well, sometimes it's hard enough to go the first mile. But when the Lord is number one in our lives, we not only go the first mile, but we embrace the second mile. We can talk all we want about Jesus and how important he is to us, but we show it in the second mile. In the second mile, the world has changed. In the second mile, the difference is made. In the second mile, the lost world sees Christ in us. Hey, I'm John Dees, pastor of Cross Point Church. We're smack dab across the street from the YMCA in Madison. And check us out at cpcfamily.org.
In 2 years, you can have a career that makes sense for you. Skill up and earn a living working with your hands. Or work on the front line of computer information systems and cybersecurity. Get a degree that lets your healing heart take care of people. Help design and manufacture the most advanced cars, machinery, or even aerospace components. In just 2 years, great careers are within your reach at Drake State Community and Technical College. Visit drakestate.edu to apply.
Maybe the air doesn't blow like it should, or it's needing new tires, or you're just ready for something newer. It's time to move up, time to trade up. Bobby White back again for Woody Anderson Ford, and it's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because your current car or truck is worth more than you know. In fact, we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't trade. We have nearly 100 Ford Blue Advantage certified pre-owned models to choose from. Our Ford Gold certified or low mileage, gently used vehicles with great warranties. They've passed a 172-point inspection by certified technicians, come with a 24-hour roadside assistance, plus a full tank of gas and a fresh oil change. It's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because your vehicle is worth more right now at Woody Anderson Ford. Corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
I want to thank you. Thank you for making us your number one choice for sports talk in North Alabama.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
You heard what he said. He said, turn it up! football song. Let's play the Football Friday. Oh, it sounds so good in headphones. See, if you drop the Roll Tide in there, then it becomes a football song. You know what I mean? If you have that in there, then it becomes a football song. We probably just got knocked off of the internet. You know that's going to happen. We're probably going to get our videos going to get knocked off of the internet by YouTube and Facebook.
YouTube's going to reset. Facebook's going to reset.
They're going to,
Twitch, they don't care. Twitch
can't use that.
Twitch doesn't care.
How about I call Ricky Medlock and ask him personally if we can use that? How about that? Will that work? How about I call the lead guitar, for Skinner and ask him, hey, can we use?
See, we pay to use the money, right?
We pay to use, and we're allowed to use
the music.
We're allowed to use 40 seconds, 45 seconds, something like that. Yeah, we pay. We pay ASCAP.
Right. So this is what I don't understand about TikTok. People are allowed to use music to make their videos and whatever they use for their content, but they use little clippets of songs, and some of them are a minute long. So how do they get by that? I'm confused by all that stuff.
It's commercial endeavor.
Yeah, because if you go try to post it on like something else, you'll get
flagged. You know what I just said? Commercial endeavor. If you're a commercial company, ostensibly we make money off of playing that music. If it's just some person
like YouTube.
on TikTok, if it's just some person on TikTok, then ostensibly they're not selling that. But we're a commercial endeavor, so we're using this music to make money.
Makes
allegedly.
Sense. Allegedly.
Nobody would listen to the show if we'd had no sponsors if we didn't play Sweet Home every once in a while.
Nobody's gonna flag us on social media because it's just Steele and I on Twitch anyway.
Don't worry, nobody's listening anyway.
All right, we'll come back with Eric Zeier next on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this. 10. There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text TIGER to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TIGER to 42424. That's TIGER to 42424.
Kerry Rosenblum here with Rosenblum Realty, and we appreciate our MA family. Football season is back again, and we're here for your real estate needs. We've been also doing rental properties for many years. You may have a home that you need to lease out. You don't need the headaches. You need somebody to take care of it, make sure the repairs are done, keep the rent coming in, and screen the tenants. We can do all that for you at Rosenblum Realty, where we do property management services, or you can find a good home to rent as well. Call us at 256-539-9501. Put our years of experience to work for you.
Hi, everybody. Eli Gold here. Right now, indoor air quality occupies top-of-mind awareness for families and business owners. Rick Smith and the trusted professionals at Environmental Comfort Systems can take care of your indoor air quality concerns with their state-of-the-art indoor air quality solutions. Environmental Comfort's indoor air quality systems remove 99.9% of airborne contaminants so you and your family can breathe clean, fresh air. If anyone in your family suffers from allergies, or if you just want the security of knowing the air you breathe inside your home is free from viruses, bacteria, pet dander, dust, and odors, Environmental Comfort Systems are the professionals to call. Environmental Comfort also carries state-of-the-art, high-efficiency comfort systems that increase home comfort, keep humidity in check, and help you save money on your energy bills. Give my friend Rick a call or visit them online at envcomfort.com and breathe cleaner air today. Environmental Comfort Systems, Alabama license number 92314.
When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Right now, Patriots coach Bill Belichick told reporters today the decision to release veteran quarterback Cam Newton was solely based on football reasons. He insisted it had nothing to do with vaccination status, added there are a lot of factors that go into deciding the best course for the 53-man roster. Newton never confirmed his vaccination status. He missed 5 days last week because of a COVID protocol misunderstanding regarding the call to go with rookie Mac Jones as the starter over Newton. Belichick called it a very competitive situation. The Jaguars, in a statement, said they didn't release any players because of their vaccination status. This a day after Coach Urban Meyer indicated otherwise. The NFLPA, meantime, has opened an investigation into Meyer's comments that vaccination status was among the things considered in the final cuts. Baseball, Rays tonight go for their 10th straight win when they host the Red Sox.
This is the only place for Drew DeArmond, Wes Neighbors, and of course, Thom Abraham.
I never met him, but I hear that he's a man of character.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
You need to be more like a dog.
Like what you guys are doing. You've got your fingertip on the pulse of your listeners. You guys know what they're talking about.
Be a dog.
God bless the show. You are the Messiah.
We need more dogs.
This is the best show on radio.
The big dog, Thom Abraham, is here with you.
Hey, I see you, dog.
So settle in and get your bark on.
That's my dog.
Now live, here he is, the big dog.
Let's go, baby!
Thom Abraham.
How you doing? 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 How you doing?
Look, I don't speak Spanish.
I don't know how to say this, so I'm going to choose my words very carefully. I think you're a psycho.
Do you know who I am?
I mean, that guy sounds like El McPherson farting into Miles Davis' trumpet.
I guess I'm on here. Am I on? Can somebody respond?
Get off my lawn.
I have to drag my Yankee ass out of here.
Welcome back, hour number 2 of the Thom Abraham Show. Here on a hump day in the doghouse. Glad that you are with us. The segment of the show is brought to you by Woody Anderson Ford. Woody Anderson Ford, the service department at Woody Anderson Ford is second to none. And with fall right around the corner, you might want to think about maybe this is the time to get that service done. If you're like me, you get it done pretty much once a quarter. They say every 3,000, or really 5,000 miles. So once a quarter, if you drive 20,000 miles a year, is about right. Once each season that you would get it done. You want to get yours done at Woody Anderson Ford. When you get down there and you see the service lanes and you see the service department, you're just going to be stunned. And the knowledge and the friendliness of the folks in the service department as well. They always got a smile, and they do a tremendous job, and they explain to you exactly what it is that they've got to do for you on your vehicle, and they'll get it in and out in a timely fashion. So when that time comes, make your appointment for the service department at Woody Anderson Ford. We are efforting Eric Zeier, who is scheduled to join us now, and we'll see if that happens here. Of course, Eric Zeier now is the color commentator on the Georgia Bulldogs radio. He was drafted by the Cleveland Browns in 1995 and started later that year. I think it was the 8th game of the season is when he started for the Browns, and it was the first time that Bill Belichick started a rookie quarterback. Now, he did start Jacoby Brissett for a couple of games as well after he started Jimmy Garoppolo back when Tom Brady missed a few games a few years ago. But that's the only other time that, Bill Belichick has started a rookie quarterback. So we thought, that kind of makes sense to talk to this guy and get his take about Mac Jones starting there in New England. Also, of course, setting up a huge game this weekend between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Clemson Tigers. This game will be part of Beat the Big Dog tomorrow, which will be back. Steve Merrill will be in as well tomorrow, one of our great handicappers. And this game will be in the Friday trifecta as well, which will come up, of course, on Friday. And, we're going to have on Friday Lee Sterling joining us. So we'll have Steve Merrill every Thursday for you, and on every Friday we will have Lee Sterling for you. So that's going to be good stuff as well. So we'll go to open lines. If you want to jump in, you could jump in now until we do get Eric Zeier. If we do get Eric Zeier, 256-576-4977 is your number. That's 256-576-4977 gets you in. Your text window is 732-9TA-SHOW, 732-982-7469. Big night of high school football coming up on Friday night here. Madison Academy is at DAR, and Steve Moulton and Glenn Laird will be on the call for that on our air and online on our primary stream. And over on Zone 2, it will be Huntsville High and Grissom getting together at Milton Frank. And, Grizz, your Tigers got that win over Lee. Panthers are still looking for their first win after they played 2 tough games against some really good teams from down in the Birmingham area. Austin Coletti and Drew DeArmond on the call for that one, but that's going to be, to me, that seems like a pretty interesting game.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, usually I'm not a big fan of it being the third game of the year. I always liked it at the end of the year because it always meant something. One team was going to the playoffs, or it just felt good if you were like not going to the playoffs and you beat your rival. You know what I mean? It wasn't. It's not the same feeling.
Isn't it a more significant game this time of the year when both teams still have hope?
I guess, but I mean, what if like you're 3-7 for the 4 years you've been in high school, and then you finally beat your rival who could go to the playoffs that year, and you do that. You know what I mean? So, like, it just feels good to do that to your rival. But maybe I'm just feeling cynical. I don't know, but I just think that it's going to be a knockout dragout game. Grissom has a lot of talent along the defensive line and just the defensive side of the ball in general. The question, and Drew has said this before, it would probably be Huntsville secondary. So you gotta have to see, can Grissom push it down the field, behind Renzo Crutcher and some of those guys on offense. They took him out actually on their first touchdown pass against Lee. So they put another kid in. I can't remember his name right now, but a younger kid, threw him in. The first play didn't look great. Second play, I mean, he throws a dart right in the middle of the field, and it was daylight after that. So, I think Grissom, a lot of times goes away from what I'm used to seeing them always be like. You know what I mean? And because of how offenses are kind of evolving nowadays, I always thought Grissom was more of an older school that should have relied on heavy run game. But now with all these new offenses and everything, I like what I see. And like I said, all around, I think it's just going to be a really, really close game. I don't think it's going to be like in years past where like one team is significantly better than the other.
Well, it ought to be a good one, and we'll have that one with Austin Coletti and with Drew DeArmond, and that will be on Zone 2, and you'll be able to pick that up there. Now, the thing to do is get the app. If you got the app, then you can pick up all of this stuff. You can switch between games. You can listen to everything you need to listen to it. Then at 9:30 on the app at Zone 3 is where the North Alabama Scoreboard Show will start with Scott Tyson and with Grizz on that thing. And they'll take you all over the state. And they take you to what? What about 10:30 or 11? What do you guys go to?
We go to 11. Yeah.
11.
And it'll start at 9:30 on Zone 3. Yeah. So no matter what, I'm sorry. I'm just to in case anybody missed it.
Yeah.
2 seconds ago. But literally, we will start at 9:30. We make sure that we start it on the dot at 9:30.
Yeah. And
no 9:31. No 9:29.
No, right at 9:30.
Right
and that show's heard on a few stations around North Alabama as well. So if you're coming back from Florence, you can pick it up out there. You can hear it in a few different places. But it's the consummate wrap-up show as far as I'm concerned. And, our guys do a tremendous job with that deal. And the reason it starts on Zone 3 is if the Madison Academy game is still going at that point in time. Now, if the MA game is over, and I think the first 2 weeks MA has been done right about 9:30 or so. I know they were the first week. And so, boom, they hit it right on the button, and you get in with the, with the show on the air.
Not last week. Last week, because of the rain and everything, it was delayed.
Oh, they had rain delays? I don't like
Yeah, which is hilarious because I was at A&M and it was fine.
Lightning delays I'm okay with.
Yeah.
I understand lightning. I hope it was lightning. I hope it just wasn't rain.
I think it might have been lightning or something, but all I know is I was at A&M and I came back and they were, I was in halftime and they were still in the second quarter. And I think injuries late in the game. They had 2 injuries, I believe, in the fourth quarter of that game. So it kind of dragged the time on a little bit.
That's another.
And there was no running clock, so they weren't up 4 or 5. It was it was still a game.
Another reason to have the app so that you can listen on Zone 3 when that is taking place and when that gets started. Also, coming up, Bad Daddies on Friday is back. We'll do another round of Bad Daddies on Zone Deals. We'll have that for you. But you get a chance to win if you can beat me tomorrow and beat the Big Dog. And if you've never been around Beat the Big Dog's a blast. And we've been doing Beat the Big Dog. Not as long as Trifecta. Friday Trifecta started about, that's 20 years. Been 20 years I've been doing a Friday Trifecta. Beat the Big Dog is about 12 years old. About 10 or 12 years old. And I have 6 games every week, and it's just one guy gets in on Beat the Big Dog. One listener. We tell you what caller number to be. One listener. We let Grizz, put his 2 cents in on it so he can kind of be your advisor if you want. And we will pick 6 games against each other. We'll alternate the games, and we'll pick 6 games against each other. Now, usually it's like a mix of college and NFL games. Obviously, no NFL this weekend, so it'll be all college. And we've got some serious college football action coming up this weekend. So you'll have a chance. If you beat me, I'll give you a $25 gift certificate to Bad Daddies. But you got to beat me first and beat the Big Dog. So we'll see how that works out as well. Speaking of the lines, and I won't have this game in the Trifecta or in Beat the Big Dog, but the line that has moved the most of any lines in college football this weekend is the Tennessee Bowling Green game, which is tomorrow night. I mean, UT fan, you got to be stoked, right? Tomorrow night. And we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. Now joining us, a guy who I really, as a lifelong Cleveland Browns fan, I really like this guy a lot. I mean, I loved Eric Zeier when he was drafted by the Cleveland Browns. And I got an interesting story about that 1995 season, but he joins us now on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Eric, welcome to the show. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Appreciate you having me on, guys.
So, by the way, I always wanted to ask you this if I ever got you on, because I am my whole family. I come from one of those families that was partly from Ohio and partly from New York that is all Browns fans. I mean, all the way back to my grandfather, father, sons, cousins, everybody in the family. It's like a disease. We're all Browns fans and stuff. So
I love it.
But when you were, I always said, you got your initials EZ. It sets up for one of the greatest nicknames of all time. Did they call you EZ? I mean, did the teams? Is that your nickname?
It is in many circles. So that's used a lot. Just Zeier used quite a bit, but EZ is one of the more popular ones for sure.
Yeah, man, EZ, to me, that would have been the perfect nickname for Eric Zeier, no doubt about it. So in 1995, I make plans. I had 4 daughters, and then we finally had a son in 1988. And he's 7 years old in 1995, and it's time to take him to his first ever Browns game. And we're going to the last game of the season. I was coaching college football at the time, so we're going to take him to the last game of the season against, I think it was the Bengals. My friends in Cleveland said, do not come over here for that game. I had tickets and everything. Do not come over here. It's going to be a zoo. They're going to tear this stadium down. These people are going to be nuts. It won't be safe. Don't bring your 7-year-old here for that game. So we ended up not going. But what a surreal year that must have been. You were a rookie. You got a start against Cincinnati midway through the season. Had a really nice game there. Beat those guys in OT. But that must have been such a surreal year to have that, you guys be in limbo like that.
It really was. You talk about that Cincinnati game. That was my first start on the plane ride back as we were coming home. That's when we found out, just as a team, that we were making the move, leaving Cleveland, going to Baltimore. Of course, didn't have a whole lot of information at the time, but that Cleveland team was a playoff contender, and we were kind of a mediocre start to the season. But as soon as that announcement was made, all the questions about where's everybody going to live, we've got to pick up and move families. The distraction, of course, came in droves, and it really tore that football team apart in many respects. But it was. And I remember that last game, standing in that stadium and seeing seats torn up, and it was tough to see because Cleveland fans are the best fans that you're going to find anywhere in the country, and you could just see the hurt around town anywhere that you would go as we made that announcement.
As a rookie, Did you have a sense? I mean, here you are. You're a Georgia boy, right? So you're up there. You're a rookie. We'll get to Bill Belichick starting you in the middle of the season. First time he started a rookie, and he's going to do it again. But as a rookie, did you have a sense already how important it was to Cleveland, or were you like, I don't care, we'll go to Baltimore. Baltimore's fine, and you just keep this thing going? Or did the guys in the room really care about it, especially you as a rookie from Georgia? I don't know if you had ever been to Ohio.
No, so it's that was I'd been to Ohio before. That was my first time, obviously, going up into Cleveland. But the history of that program, you knew, regardless of how many years you played in the league, you know what that team means to that city. So there's the minute the announcement was made, just being out in the city, right, wherever you would go, it was talked about. So there was that you felt for the city of Cleveland, you felt for the fans, you felt for the organization. Obviously you had to pick up, and you had no control over it, so you knew you were going to Baltimore, and everybody on that team adopted Baltimore because you had to after that. But yeah, you knew the impact it was going to have.
Yeah. You guys did get off to a 3-1 start that year. Lose 3 straight. I do not remember. Did Belichick just put you in, or did Vinny get hurt?
No, so Belichick put me in. So I started the game in Cleveland, a good football game. We won that football game. Of course, that's when the announcement comes out, and things started to unravel a little bit. But listen, being a rookie in the league is challenging and difficult. I had some struggles after that. Vinny came back in and finished out the year for us. But at that time, it was really just a move made to try to create some momentum.
That was a gutsy move. Vinny had taken the team to the playoffs the year before, and he made a kind of a gutsy move when he, obviously saw what he had in Tom Brady and shipped off Drew Bledsoe, and Bledsoe had a 10-year, $104 million contract, which was a big deal back then when that went down. And here Mac Jones wins the job, and he doesn't have him backed up with a security blanket of Cam Newton. He just releases Cam Newton. Were you surprised by it, Belichick making that kind of a move to go with a young Mac Jones?
I wasn't surprised with Mac getting the nod to start. I was a little bit surprised that you get rid of Cam and now he's no longer on the team, just because depth at the quarterback position, especially with a rookie, is so critical. So that move surprised me a little bit. But watching Mac play at Alabama and just seeing the poise that he has, his accuracy, his understanding of the game, I wasn't surprised at all, just as you kind of watched him through this preseason, that he's the one that got the nod. I am surprised, though, that you ship it out and you're putting it now all on Mac's shoulders.
Yeah. And Belichick, as I said, I was coaching college football in the mid-'90s, and we spent some time there at camp. Our staff had gone there and spent some time there in 93 or 94, something like that, and he was grumpy then. As a young guy, he was grumpy then. I mean, he'd put us all in a room and, here, break this film down and blah, 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 and walk out. He was just that kind of a guy. But just talk about how it was interaction with him when he decides to go with you, and he's going to go with a rookie.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, Belichick is laser focused on the job at hand, and what he asks of his players is to strive for excellence every time that you step on the field, every time that you're in the meeting room. Be a professional and do your job. Trust the process. And for me, it was refreshing. You knew sitting in those rooms under him that you had one of the very best. Obviously, at that time, he was still proving himself, and he's gone on to maybe be the best head coach of all time in the NFL. He wasn't there yet, but you just knew and understood how good he was and how professional he was, and the coaches that he surrounded himself with at the time. It has to be one of the best coaching staffs that I've ever seen or been a part of or played under. He is just special. He's a genius at the game. He understands how to get the most out of players, and you feel fortunate as a player to be in that situation.
Now, Belichick or Saban was gone by then, right? I mean, he wasn't the DC.
Saban was gone.
Yeah,
that's correct. Saban was gone.
Saban was gone. He had been to DC there. Now, my oldest son, that 7-year-old from 1995, he went on. He went to Alabama, was a student assistant coach there, and he would tell me all the time in Saban's first year in 2007. He would say, what you guys see of Nick Saban is not how he is. I'm telling you, Dad, he's funny. He interacts with the kids. They love him. He's some of the stuff that comes out of his mouth at practice and so on. Was Belichick like that? I mean, we see the grumpy Belichick, but was he, when he was with you guys and when he's at practice and things like that, does he have a little bit of a different persona, or is he the grump that we see all the time?
Yeah, pretty much what you see is what you get with Coach Belichick. There is a softer side to him from what you see, but it's not much, and you've got to peel through some layers to get to it. He really is. It is football and business all the time, every day. When you get outside of the facility, he could loosen up a little bit, but it really was what you see is what you get with him.
Yeah, Eric Zeier with us here talking a little bit about his experience with Bill Belichick being a rookie starting quarterback. He also does the color for Georgia. And for those of you that don't know, when Easy, we're boys now, right? I can call you Easy.
You got it.
And by the way, our birthdays are only a few days apart, so happy birthday next week or later in the week.
Happy birthday to you as well.
I think I'm a few days after you. But in any event, when this dude left college, he owned all the records in the SEC. I mean, everything. I mean, ultimately Peyton Manning broke it. I think Murray actually broke that record later on as well. But when he left Georgia, he owned about every record. I think he had 18 records in the SEC, including total yards passing and so on. So this guy knows what he has done, knows something about quarterback play. And, Buck Bellew is a guest that comes on the show quite a bit as well, and I got a great deal of respect for Buck as the guy that won the national championship in 1980 with that running back. Herschel Walker might have helped a little bit. But, when you see and break down this game coming up for Georgia against Clemson, JT Daniels, a little bit of experience now, played half the season last year. It feels like if Georgia can figure out a way to win this game, and they're only a small underdog, it feels like they got a great shot at going 12-0 in the regular season. Am I missing something here? It feels like so much is on this game because the rest of the schedule feels more favorable.
Listen, right now I would agree with you. Georgia is loaded across the board. We're in a lot better position at this time than we were last year. We've got stability at the quarterback position with JT Daniels that had a great final 4 games of the year where we've got some really talented defensive front guys that came back last year that we didn't necessarily expect. So really a lot of talent. This game is obviously going to be it's a huge football game. It's going to be the spotlight game of the weekend for sure, if not the entire year. So a tall task in front of the Dogs. But if the Dogs somehow win this football game, they should be favored, unless there's a surprise team that pops up that nobody is thinking of right now. The schedule sets up very favorably. We are loaded in many areas. Got a couple of question marks, a couple of injuries we've got to get through. But yeah, we win this football game, we will be favored in every game for the rest of the season. And if we go out there and take care of business, have a very probable chance or likely chance of running the table and going undefeated.
There'll be double-digit favorites in every game, I believe. I mean, I think it'll be that way. I mean, at Auburn is always at Auburn, but I think Auburn's in a rebuild. I think Arkansas will be sporty. You know what I mean? I think they'll be. I think Arkansas is coming on. They'll be sporty, but I got to believe you're double-digit favorites in every game the rest of the way. Maybe not the Florida game.
I would think so.
Yeah, close.
Well, Florida game. Listen, the Florida game. You've got good teams in the SEC. Year in and year out, as you go through that schedule, if you don't come out and play your best, you're capable of getting beat really by anybody in the conference. So you've got to be ready to play. Obviously, you've got to avoid big injuries that impact your team. So there's some things that have got to fall your way. But on paper, right now, we win this football game this weekend. Yeah, you're right. We're going to be favored going into every game. And if we take care of business, we should be good enough and strong enough to win every game we play in.
What is the update on Eric Gilbert? Because, that's a guy that would be playing a big role. George Pickens being out and the other injuries and so on, the reliance on Gilbert could have been a big deal. But what's the latest on Eric Gilbert?
Yeah, so it's still pretty quiet. Right now he's just taking time off to have personal time, and obviously our thoughts and our prayers are with him. He is an immense talent. Came out of Marietta. He is a once in a lifetime kind of a generational type guy. So from people that I know that are very very close to him, really just asking for thoughts and prayers. And there's a lot of rumor and a lot of projection. I would leave all of that on the sideline. I think that he's going to be okay and going to be back. And we just don't know when that's going to be, but he is part of the family. We are very excited, of course, to see him. He went to high school where I went to high school, so there's a lot of care for him, and thoughts and prayers are with him right now.
And I mean, the plan would be to use him kind of like that nasty split tight end or at wide receiver type guy. He's almost kind of like a Kyle Pitts guy, right? In terms of the way that you would utilize him. He's because he's a big dude. He could be a tight end. He could be a wideout.
Well, there's no question. He is a matchup nightmare for every team that he plays against, and you can use him everywhere. We had George Pickens go down, and he's not going to be out there for us, so you can very easily plug him into the spot that George Pickens was going to play. You can move him into tight end. You can move him around everywhere. He's that kind of a talent. So yeah, when he gets back on the field, we're a better football team.
So just give us a couple of names. Who will be the go-to guys that we're looking at? Who is JT Daniels throwing this football to as we watch this game unfold?
Kyrus Jackson is going to be the first guy up that is. We expect to have a big year. He had a big year last year. Brock Bowers is going to be somebody at tight end that be on the lookout for him. He can be a special player. I think the other guy to really be on the lookout for is James Cook. He's a running back, but you've got to go split him out. We've been banged up a little bit at the receiver position. So, I really expect that Coach Monk gets creative and finds ways to get him the football along with those other guys because he is a playmaker and a difference maker. Every time he touches the football, he can take it to the house. We've got to find ways to get him involved, especially with some of the injuries that we've had.
And finally, it seems trite to say, but turnovers. And last year, uncharacteristically for a Kirby Smart team, man, he must have been, spitting up a little bit of blood here. They were -2 in a turnover margin for the year. That's not a Kirby Smart team, and it would seem to be that's going to be key to get the one extra turnover. +2, I think you're 88%. You win if you're +2, but +1 even in this game against Clemson would go a long way.
Yeah, that's critical. Anytime that you're playing an opponent like Clemson, a top 5 program in the country, you definitely can't turn the ball over and give them extra opportunities. And you want to get takeaways for sure. I think the other big key to this football game is can our offensive line hold up against what might be the premier defensive line in college football this year? If we could do that, we've got skill and talent everywhere. Our defense is strong enough. Clemson's going to have their hands full with our defense, the defensive front as well. But key to the game, what I'm looking at from the opening whistle is how does our offensive line stand up? Because if they do, we have a chance to put points on the board, and you like our chances to win the football game if we win that battle.
Eric Zeier has been our guest. Eric, I appreciate you so much, man. It was good to reminisce a little bit about the Browns back in the day, and have a great call on this one Saturday night.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. Have a great day, and go Dogs.
All right, man. Appreciate you. Thank you. And I want to thank Steve Moulton, too, for getting that set up for us as well. That's good stuff. All right, we're going to get a break. When we come back, let's talk a little bit of baseball. Let's get a Caray's Corner with Josh Caray. The Trash Pandas have been off. There's supposed to be more rain tonight. They're not playing tonight, right, Chris? I mean, they already postponed Tuesday and Wednesday, so they're not playing tonight, but it doesn't seem bad right now, does it? I mean, am I missing something? I don't know. It seems it's just a little
sunny
breezy.
And beautiful.
Sunny, yeah. I mean, the sun's poking out, and I don't know what's going on with that. All right, let's get a break. We'll come back with more right after this on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
You're listening to the Thom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Simple Green is perfect for making your auto, RV, cycling, boating, and other sporting equipment look like new. Visit them at simplegreen.com.
Major League Baseball this afternoon. The Texas Rangers home to take on the Colorado Rockies. Texas minus 145 on the run line, while the Rockies are plus 125. Colorado minus 130 on the money line. The Rangers plus 120 with an over-under of 9. Also this afternoon, Houston taking on Seattle. The Astros plus 115 on the run line. Seattle minus 135. Over-under is at 8.5. Later tonight, Atlanta taking on the Dodgers. Braves plus 175 on the money line. Dodgers minus 191, over under 7.5. For vsin.com, I'm Tony Desiri, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Sitting here with Mark Kent of Southern Fidelity Mortgage Group of Huntsville. Mark, do you help pre-qualify people?
We pre-qualify people all the time, Wes. As a matter of fact, I love having them coming in here because when they come in and they pre-qualify, they can leave my office knowing exactly how much they can buy and have no worries.
Mark, tell me about your rates and pricing.
Well, Wes, this is something we're really, really proud of. Long story short is, I love being able to provide the best pricing in town. Honestly, I cannot tell you the last time I lost a deal to either rate or pricing, something I'm very proud of.
So what all financing options do you have, Mark?
We do several different things. If you're purchasing a home, we can handle the purchase. If you're wanting to refinance your home, of course, rates are at the lowest they've been in the last 3 years. We do a lot of refinancing. If you're building a home, we can handle the entire process from breaking ground to the final close.
Do you sleep with your phone?
Wes, if you want to reach me, you can call me at my office phone, which is 256-562-1000. But always remember, I sleep with my cell phone at night. That number is 256-656-5936.
When I chose a garage door company, I did my homework. I needed Precision Overhead Garage Door Service. They have a 5-star Google rating. I checked their reviews and liked what their customers had to say. Precision Overhead Garage Door has lifetime warranty packages. Same-day service if I call before 2 p.m. If they can't make it the same day, my service call fee the next day is waived. They did a 25-point safety inspection on the door and operator. Now that's peace of mind. Residential, commercial, and gate services. Precision Overhead Garage Door Service. Call 256-400-4500.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
Nothing beats a great burger to celebrate Labor Day weekend. And at Bad Daddy's Burger Bar, we couldn't agree more. And if you haven't tried our chef-inspired expressions of pure burger amazingness, then head on down and try one of Bad Daddy's award-winning burgers now. Our delicious burgers are made with premium Angus beef, and you can pair it with one of our signature cocktails or a cold craft beer. Celebrate Labor Day weekend and let us do the cooking with a trip to Bad Daddy's Burger Bar on the Parkway between Bob Wallace and Governors.
Thom Abraham here for my friend Brian Hamaker and his team at North Alabama Mortgage. Look, buying a home is the biggest purchase you will make in your life, and it can be a bit intimidating, so you want people that can help walk you through the mortgage process and get you the best deal possible. That's what North Alabama Mortgage does, and they do it in Alabama, Tennessee, and Florida, from first-time purchases to refis, conventional, VA, FHA, and USDA loans. They have the solution at North Alabama Mortgage. Visit NorthAlabamaMortgage.com to learn more. That's NorthAlabamaMortgage.com.
Orange is the color power of construction, the color of Kubota and Huntsville Tractor and Equipment. Those who need to get things done trust Kubota's mini excavators, compact track loaders, and the best keeps getting better with the all-new mini compact loader from one of the top dealers in the country. More than 50 years of family service, every part in the book, and folks who know what to do with them. You'll be seeing orange with Huntsville Tractor and Equipment.
Come on, let's go to work.
From WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
whiz kids had won it, Bobby Thompson had done it, and Yogi read the comics all the while. Rock and roll was being born, marijuana we would scorn. So down on the corner the national pastime went on trial. We're talking baseball, Klazuski, Campanella, talking baseball.
Now, welcome back, Thom Abraham Show.
Man and Bobby Fella, the Scooter, the Barber, and
everybody is gaga over the football season, getting ready to open, but we got pennant races going on in baseball as well. And we'll continue to slip some baseball in there every Wednesday with Caray's Corner, brought to us by the Rocket City Trash Pandas. They're off, and I don't know why I was looking out the window. I knew this, but in my mind I was thinking this must be storm related, but this postponement, because of everything being soaked and weather and everything else. And of course it's not. This has to do with the Tennessee Smokies being in COVID protocol, and that's what's going on with this deal, and that's why a couple of extra days off for Josh Caray. He joins us now on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Josh, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm good, Tom. How about you?
I am fantastic. What is the plan as far as getting back going again? Is everybody on board now for tomorrow, or what's the deal?
Have not heard a word. I got to think that we'll know an answer by the end of the workday. But as of right now, there's just no answer. I think we're all waiting for some test results for the Smokies to come back, and from there we'll make a decision. And the issue, Tom, isn't just are they good to play, but what is the schedule going to look like? This was supposed to be a 7-game series, and if you try to play 7 games within 4 days now, which is what it would be, you got to play 3 doubleheaders. So I don't know if the farm directors are going to want that to happen. So it's a combination of waiting to make sure that Tennessee is healthy, but also trying to figure out what exactly the schedule will look like.
Yeah, and going backwards, man, I got to tell you, this Jansen Junk, which is like one of the most fantastic names. This kid's got to make it to the big leagues. I mean, come on. You got to have Jansen Junk in the big leagues pitching. But this guy was unbelievable last week, and I know it ends up being a 4-3 win. I was watching you, following you on Twitter, and seeing you, tweet out that he's getting closer and closer to a perfect game. Almost got it done, but what a great job by him.
Yeah, he was so much fun to watch, and what was so impressive was it's one thing to pitch 8 perfect innings. It's another thing to do it and have the other team not come even close to a base hit.
Right.
He was pitching like 5 and 6 pitch innings. He was cruising right along. His slider and his curveball, he was balancing both of those pitches well, mixing a fastball from time to time. He was in complete command of that game. Now, Biloxi not a very good team, so if you're gonna no or perfect someone, it's gonna be them. But still, you got to go out there and execute. And he was flat out beautiful for those first 8 innings, and I thought he was going to get it because he was just so dominant. I hate to say it, but in the top of the 9th, Rocket City scored a run to make it 4-0. I think that run may have hurt him because that inning dragged on a little bit, and so instead of going out there staying in that groove, he had to wait back and cool down a little, and I think that cost him in the 9th. But boy, I was rooting for him. It's a broadcaster's dream to call perfecto, and he came close. It was a joy to watch.
And he came. Tell me more about him. He came over in a trade deadline deal. Is that right? He was one of the guys, a minor leaguer that came over in a deal.
Yeah, he was a Yankees farmhand, 27th round pick, I think, 22nd round pick out of the University of Seattle. Worked his way through the Yankee system. He was great this year at their AA team. Had an ERA below 2. Came over for Andrew Haney and a couple of other guys. The other 2 guys he came over with, Elvis Figueroa and Jose Marte, they're both in the majors right now. So he's over here, and I think they are pretty much earmarking him to be a potential starter at the major league level. So he came on over. He struggled a little bit since coming to the Trash Pandas, but it looks like he turned the corner this last week.
Yeah, he I think the number 23 is what I read, prospect right now in the Angel system. And speaking of schedule, obviously as we kind of stumbled to the finish line here in terms of getting this thing wrapped up, and there will be that series at the end of the year to determine I got to call it Southern League. It's just too hard to say anything else. Champion in AA. In the meantime, the 2022 schedule has been released, and I've been looking at it. This is a pretty good thing. Mostly Mondays off. There are, I think, one Monday game, a holiday game, 4th of July game on a Monday, but you got those Mondays off again, which is a cool deal. Lot of 4 and 5 game, 6 game series still. They kind of stuck with that model.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you got to choose what are you willing to deal with. And as a broadcaster, I don't like 6 game series, but that's selfish because for me, you get to game 5 and game 6, you know what the other team does, you know everything about the other guys. From that point forward, it's just kind of dull. But for the fans, I don't think the fans really mind it. I mean, unless you're there every single game, which most aren't. You can deal with having the same team in town for an entire week. So that's not a big deal to them. And frankly, they're a little more important than the broadcasters are. So that's why they're going to stick with the model. And by doing that, you can then have every Monday off, which I think will be beneficial for the players. The only other, I guess, problem that I would have with it is that if you're a player, especially if you're a starting pitcher and you pitch on that Tuesday, you're going to see the exact same guys 4 days later, 5 days later on Sunday. So that gets a little wonky. But again, those are very minor inconveniences in order to keep a universal off day every Monday. And I think the players are going to like it. I think it's good for them, allows them to get off their feet and take a day to themselves and get ready to go the following day. So overall, it's a real good thing.
It's like a mental health day. You know what I mean? I mean, it really is a positive thing because I seem to remember in the past, and I don't know the exact numbers, but it would be like there'd be 3 off days or 4 off days, right? I mean, it would be like, in AA or in AAA, it would be you play 144 games in 139 days or, some goofy thing like that.
Yeah.
And this is a different deal.
When I was with the Rome Braves, we would cram in 140 games from the beginning of April until Labor Day. I mean, 5 months on the dot, and you are pushing it. And believe me, you start to feel, and what made it worse is you would play 3-4 game series, then you go to the next city, another 3 or 4 games next city. And so guys were just getting run into the ground. It wasn't so bad for me because all I have to do is talk. But sitting on that bus, going from city to city, 4 or 5 hours a pop, it wears on you. And because it's a bus league, and like it is for everyone except AAA, because it's a bus league, you really got to be careful with how hard you push these guys. So I think having one day off is a really, really smart thing. And on top of that, Mondays are like any other business. Mondays are a little slow. So you're not really losing anything if you're an organization by not playing on Mondays. But they are going to have that July 4th game because July 4th is always a big draw for baseball teams. So that'll be nice to have. They'll just follow it up with an off day on Tuesday and get everyone back on track with that.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And the home opener will be on the 12th of April. I think it's Pensacola that is coming in for that one. And so that'll be good. And then the other part of it that's a little different than in years past is now with the lack of the September call-ups. I don't know if that had anything to do with it at all, but the season now ends with a series against Birmingham at home, which is, could be critical. And the final game is on Sunday, September 18th. And, minor league season always used to end at the end of August, and then you'd have the playoff, you'd have the call-ups, and so on. But now, kind of stretching into the middle of September, and then whatever playoff scenario they have after that, this will take up, most of September.
Yeah, and I like that because what it's going to do is it's going to give everyone a real good taste of September baseball, both players and fans. And I think, believe it or not, I think baseball in September is one of the most special things in all of sports. Mm-hmm. Whether you have a good team or not, you get that nice little brisk breeze coming in, and the weather's a little more comfortable. The days are a little shorter, and it just makes you feel like you're in the bigs again. And it's a wonderful feeling, and I think a lot of people will really come to enjoy that part. It's a little different when you're winding down the season in late August and it's still ungodly hot and not as many people are there because they're trying to beat the heat and things like that. We'll get to end the season from here on in with some pretty nice temperatures. Yeah, we'll have to go up against football, but we'll still get nice draws. And I think people will really come to enjoy, and that's why that's another benefit of the Monday off days, is that the season stretches a little longer, and it stretches a little more into September, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Have you been able to watch a little bit more baseball since you've had a minute off? Have you been able to watch a little bit of baseball, and watch the Braves over there on the West Coast the last couple of nights?
I haven't watched the last two games, but I was following them a bit against San Francisco. I'll tell you what, they're playing with a lot more confidence. I was real worried about these two series because Frisco, LA, those are two teams they're going to have to go through in October. Even though they've lost these last two, they've been competitive, and they're not backing down. And they should have probably had last night's ball game, but you feel better about this team with the way they performed. I mean, they looked like they were just trying to tread water against Milwaukee and San Diego and a little bit against the Mets, the Rays, and teams like that. But now they look like they're ready to go toe-to-toe with people, and that's what you want to see. So this team's really hitting its stride late in the season, and you just hope that it continues into October.
Yeah, and it's been interesting that they have been so scrappy and beating San Francisco. I mean, that's the best team in baseball right now. I mean, it's still holding on to the best record in baseball. It shows that they can hang. And even in these two games against the Dodgers, they were there. You know what I mean? They were right there. They were right there last night, had a 2-0 lead. The Dodgers got them, and Dodgers are an outstanding baseball team. So that's the whole deal, right? Get into the playoff, and then who knows what can happen. You get a little hot, get a little pitching, and they'll be off the chain. It's amazing the way Freddie Freeman, after such a kind of scuffling around for 60 games, right? He was a 60-game MVP last year. Well, the first 60 games of this season was not very good. But it's something about the second half of the season, I guess, for Freddie Freeman. He's a second-half MVP again, the way he's been playing right there with Austin Riley.
Yeah, Freddie's one of those guys who he wants to win just as badly as anyone. And when the team was really struggling early on, he's one of those guys who had to look in the mirror and said, hey, I need to up my game. And that's exactly what he's done, he and Austin both. And I'm just so thrilled to see both those guys doing as well as they are, because whether they want to believe it or not, they are the future of this organization. And when you see both of them doing what they're doing, it really takes a lot of pressure off of a lot of no-name guys, for lack of a better term, guys who aren't expected to carry so much of the load. And it makes things a little easier for a pitching staff that's been knocked around a little bit. So having both those guys perform the way they are, it's a great thing for the Braves. And hopefully it's a sign of things to come for their future, because I think those two could very well lead Atlanta to a world championship one day. And who knows? Like you said, it could be this year. I mean, I wasn't that confident on them doing much in October a couple of weeks ago, but I always think back to the Nationals in 2019. I didn't think they were the best team entering October, but they were playing the best of anyone. And Atlanta, they could be that team. But you're right, like you said, just get to the playoffs, qualify, get in there, and then take it from there and see what happens.
Josh Caray with us from the Trash Pandas. And finally, speaking of the Trash Pandas Big Club and the Angels, Shohei Ohtani. I mean, this is – I just don't know that people in all of sports realize what we are in the midst of and what is happening here. He stole his 22nd base last night, and it was a steal of home against the Yankees. He's only the fourth player in American League history with at least 42 home runs and 22 stolen bases in a season. Two of those guys were juicers, Jose Canseco and Ellis Rodriguez. The guy that did it clean was Ken Griffey Jr. in 1999. And, oh, by the way, he's 8-1 with a 3.00 ERA and 127 strikeouts in 105 innings in 19 starts on the mound. This is just absolutely stunning. I still don't believe it gets the coverage in the overall sports world. I mean, you talk about Tiger Woods, you talk about other amazing things, Tom Brady, these amazing things that we have seen. But what this kid is doing is something that we just have not seen in baseball. Every time we see these things that he does, we have to say 100 years since somebody did something like this.
You know what his biggest crime is? It's that he's on the West Coast. I mean, it really.
Playing for the second team in L.A., and even his own city, not being a Dodger. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, if he was over on the East Coast, it would be a completely different story in terms of popularity, and he's already plenty popular. I read a stat on Twitter, and I forget who it came from, but apparently there have only been 18 times this year that Trout, Ohtani, and Rendon have been in that lineup all at the same time. Can you imagine how good the Angels would be if they had all three of those guys playing at the same time? They would be one of the top teams in the American League. They're already a 500-S team the way they sit right now. If they can get all three of those guys in the lineup and clicking at the same time, they're going to be pretty tough in what's already a pretty tough division. And I'll be interested to see what our guys who wind up contributing to that ball club do. The Detmers, the Cooper Criswells, the Elvis Pegueros, the Jose Martes of the world. I'll be interested to see on how they are able to participate from this point going forward, because I think they got something special going on in L.A., but it's going to be Ohtani and Trout leading the way. They just got to get everyone else healthy.
And you would think, a right calf strain, it doesn't sound that bad. May 17th is when Mike Trout went down with that, and I don't think he's going to play the rest of the year. I wouldn't play him the rest of the year. For a moment there, it looked like they might get into the wild card race, but they're where they are right now, position-wise, I don't know that I'd play him. And just let it go and make sure he's 100% for next year.
Yeah, and I think it's at that point where you got to start thinking about next year and saying to yourself, do we really want to risk it for a bunch of lame duck games? I don't think so. So, I would keep them on the bench and get ready to go next spring training, because I think they're going to surprise a lot of people next year. Houston's getting a little older. The A's always seem to flame out in October. They can be a contender next year. It should be interesting.
No doubt about it. Josh Caray has been our guest. Josh, I appreciate you so much. Enjoy a little ball today, and hopefully you get back at it tomorrow.
All right. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Thanks, Tom.
All right, man. Thank you. All right, we're going to break in here. When we come back, I have a kind of a serious question to ask. That is not necessarily a sports question, but I'll ask it next, right here on the Thom Abraham Show, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
You're listening to the Thom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Tired of the same old menu options everywhere you go? Then you need to try Metro Diner in Huntsville and Madison. The award-winning Metro Diner serves up signature dishes like their Charleston shrimp and grits, famous fried chicken and waffles with strawberry butter, and lots more. Their entire menu is available anytime, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And stop by for brunch on Saturday or Sunday and enjoy the lowest price mimosas in town. Airport Road, Huntsville, and Highway 72 in Madison. In diner or at home, make it Metro Diner.
Chad, cue the cheesy Italian music. So you're in charge of the dinner spot, and the family is a hard group to please. Dad wants award-winning 21-day-age certified Angus beef. Mom craves authentic Italian food like great-grandma. Sissy pretty much won't eat anything but fresh seafood. And old life of the party, Uncle Walter, likes to enjoy a cigar after dinner with some live local entertainment and some killer cocktails. So you think you're in a pickle? Well, you're not. Relax. I'm Tom Chapman, chef at Nick's Ristorante at 10300 Bailey Cove Road, just south of Weatherly. We have all that and more. Our friendly and helpful staff is eager to help you Tuesday through Saturday, starting at 5. So, corral that crazy crew of yours and give us a call at 256-489-8280 or tell them to check us out at nicksristorante.com. I promise you, the gang will all think you're a culinary cruise director of awesomeness if you take them all to Nick's. See you soon. Ciao. Okay, Chad, kill that music.
Nick's is for patrons 19 or older.
McCurry Motors is your car and van rental headquarters. You can rent the vehicle you need today. Family in town, sporting event, church function, no matter what your need, McCurry Motors has you covered with a wide selection of cars and vans available for rent. They have 12-passenger Mercedes Sprinter vans, 12-passenger Ford Transit vans, 15-passenger Ford Transit vans, and 15-passenger Chevrolet Express vans. They have 2 locations, Highway 72 in Athens or Max Luther Drive in Huntsville.
In here, there are seasonal savings throughout the Home Depot, so you can get back out there for more doing. In here, it's a Weber Spirit Grill. Out there, it's the dinner bell for your next neighborhood cookout. In here, it's a gallon of exclusive Bear Scuff Defense paint and a Lillard White vanity. Out there, it's a rejuvenated guest bath ready for guests. Get back for more doing with store-wide savings for house-wide doing. Only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
At Mr. Sparky, we're America's on-time electrician. Do you value professionalism and punctuality? Want to learn from and work with the best pros in the electrical industry? Then you're just who we're looking for. Mr. Sparky is seeking hardworking, committed, and trustworthy individuals. With industry-leading salaries, benefits, and growth potential, we also provide ongoing training. So come join our team at Mr. Sparky.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
An equal opportunity employer.
If you're ready to lower your utility bills, it's time to call Eagle Insulation. Eagle can handle it all. Attic re-insulation, insulation removal, wall insulation, and new construction insulation, commercial and residential. Our primary goal is to save you money, and lots of it. Typical clients realize their return on investment within 3 to 6 months. That means the re-insulation actually pays for itself and then some. See if we can help you. Contact Eagle Insulation today, 256-755-1556, or log on insulatewitheagle.com.
People stay just a little bit longer. We want to play just a little bit longer.
Welcome back, Thom Abraham Show. I'm not going to attribute this segment to anybody because this is just me talking, and I don't want one of my advertisers to get like slammed and say, "Hey, you're in your segment, Thom Abraham said this about that." But I do have a serious question I want to ask. Grizz, follow me on this. Just bail me out on this.
What's up?
Why is New Orleans even a thing? I mean, why is New Orleans nothing more than a small, sleepy, coastal resort town? I mean, who builds a major city below sea level, smack dab in the middle of a regular hurricane path? I mean, this didn't just start, you know? Its position on the Gulf Coast is exactly where storms have been landing for as long as they record storms. It's been 169 years of recorded storms. Listen to me.
Yeah.
169 years since they began recording storms. Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4, Cat 5. There's been 76 hurricanes hit that region. 76. Basically, one every 2 years. Why is anything there other than some huts and some low standing? Why isn't that just a little fishing town?
I mean, you're not. I don't know, man, because it just seems like that's the attraction. It being, on the coast. It's a place to. It's a destination place.
I know, but is it that? I've never been to New Orleans. I'm going to say that right now. I've never been to
through
New
there,
Orleans.
but not ever actually in there.
This doesn't include tropical depressions and storms. I'm just talking about hurricanes.
Yeah.
Every 2 years, a hurricane for 169 years. Is it that great a place? I mean, is it so great a place that we want it to be a big city with an NFL team and NBA teams, and it gets leveled every 2 years? I mean, seriously.
It's kind of like
saying.
It's kind of like
I'm missing.
It's kind of like Venice. Venice has been around for centuries, and they flood, but they put these walking things every day because the water doesn't
Venice,
get crazy.
Italy or Venice?
Venice, Italy. Venice, Italy. And it gets about the same. It floods a lot. They have canals through there all the time. People still live there. People still love to go there and see the city. There. They have a professional soccer team.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me. It's like living in the desert, like Sam Kinison said years ago. We got deserts. We don't live there. I don't know. I don't understand it. All right, this show is over. Tomorrow's a Beat the Big Dog Thursday. Coming up next is Chuck Oliver, then Paul Feinbaum, and then Stephen West with The Drive. All right here on your home for everything. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
I'm attorney Gary Lackey. You'll hear people say we're like a family, but here at the Lackey Law Firm, that's really true, not just a saying.
I'm Justin Lackey. With my father and my sister, we have a special connection to each other.
I'm Jennifer Lackey. At the Lackey Law Firm, when we take on your case, you become part of our family. You really do.
And we'll always do whatever it takes to get everything you deserve.
If you're injured, you worry about getting well. not about paperwork or insurance companies or figuring out how to get to your lawyer's office. I'll come to you.
We worry about your case so you don't have to.
When you've been injured, we know that your case is probably the biggest thing going on in your life. More important than almost anything else.
And it's important to us too, for one simple reason. Family takes care of each other, and at the Lackey Law Firm, we'll take care of you.
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family. 1-800-4-RIGHTS.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Right now, Patriots coach Bill Belichick told reporters today the decision to release veteran quarterback Cam Newton was solely based on football reasons. He insisted it had nothing to do with vaccination status, added there are a lot of factors that go into deciding the best course for the 53-man roster. Newton never confirmed his vaccination status. He missed 5 days last week because of a COVID protocol misunderstanding regarding the call to go with rookie Mac Jones as the starter over Newton. Belichick called it a very competitive situation. The Jaguars, in a statement, said they didn't release any players because of their vaccination status. This a day after Coach Urban Meyer indicated otherwise. The NFLPA, meantime, has opened an investigation into Meyer's comments that vaccination status was among the things considered in the final cuts. Baseball, Rays tonight go for their 10th straight win when they host the Red Sox.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Sitting here with Ann Adams of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Rise Real Estate. Is it a good time to sell your home, Ann?
Yes, it is. We have people relocating from all over the country.
Why should we choose Rise Real Estate?
Well, we've been selling real estate in North Alabama for 36 years and have sold more real estate than any other real estate company, period.
Do you help your customers through the entire process?
Yes, our agents are with you during the whole process from start to finish, from beginning to end.
In your relocation services, you have a whole team.
Yes, we have a dedicated relocation department helping customers move seamlessly into the area.
Ann Adams has been writing contracts for the last 36 years. She has the experience to help you list and sell your home, downsize your home, or help pick the perfect spot north of Alabama for you to build a future.
Call Ann Adams at 256-337-2625 or on the web at www.bhhsriserealestate.com.
Nothing beats a great burger to celebrate Labor Day weekend. And at Bad Daddy's Burger Bar, we couldn't agree more. And if you haven't tried our chef-inspired expressions of pure burger amazingness, then head on down and try one of Bad Daddy's award-winning burgers now. Our delicious burgers are made with premium Angus beef, and you can pair it with one of our signature cocktails or a cold craft beer. Celebrate Labor Day weekend and let us do the cooking with a trip to Bad Daddy's Burger Bar on the Parkway between Bob Wallace and Governors.
Normally, when you call a roofing company, all you hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming Roofing and Restoration. Since 1965, the folks at Fleming have been focused on what you need, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement, commercial or residential. And when it comes to storm damage, you want Fleming on your side. They know all the ins and outs of insurance claims and will guide you through the entire process. Log on FlemingHSV.com and book your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
Never mind fall and football being in the air. We want to taste it.
And never mind not being able to tailgate at the game. Let's create the ultimate barbecue experience in your own backyard.
You said it, Foster Brooks, and that's where Brooks & Collier comes in. Big selection of outdoor furniture.
And a big selection of grills and smokers like Traeger, Big Green Egg, Blaze, even DCS, and more.
This is the good stuff.
And Paul, we definitely got the accessories. And remember, we deliver. Visit us at 813 Meridian Street and shop online at brooksandcollier.com.
In 2 years, you can have a career that makes sense for you. Skill up and earn a living working with your hands. Or work on the front line of computer information systems and cybersecurity. Get a degree that lets your healing heart take care of people. Help design and manufacture the most advanced cars, machinery, or even aerospace components. In just 2 years, great careers are within your reach at Drake State Community and Technical College. Visit drakestate.edu to apply.
Southern Fidelity Mortgage. Think of them as a loan for everyone, offering more products than anyone else and the guaranteed lowest rates and costs in town. Of the 2,000 loans that Southern Fidelity Mortgage has pre-approved over the last 10 years, all but one have closed. That's unprecedented in the banking business. For FHA, VA, rural development, and conventional mortgages, for the best mortgage experience in town, it's Southern Fidelity Mortgage.
Call Southern Fidelity Mortgage Company at 256-656-5936.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Simple Green is perfect for making your auto, RV, cycling, boating, and other sporting equipment look like new. Visit them at simplegreen.com.
The NFL regular season opening up September 12th for the Atlanta Falcons. They'll be home at Mercedes-Benz Stadium as they take on the Philadelphia Eagles. Atlanta favored by 3.5 points at home, minus 108 against the spread, while the Eagles are minus 112. On the money line, Philadelphia plus 155, Atlanta minus 175 with an over-under of 48.5. Thursday, September 9th, Tampa Bay hosting Dallas to kick off the season. Tampa Bay favored by 7.5 points at home, minus 330 on the money line. Dallas plus 275, over-under 51.5. For vsin.com, I'm Tony Desiri, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
More intense than a Nick Saban press conference.
You sure you want to ask?
Your home of ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Can't assume anything. I don't even know what you asked me, but I just wanted to say that.
In the South, it's always college football season, and the king of college football reigns supreme all year long. Southern Sports Today proudly presents The Chuck Oliver Show. It's an inside look at everything college football. Now live from Atlanta, Georgia, it's time to talk college football with the reigning king of college football, Chuck Oliver, on Southern Sports Today.
A loss is not the only thing Georgia might leave Charlotte with Saturday night. It is the Chuck Oliver Show on a Wednesday, and I hope you're having a glorious existence so far. Wherever you are right now, whenever you're listening to the show, because we're on from, noon to midnight. We got college football today and then tomorrow and nonstop by and large because we got Maction coming, and that'll check off Tuesday nights. We got football basically nonstop, college football until middle of January, so bully for all of us. I said a loss Saturday to Clemson. That might not be the only outcome for Georgia in Charlotte. Now, I think Georgia's going to win if, and there's a little asterisk here, I think Georgia wins if they get in the shotgun and have 4 receivers minimum on the field. Well, the only other option would be 5, and Kirby's not going to operate without a running back. He may operate with a running back who motions out. I don't know. But I'm saying either 3 and a back in the pattern or 4 receivers if Georgia decides our path is to pressure Clemson downfield. I think they'll have success. In fact, they will. Here's the weird part. You talk about when you have a great opponent, which is what Clemson is, and I think they're still a 3 or a 3.5 point pick maybe. 3, Dan, or 4. What are you saying? 3. It's 3.
Okay.
So they're still a small pick. I like Georgia to win the game if that is going to be the approach. Spread them out, kind of a shallow pool of corners for Clemson, or less so than maybe they would have in another year, or if Darian Kendrick wouldn't have – well, no, I'm about to say if he didn't have Weed and Gun. The Weed and Gun thing happened after he was already dismissed, didn't it? Yeah. So maybe he did have the Weed and the Gun. I don't know. I don't care, by the way. But that is the way to attack Clemson. JT Daniels, best player on the team. 4 receivers, not the 4 maybe at the top of the, food chart. But 4 still really good ones because it's Georgia. So if they decide to attack Clemson that way, and they'll still run the ball and, whatever else. But here's the weird thing about when you play a great opponent like Clemson. It's threading the needle. It's hitting the sweet spot. If Georgia comes out and decides to play man ball, that ain't going to work not against that front. And I'm saying the front 7. That ain't going to work, man. I've told you, 2nd and 9, 3rd and 8 all day. and you have to commit. I think it was Bill Parcells. I've talked about this. Bill Parcells, he used to look at rushing attempts. And, of course, he wanted yards and scores and everything else. He was like, it's the attempts that really matter to me. Georgia will have some attempts, but if JT Daniels, if he doesn't throw the ball 35 times probably, I don't know that Georgia wins. Here's the weird thing. If he throws it 50 times, my immediate response would be they probably lost. So that, if it's Kirby vintage and he holds his quarterback to 27 attempts, that's not enough. If it's bombs away, and he wounds up, 29 for 55, I don't think they win that either. But a loss might not be the only outcome. There might be some lingering danger. As in, drop that game, and everyone associated with the program immediately has the same mindset. Well, we have to win in Atlanta now. I'm sorry, but what are you talking against Georgia Tech? Because you play them in Atlanta on November 27th. No. I'm saying we have to win in Atlanta for the SEC championship game. Folks, that's called lingering danger. That's called overlooking your next 11 opponents. And even if you're Georgia and have that roster, that's a dangerous attitude to have. Mentally skipping ahead 3 months in a football season, that ain't good. As in, I know, I'm talking me personally, I know full well, and we can document them, we can start going in a line, full well the challenges and limitations and everything else that means challenges and limitations. I know all of that, all facing the next 11 opponents on Georgia's schedule after Clemson. UGA will put someone in that game that shouldn't be. And I'm not talking a player on the Georgia roster. I'm talking like the UAB Blazers. Georgia will put them in that game in the second half when they shouldn't be. Georgia will look at Arkansas coming in and be thinking, hey, we got to win in Atlanta. Not against Tech. In fact, fast forward to like the morning of the game, the Georgia Tech game. And you'll have Georgia players coming down from their rooms and going to the team breakfast, and they'll be, hey, we got to win in Atlanta. They'll have a game because it'll be a noon game because Tech's not very good, and that game it's always been a regional game. It's not even a regional game anymore. It's a city and a state and a fan base game. But the Georgia players will come down to breakfast the day that they're actually playing Georgia Tech in Atlanta, and one of them will say, hey, we got to win in Atlanta. And neither of them will even be thinking about the Tech game. They'll be thinking about a week from now when, hey, we got to win in Atlanta. It will be a distraction. They'll be annoyed by the Georgia Tech game. That's as far as that ain't good. Arkansas comes running out of the tunnel. They're thinking, and that game is October 2nd. Hey, 2 months from now, we got to win in Atlanta. Hey, who are they? Oh, yeah, that's Arkansas. I remember them. Coaches talked about them this week, didn't they? Yeah. And you know what is likely to happen on October 2nd in Sanford Stadium? Georgia's likely to beat Arkansas 42-9. And I can't tell you if it's 3 field goals or if Sam Pittman decides to go for 2 on that fourth quarter garbage time touchdown and doesn't make it. 42-9. That's a pretty good guess about what's going to happen. But if it doesn't, I'm promising you, folks, even a program, I'm not saying just Georgia, I'm saying even a program like Georgia that has recruited like Georgia and has a roster that deep with all those studs and stars and everything else. You hear there are so many cliches that you hear the guy on TV saying, or a coach post-game or halftime or whatever. There are so many cliches. And even the guy like the color analyst who is swearing to you that all 3 phases of the game, special teams is an equal third, even he doesn't believe it. He just says it. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing that is true. You cannot overlook any opponent. Now, there's all kinds of weirdness and context and everything, and you don't know if it was like Florida State in the Sugar Bowl and everybody had food poisoning. I mean, you don't know any. So Just look it up. You don't know all of that background. You just don't. But if you don't believe me that you cannot overlook any opponent, folks, you don't even have to be really good to get an upset. If your opponent is not paying you any mind, like App State in, was that 06 or 07 maybe? The Michigan thing? All right, folks, Appy was good. Michigan was Michigan, though. They weren't paying attention to the Mountaineers. Like I said, but Appy, that's a great program. Nicholls State almost beat Georgia in Kirby's first year. Part of it is because Georgia was overlooking Nicholls State. They had to put Grayson Lambert back in the game to convert a third down to hold possession, or Nicholls State would have had potentially a game-winning field goal. It would have been the worst loss in the history of that program. And that was just 5 years ago. And it was still Georgia. When you overlook any opponent, you are just kicking the door wide open for a team like Florida, for instance, which you respect, and the environment and everything else. Absolutely you do. And you still have been thinking for the past 2 months at that time, when you roll into Jacksonville for Halloween, you're thinking, man, we got to get geared up for a month from now when we play Alabama. There is a big danger of losing to Clemson, and that ain't all you walk back to Athens with.
It's that time of the year again. Football season is here, and so is fantasy football. And nobody has you covered like our buddies at Prize Picks. Prize Picks allows you to take season-long NFL over-unders on yards, touchdowns, fantasy scores, and more. If you think Calvin Ridley's going to have an all-pro season and Julio Jones is going to struggle outside of Atlanta, take their overs and unders today and watch the results pile on as the seasons move along. Prize Picks gives you the chance to win 10 times your money for getting 4 or 5 predictions correct. Entries are so simple they can be made in the time that it took you to hear this commercial. You want to download the Prize Picks app or visit prizepicks.com and sign up using the code FAN to get an instant 100% bonus on up to $100 on your first deposit. As always, Prize Picks offers the best daily games around in sports like MLB, Olympic basketball, golf, tennis, and more. That's the Prize Picks app or prizepicks.com and use the code FAN to claim your deposit bonus and win big today. Prize Picks, daily fantasy simplified.
Attention Medicare recipients and anyone turning 65. Medicare has approved new benefits not included with original Medicare and older Medicare Advantage plans. You may not be getting all of the benefits you're entitled to, including in-home aids, telephone appointments with your doctors, home-delivered meals and prescriptions. These benefits may be available, and it's a free call to enroll. The new plans may also offer free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free wellness visits, and gym memberships. Call the Medicare benefits line now. It's easy. Call 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290. Find out if you're eligible for new benefits like meal and prescription delivery, in-home aids, and telemedicine. Some plans may have a $0 monthly premium or zero copays for big out-of-pocket savings. Not all Medicare Advantage plans are alike. The new plans have more benefits for many people. Call 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Hi, everybody. Eli Gold here. Right now, indoor air quality occupies top-of-mind awareness for families and business owners. Rick Smith and the trusted professionals at Environmental Comfort Systems can take care of your indoor air quality concerns with their state-of-the-art indoor air quality solutions. Environmental Comfort's indoor air quality systems remove 99.9% of airborne contaminants so you and your family can breathe clean, fresh air. If anyone in your family suffers from allergies, or if you just want the security of knowing the air you breathe inside your home is free from viruses, bacteria, pet dander, dust, and odors, Environmental Comfort Systems are the professionals to call. Environmental Comfort also carries state-of-the-art, high-efficiency comfort systems that increase home comfort, keep humidity in check, and help you save money on your energy bills. Give my friend Rick a call or visit them online at envcomfort.com and breathe cleaner air today. Environmental Comfort Systems, Alabama license number 92314.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
In today's real estate market, you need the right professionals to help make sure your home purchase is smooth and hassle-free. That's where Jacob Title comes in. Stan McDonald and the staff at Jacob Title cater to the realtor and clients who are looking for a top-flight closing experience. Jacob Title uses the latest and best technologies to ensure a safe and secure exchange of funds, and they pride themselves on great communication well before and during the real estate closing process. Jacob Title in Huntsville and Madison, and online at jacobtitle.com.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Catch the king of college football no matter where you go with a new Southern Sports Today app. Catch the best college football conversation in the South everywhere with the SST live stream and daily podcast. Download it now at the App Store and the Google Play Store. Now more of the best college football talk in the country. It's the Chuck Oliver Show.
We named Zeb Nolan our starting quarterback for this week. Obviously, he has Power 5 experience. It wasn't that long ago. He played in a playoff game. He is very efficient, getting us in and out of the huddle, commanding the offense, controlling what's going on out there.
That's Shane Beamer, and again, big fan of Coach Beamer, and I got fingers and toes crossed for his success. What he was saying there, I will translate. Like, he's very good at commanding the offense, getting us in and out of plays, and he's an old man, and so he can herd these cats. Compared to the freshman, was it Gwathney? Compared to even Jason Brown, who I don't know if he should. Based on what I've heard of Jason Brown, he didn't take his conditioning very seriously when he transferred in. Now, I got to tell you, there's a Bojangles right across the street from the practice field. And bow time. Can I give them a compliment? They have achieved. I want to say this should be impossible in the fast food space. Bojangles, and as I recall, like across the street from like the side of the stadium where the coach's office is, there was this Bojangles. I don't know if it's still there. I assume it is. And then like down one block, kind of on the same side of the street, would be the practice field. And I used to go there every time I was in Columbia to that one, and it was awesome every single time. They've even upped the bar. And they're not a paying client. I don't care about this. I'm going to throw a big bone to Bojangles. They have done the near impossible in the fast food space. They have gotten something right that nobody else is even close to. That Cajun filet biscuit, there ain't nothing like it in anywhere else. You can't sling a dead cat without hitting 10 places that'll give you a burger and fries or a taco or anything else. There is nothing else like that Cajun filet biscuit. And I got news for you. I don't know. About 6 months ago, I saw it. You give them like an extra $1 or $2, they'll put pimento cheese on it now. Folks, I would cook it in a spoon and smoke it. I promise you, it is the best thing coming out of a drive-through window you will find. Cajun filet biscuit with the pimento cheese on it. So I don't know if that's Jason Brown's indulgence, if they didn't have those at St. Francis. If it was up to me, honestly, I love food so much, and I'm a good Southern kid. I'd weigh 400 pounds if that's how I was raised, man. Mom with the big black frying pan, you got to have the second container of Crisco because that's where you pour the old grease into. Just good stuff. But Jason Brown didn't take his conditioning probably as seriously as maybe he should have, is the word. And so suddenly you look around and you're really out of options. Despite having brought in higher ranked, more recruited quarterbacks with more options at a higher level than really any other run. Steven Garcia was a big deal when Coach Spurrier got him in out of Tampa, as I'm remembering. And I think he was a 4-star kid and just he could have gone just about anywhere. Chose Coach Spurrier in South Carolina. That's not been typical. You know what it's been lately? Kind of typical. Helinski, that's a big get. And we know the context there, trying to get, kind of away from the West Coast. But that was a good get. Bentley, good get. Brent McElwain was a good get. I mean, they've had him. Even who was it? Lorenzo Nunez. That was supposed to be a good get. And it just has not turned out for him. We were it's an anecdote, and I'm not trying to poke fun at him, but it is an interesting exercise. Go back and take inventory of all the different places that former South Carolina starting quarterbacks are at. And it's not just other college football teams or NFL teams. There's one playing AA for the Mets. I mean, they're out there, folks. And I'm sure, I don't know what Perry Orth is doing, but it's probably not playing football. It's been an EKG. And so now he announces that the guy who can just get all the cats in a line, the guy who can just get all of the little tatties to the line of scrimmage and hold it for a 1 count. I'm not kidding, folks. That's where they're at right now. They're going into the season opener in 3 days. And what Coach Beamer just said there, take him at face value. He was saying literally he can run the offense. He can run the other 10 players. That's what they're after right now. And then hopefully make enough plays so that you get through week 1, the other 10 guys get some experience that will come back and help you. And you hope, you cross your fingers and toes, and I mean this in the best way possible. You cross your fingers and toes, Zeb Nolan never has to take a snap for you again. It's kind of like in the NFL. If you have a rookie as your backup behind your 9-year veteran starter, that's fine. If the 9-year vet gets hurt, you know what you immediately do? Go out and sign a veteran who isn't on a team right now. It's a real big difference between having an inexperienced guy as the backup and then he's the backup and the starter got hurt. At that point, you know what South Carolina did? They went out and signed a veteran. What up, Dan?
This is actually now a chance where somebody was proactive in college sports, which normally does not happen. But in this case, it is an AD who was proactive. I'm sure you're going to have it in CFB 365. But Jimbo Fisher, contract extension. And people are probably looking around saying, the hell does he need a contract extension for? The guy's at $7.5 million a year. He's got 5 more years left. There's no real emphasis to be able to get this done.
Oh, I think he's got 7 more years left. It was a 10-year deal.
It was a 10-year deal, so you're right. So math, that was my thing. I was always words and history.
No, hang on. It would make sense if it was, quote, only 5, because, oh my gosh, the kids he's recruiting this year want to know that he'll be there for the whole 5 years. It's 7 years left, and they broke him off.
I think there's that. But, Chuck, I also, too, I don't know if it was necessarily it was Ross Bjork one day said, this could be something, or if it was maybe Jimmy Sexton saying, you know what, I just happened to get off the phone with Scott Woodard. Because if there is any inference that the X is around, it's one of those things of, I want to make sure I keep the X away. I'm not saying that LSU is looking to move on from Ed Ogeron, but I think there's always going to be that connection between Jimbo Fisher and LSU. And I think that it's probably Ross Bjork looking around saying, yeah, guess what? I don't even want our guy's name to even be anywhere close to a job that is elsewhere, namely in our own division. I got to make sure that we keep him around. If there's one thing we know about Aggie Land, they are not shy about spending that oil money, and they definitely did pony up for this. But I also think this is very much a proactive move by A&M to say, yeah, we don't even want that business.
Alabama just signed its coach to an extension that is fiction. I mean, Nick Saban, isn't it? He's there for now another 7 seasons. He ain't going to coach for another 7 seasons. It's to back, whether it's the Irsay and the Colts or another school or whatever. It's the same thing A&M did. You're exactly right.
LifeCare provides valuable whole life insurance to cover costs and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance that's available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. The application process is quick and easy. You can even apply without having to undergo a medical examination. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. With the average funeral cost skyrocketing to $11,000 and Social Security only paying $255, you need simple, affordable peace of mind for you and your whole family. Don't leave behind unpaid expenses that, if left unattended, will burden your family tremendously. Benefits include a guaranteed premium that will never increase, a guaranteed cash value, and a guaranteed death benefit that can never decrease. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call LifeCare at 1-800-708-2822. 1-800-708-2822. 1-800-708-2822.
Attention Medicare recipients and anyone turning 65. Medicare has approved new benefits not included with original Medicare and older Medicare Advantage plans. You may not be getting all of the benefits you're entitled to, including in-home aids, telephone appointments with your doctors, home-delivered meals and prescriptions. These benefits may be available, and it's a free call to enroll. The new plans may also offer free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free wellness visits, and gym memberships. Call the Medicare benefits line now. It's easy. Call 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290. Find out if you're eligible for new benefits like meal and prescription delivery, in-home aids, and telemedicine. Some plans may have a $0 monthly premium or zero copays for big out-of-pocket savings. Not all Medicare Advantage plans are alike. The new plans have more benefits for many people. Call 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Tom Luganbill here for Woody Anderson Ford. When I was in the Tennessee Valley, one of the things that impressed me the most was the quality of the people. People like Bobby White and his team at Woody Anderson Ford. And now you can experience the tremendous new service lanes and showroom at Woody Anderson Ford, at Jordan and Sparkman, or just stop by for breakfast or lunch at Henry's Mustang Cafe. And in Madison, visit Woody Anderson of Madison on Hughes Road, just south of 72. Like a great college football tradition, always there, Woody Anderson Ford.
When I chose a garage door company, I did my homework. I needed precision overhead garage door service. They have a 5-star Google rating. I checked the reviews and liked what their customers had to say. Precision overhead garage door has lifetime warranty packages. Same-day service if I call before 2 p.m. If they can't make it the same day, my service call fee the next day is waived. They did a 25-point safety inspection on the door and operator. Now that's peace of mind. Residential, commercial, and gate services. Precision overhead garage door service. Call 256-400-4500.
Everybody knows the fun begins when you get to the end zone, where you can enjoy half-price apps every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, half-price burgers every Tuesday, plus late-night pizza specials and a spectacular menu that includes jumbo wings, half-pound burgers, Tex-Mex, and an incredible selection of craft beer, and plenty of big-screen TVs. It's all happening at the end zone, 1851 University Drive, 2030 Cecil Ashburn at Jones Valley Station, and coming in early 2022, Mid-City End Zone at 1115 McMurtry next to the Target Shopping Center.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Now more college football talk with the king of college football. It's the Chuck Oliver Show on Southern Sports Today.
All week, all year, it's all college football on the Chuck Oliver Show. We've updated the math, 9 states, beginning next, I guess it's Tuesday, actually. Yeah, because Labor Day is Monday. Beginning next Tuesday, Station 54 comes online. So, yay for us. And we turn 7. Actually, this month. Yeah, it's September. So there you go. Want to welcome on a guy right now that we ain't going to talk football to lead off. We're going to talk environment and weather and what happens when he steps outside right now. From Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I tell you every time, folks, it's the #1 site for whether it's high school recruiting, Super Bowl Sunday, anything in between, LandryFootball.com. It is simply awesome. Chris, how are you, brother?
Man, I'm doing okay. It's bad around here, but I had some property damage, but I'm very fortunate. A lot of people are in a lot worse shape, so count my blessings. It's just the communicating part of it, you know.
Yeah.
Power never went out. I've got backup generator anyway, so I don't worry so much about that, but it's the internet or lack thereof, lack of cell service. It's just it's hard to communicate. And in our world where we kind of have to communicate the information, it's kind of difficult. So that's frustrating, but all things considered, what people are dealing with, and a little east of us, it was headed right towards us in Baton Rouge. That's where the eye was headed. And for people, just for context, Katrina hit Mississippi, not New Orleans. It's the levee breached and destroyed New Orleans, but the eye reached Mississippi in Katrina, and it was Category 3. This was a high Category 4 that was headed right towards Baton Rouge. It took a northerly, slightly east turn at the very last minute. So believe it or not, as bad as things are, we were spared. And there are trees all down on the roads in Baton Rouge. We were spared. And a little bit east of us, like towards Hammond, where southeast Louisiana is, and certainly New Orleans, they were not. And so when you have these storms come in, the worst part is somebody's going to get hammered. Well, we all got hammered, but somebody's going to get hammered the worst, and there's no avoiding that. It may not be you. So in essence, we were spared, yet we still got loads of damage, still got 100,000 people plus that don't have electricity. But in New Orleans, they may be out maybe for months without. I mean, they got tower lines that's in the Mississippi River that the Coast Guard's trying to find, and they don't have plumbing, and so it could be worse. As my dad used to always say, could be better, could be worse, and we're very fortunate. I watched all the games this weekend. I had all power. I mean, at everything, it's just the communication ability is the problem. So we'll see. Tulane's moved their game to Oklahoma. LSU's been in Houston and heading out to UCLA. A lot of the family went with them. So the Saints are maybe not going to be able to play. I know it's a college show, but just for context, might not be able to play in New Orleans for a month. I don't know. We'll see. But that's the story from the eye. It's beautiful. By the way, it's beautiful weather right now. It's just the way it is after the storm.
Yeah, and I want to say quickly before we get into football, I am someone that if we go back in time, I was someone, Chris, who would sit on the sidelines and look at people in Louisiana and go, strictly because I'm very just bottom line practical. I'm like, New Orleans is 12 or 19 feet, whatever it is, under sea level. I'm like, it has to happen again. It is going. Why don't you just leave? I realize now that I'm an adult, it's real easy to look at somebody else's home and say, hey, why don't you just pack up and leave your home? It's a little different when that has been your home for your entire life and you got your folks there and people and everything else. And so I've already heard that from people on the outside. Hey, why do they keep going back and rebuilding? I'm like, because it's a lot of people's homes.
Yeah, and, like for me in Baton Rouge, I got a fence that needs to be replaced. I think my roof was spared. I don't have that much damage. I really don't. It would be tough for me to live in New Orleans. And, Grand Isle, for example, is the very tip. So when it comes off the Gulf, that's the first place it hits. I honestly couldn't do it. And a lot of them don't go back, believe it or not. Some do, some don't. It's difficult. Every drop of water that hits New Orleans has to be pumped out. So it's difficult. And you're right, though. It's difficult for a lot of folks. For me, the fact that I don't want to move anymore, and the fact that I've got nieces and nephews, and I stay here. But I'd be honest with you, I couldn't do it if I was in New Orleans. I couldn't do it if I were where I was born and a little further towards the bayou. I couldn't do it. At least in Baton Rouge, we're protected a bit because we're far enough inland. Keep in mind, when it hit my house, it was a Category 1. Think about that. And when I'm with shutters closed, I can hear like a darn train. I hear noise, and I'm like, what is that? That doesn't sound like wind. That was a Category 1. Can you imagine having the full force of 4? So we don't ever get, the winds that are above, say, 70 or 80. And you can survive. But, man, when you're getting this was 150 miles an hour when it hit.
Yeah, if you remember. Opal, if you remember, I think it was Opal, and I don't want to be disrespectful about that. I think like the remnants of Opal, it got as far north as Huntsville. And so, I mean, when Mother Nature decides what she's going to do, Chris, you just kind of, saddle up and say, all right, here we go. Let's jump on the field quickly and bounce around the SEC and talk quarterbacks. Gamecocks are going to start a grad assistant, Zeb Nolan. I said that the headline is a little more misleading than the reality of it. The guy played in the spring. But this still is a really, really tough situation for them.
It is. You hope they can get through it, relatively seamless here as best as you can. And quite frankly, you just hit it. A guy that can run their offense, they're going to run the football, and certainly he's capable of throwing it a bit. Guy that's very familiar with what to do and get into the right play out of a bad play. Got to be able to just take care of business and get to week 2 and to September 11th against East Carolina. That's what we've talked about for a few weeks, or ever since we heard the situation with Doty. That's the way it's going to be, and I don't know that they can get by East Carolina without a better situation at quarterback. We'll see what happens after this week.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. I wanted to ask him about South Carolina before we got out of here in the first segment. When we get back, going to jump into the SEC and ACC slate, the biggest games of Week 1 of the 2021 season.
My mom's a breast cancer survivor. The United Breast Cancer Foundation saved her life. Their free breast cancer exam caught the cancer early, and it saved her life. But now the foundation needs your help so they can continue offering free or low-cost breast screening exams, saving more women's lives. Help them by donating your car, whether it's running or not. They'll provide fast, free 24-hour pickup, and you receive a charitable tax deduction, plus the great feeling you'll get knowing your donated car is going to help save more lives. Just call
800-525-3204
to set the wheels in motion. They take cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs, running or not.
Call 800-525-3204.
The United Breast Cancer Foundation needs your help, and your donation could literally save women's lives, helping them catch breast cancer early like they did with my mom. Donate today.
Call 800-525-3204. 800-525-3204.
Are you paying too much for your health insurance? Are your deductibles too high? Or are you completely uninsured? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Healthcare Help Desk can help you now when people need help the most. Health insurance laws and rules have changed. If you have Obamacare, are uninsured, or your premiums are too high, call Healthcare Help Desk. It's free. New healthcare plans are available, and you may qualify for dental coverage and lower copays and deductibles. Make the free call now. Top quality coverage at the lowest prices anywhere. You may be paying too much and not even know it. In these troubled times, healthcare is more important than ever. Don't let another day go by without health insurance. Policies are being offered with very low copays and deductibles. So if you're uninsured, underinsured, or paying too much, call Healthcare Help Desk.
Call 800-387-4788. 800-387-4788. 800-387-4788.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
We know it's lonely at the top, but we don't mind.
National championship number 18. 13 in all. Absolute perfection.
Roll Tide. Join us on Saturday, September 4th, as the Crimson Tide brave the storm against the Miami Hurricanes in the season opener on your home for Bama football.
Listen to Alabama football all season long on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Everybody knows the fun begins when you get to the end zone, where you can enjoy half-price apps every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, half-price burgers every Tuesday, plus late-night pizza specials and a spectacular menu that includes jumbo wings, half-pound burgers, Tex-Mex, and an incredible selection of craft beer, and plenty of big-screen TVs. It's all happening at the end zone, 1851 University Drive, 2030 Cecil Ashburn at Jones Valley Station, and coming in early 2022, Mid-City End Zone at 1115 McMurtry next to the Target Shopping Center. If you're ready to lower your utility bills, it's time to call Eagle Insulation. Eagle can handle it all. Attic re-insulation, insulation removal, wall insulation, and new construction insulation, commercial and residential. Our primary goal is to save you money, and lots of it. Typical clients realize their return on investment within 3 to 6 months. That means the re-insulation actually pays for itself and then some. See if we can help you. Contact Eagle Insulation today, 256-755-1556, or log on insulatewitheagle.com.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Now back to Southern Sports Today and the Chuck Oliver Show.
Saturday night in Charlotte, Clemson, Georgia, 3-5. It is the Chuck Oliver Show on a Wednesday, talking with Chris Landry from LandryFootball.com. Chris, before we get into this, give everybody a quick flyover. When they get their subscription, what do they get every day?
Well, you get news and notes in our notebook every day. That's a staple, but obviously we're getting all the game breakdowns, the game previews, the game reviews, telling you what to look for. And then, obviously, how things graded out after the game. So it's a great resource to use during the football season. College, NFL, we've got it all covered for you. So check it out today, LandryFootball.com. Take advantage of the football season sale. A little bit late with some of the previews, but we're trying to get them up there and fighting all the communications issues with the storm. We're getting it.
Well, I told you, folks, it's one of only two. And I mentioned the competition, The Athletic. Chris Landry, LandryFootball.com, and The Athletic, the only two places I pay for and get the subscription. And it's worth every single dollar, folks. So just an awesome site. All right, let's talk Clemson's offense. Do they run the ball just with a lot more running backs or with no ETN, or do they just decide they're going to throw the ball given what DJU's abilities are and all those receivers? What do you expect that offensive approach to be?
Well, I think they'll be pretty balanced, but they're going to want to run the football. I mean, that's a staple of what they do. Now, they'll run outside zone, and they'll certainly at times run a little tempo. So they'll create some space to run the football they'll need to. I think that they're going to be pretty I think they'll work a bunch of guys, but, certainly Dixon, Lynn-J. Dixon, but Will Shipley's the guy that really intrigues me. I think he's got special qualities, and if he's as good as I think he is and they think he is, he's going to get the majority of the carries at some point. He has lots of ability both out of the backfield and running that outside zone, putting his foot in the ground and cutting and turning. I mean, this guy, there's a reason he's been compared to Christian McCaffrey a lot. I think you're going to see him emerge over time to be the guy that they go to like Travis Etienne. But you remember Travis had to kind of work his way into that. I think they'll go a little bit by committee early.
Georgia's approach, I have said, spread them out, and even with injuries at receivers, you kind of got to attack that group of corners that's not quite as, it's not Clemson deep this year, maybe at the beginning. But what do you think the approach on the other side will be?
Well, I think they'll certainly first of all, I think offensively, I agree with you. I think you've got to be able to spread, even if it's spread to one. You got to run. You got to loosen the box. You've got to be able to block that run. I think that's the key to the game. Defensively, I think Georgia matches up pretty well. I think the advantages are with the defensive fronts in this game. I think that's the strength. So we'll see what all the quarterback can make plays, who can make plays for the passing game, who can create run creases. That's going to be the key, because I think it's definitely going to be a challenge blocking those fronts for both of those offensive lines. I think Georgia's offensive line is better than Clemson's, but they're going up against a great defensive front that's going to be quite a bit the challenge. And then I think Clemson's offensive line's not quite good as Georgia's, but in Georgia's defensive front's, very, very good as well. So I think that's going to be the key, and that's where the focus is, folks, is who can make plays in spite of that, what quarterback maybe can create. And I think both of these guys are guys that are sit there and throw the football and are pocket guys. They're not the run guys that they run when they have to, but that's not going to be an integral part of what they ask them to do. It'll be interesting to see who can make plays from the quarterback position in this game.
What do you think Bama's going to ask Bryce Young to do on Saturday?
I think just be himself, play within himself, just, make good decisions. Got good weapons. They'll scheme guys open pretty well. I think they're going to run the football, feel they can run the football. Even out of spread, they're going to try to run it. But I still think they think the points are going to come out of the passing game, and then they'll win the game with the running game in their defense. So I think it'll be a really systematic performance where they'll be able to work the football down the field pretty effectively. Maybe some issues early. I'm curious to watch that with the youth on the offensive line, particularly at tackle, and really on the right side at guard. I think they'll be pretty successful against a Miami defensive front that's not as formidable as they were last year. Derek King's going to have to be incredible to keep them in the game into the midway through the third quarter into the fourth quarter.
All right, I just got an opinion about this, and tell me if you either agree or push back completely, say, nah, that ain't Rhett Lashley. I think that we look at the end of the game and the box score, it says Miami had 17 rushing attempts for like 44 yards. And by the middle of the third quarter, that part is abandoned, and it's like, De'Aaron, go be a wizard. I think that's where the game goes. Is that as possible in your mind as it is in mine?
Well, it's possible because if they get down and they have to be pass first, I think they're going to do it. But I think they'll be in trouble. I think if those numbers are accurate, I think it's going to be a bigger blowout than if they're able to run it a little bit more. Let's factor in Derek King running the football. I know he's coming off of an injury, but for them to have any sort of success, they're going to have to implement him into the running game. So I would think they'd have more rushing attempts there. At least, they've got to get to that through the first half, or else this game gets out of hand. And if it gets out of hand and it's pass first, create outside the pocket, I get that. It's going to be very difficult to have enough success to keep this game close if they don't have, quite a few more rushing attempts than what you're anticipating. Yeah. But it could be right. And if they get down, you're absolutely going to be right because they're going to have to abandon the run.
All right, same sort of question. What do you expect? Because different caliber of opponent, but what are you thinking about the Florida approach versus FAU? Because suddenly you look at that running back room, and it's spilling over, and they've got one receiver that is really proven and trusted, at least in week one. There are a lot of question marks, and I think there's some right answers there, but I just don't know what the right answers are right now.
Yeah, and I think they'll be so focused on the run. And let's add the quarterback, Emory Jones, into the run game because he's going to be a big part of that. So all those backs, I think that's what they do and how they take care of business here. Look, they're going to throw it some, but let's be clear what Dan's going to do. And this is an offense that we didn't see last year, but we've seen with Dan Mullen throughout his career. They're going to be a part of that, and you're going to have to overplay the run, and that's going to create some spacing in coverage, and they're going to throw the football some. How much they have to in this game, how much they're going to want to in this game, really the first two games are going to be key. They're going to have to do it a lot in Game 3 against Alabama, but first two games they win it with a running game, and I don't think it's going to be that big of a challenge.
Same sort of thing. Let's go to the West. Does Jimbo, because I know what Jimbo's mentality is. It doesn't matter if he's playing Kent State or Alabama. I know what Jimbo wants to do. Do you think they just line up and mash on Kent State?
I think they absolutely do that. And, I think they'll work passing game, the tight ends, the in cuts, and all those things as Kent State's going to overplay the run a good bit. But yeah, no, I think that's what they're going to want to do, and obviously protect the football. That's it. It's now in the early stages for A&M and for Haynes is, okay, young man, everything's about protecting the football, making good decisions, and making good reads. So he's going to want them to do that and develop those good habits so that when they get into the teeth of their schedule, they're not turning it over. Because that's what the first key to Jimbo teams are. The first key to winning is to not beat ourselves.
Yeah.
And so running game, physicality is going to be key. But I think there are going to be some chances to work the passing game. But it's about, are you making the right read? And I think he wants to work through those things this week and then certainly have a little tougher opponent against Colorado and then New Mexico before they get into conference play. I think they know they're going to need to have balance, but it's going to all stem from the running game and definitely the downhill run, the inside zone, the outside zone, so that they can be able to work that pass effectively with Mr. Game.
Yeah, the number one step in winning a game is don't lose the game. All right, after that, we can move forward through the list. A couple of more teams I want to ask you about. First, Auburn is hosting Akron Saturday night in Jordan-Hare. I know what Mike Bobo likes. He likes the running game and then play action off of it. What do you think he and Harse are going to have Bo Nix do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Obviously, he's worked effective. The one thing about the play action, it obviously sucks up the linebackers a little bit, and it does force the quarterback to turn his back to the defense a bit. But the big thing that they're going to want to do is slow down the pass rush. And I think the biggest thing to watch, because as they win the game, it's want to watch the little things. So if you're out there and you want to see how this might look different, if at all, watch the offensive line play, how they play, how they coach it, how they pass protect. Those things are going to be integral because that's the key. You know, Bo Nix struggled under pressure. Well, it's because you have no outlet routes and you can't pass protect and you got to go vertical. It doesn't work that way. So this is going to be different. It's going to be about running the football. It's going to be about sound pass protection and run play action. And the quarterback's going to have a little bit more confidence that the pocket's being built and know where his hot reads are, whereas they just didn't have that built in. You're dealing with a very weak team. If you're talking about one of the weakest 15 to 20 teams in the country, Akron's one of them. So it's going to be an opportunity for Auburn to figure some things out in the next 2 weeks.
Last thing, and give us about a minute is all we got here. Again, LSU's what the approach is, the mindset offensively, running back rotation, who's going to get the rock, et cetera.
I think they'll move the ball around a little bit to the backs. I think they have a feel for who might be the guy, but I think they want to get a good rhythm on how things go. Emory and Davis Price. I mean, I think this is going to be interesting to see, and obviously get the quarterback comfortable, and they feel like they can move the football against UCLA. I think the biggest key in this game, though, is how they defend UCLA's run. I think UCLA is going to run a lot of tempo, so communication, which was a problem last year, getting lined up correctly, which was a problem last year, against the run's going to be key. As good as they looked against Hawaii, the passing game of UCLA has got a lot to be improved upon, and I know DTR struggled with some illnesses leading into practices that affected them, but I don't know that they're going to be good enough in the passing game. We'll see. But it's defending the run and the pace of the run. That's what UCLA is going to want to try to do and play keep away from LSU.
Chris, it is tremendous. Again, LandryFootball.com. Tell everybody one more time how to go there and be part of it.
LandryFootball.com. Take advantage of the football season sale. It's less than $10 a month. Heck, it's less than that if you take advantage of the year membership. All the breakdowns, all the roster analysis, who graded out best in all the games, college, NFL, latest news and notes, we've got it for you. So check it out today.
Yeah, it's just tremendous. Like I said, my first stop every day. Chris, appreciate you. Be safe, be dry, get fed, do all that stuff, okay?
Thank you, buddy. Take care.
All right, Landry again from LandryFootball.com, and that is going to be one of the storylines for LSU early in the season. What are they going to do with the running back rotation? Because, now, again, and we'll talk as we get closer to the weekend a little more in depth with it. Who are we having on? Which one of our LSU buddies are we going to have on later in the week?
Well, we can go across the board. Moscona, Sonny, anybody you want.
Yeah, we got T-Bob, maybe.
We got T-Bob. We got Jacob Hester.
Oh, we got plenty of options. So, yeah, we'll be talking LSU a little later in the week. But what they're going to do with running back, because by my understanding, and this is not a huge deal, I don't believe, but by my understanding, for various reasons, the offensive staff has not been that impressed with Ty Davis-Price or Emory to this point, and so there may be a lot of that freshman Armani Goodwin.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let VCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective VCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. That's right. Get the bathroom of your dreams now and pay for it in 2021. Call 1-800-329-4115 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 1-800-329-4115. When you want quality bathroom products at a great price, it's got to be BCI Bath & Shower. That's 1-800-329-4115.
If you're a repeat cruiser or new to cruising, pay close attention to this message. Travel is open for business. You can finally go on a vacation, and right now you can get cruises at some of the guaranteed lowest prices you'll ever see. Save up to 80%, with some cruises as low as $279 per person. Cruise to Alaska, the Caribbean, even Europe. Long weekends, 10 days or more, it's your choice. And if you have cruise credits to use, we can help you maximize those and create the dream cruise vacation. Remember, with a cruise vacation, almost everything is included. Viva Voyage has been helping cruisers for years. Your own cruise manager can help you build your perfect cruise vacation. Call now for further offer details.
800-296-1209. 800-296-1209. 800-296-1209. That's 800-296-1209.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Right now, Patriots coach Bill Belichick told reporters today the decision to release veteran quarterback Cam Newton was solely based on football reasons. He insisted it had nothing to do with vaccination status, added there are a lot of factors that go into deciding the best course for the 53-man roster. Newton never confirmed his vaccination status. He missed 5 days last week because of a COVID protocol misunderstanding regarding the call to go with rookie Mac Jones as the starter over Newton. Belichick called it a very competitive situation. The Jaguars, in a statement, said they didn't release any players because of their vaccination status. This a day after Coach Urban Meyer indicated otherwise. The NFLPA, meantime, has opened an investigation into Meyer's comments that vaccination status was among the things considered in the final cuts. Baseball, Rays tonight go for their 10th straight win when they host the Red Sox.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
It just works. Picture this. You're at home, doing whatever it is you do. Then, pow! The power goes out. Then what? Well, at my house, life goes on. We have a Generac automatic home standby generator from Current Electrical and Generator Services. For your home security and peace of mind, get a free personal consultation on how a Generac automatic home standby generator can protect you. Current Electrical and Generator Services. Call or visit us on the web at HuntsvilleGenerators.com. You've got the power.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
Hey, this is Justin with the Furniture Factory Bar and Grill. We'd like to invite you to North Alabama's premier patio bar and grill, where at the factory, we have something going on each and every night. Monday night, steak night. Tuesday night, karaoke. Wednesday night, the Jeep community comes out for Jeep Jam. Thursday, it's bike night, the biggest in the valley. Friday and Saturday, live concerts on our 4,000-square-foot patio, along with drink specials and a beautiful staff. What are you waiting on? We will see you at the Furniture Factory Bar and Grill.
Now, it's time for your Atlanta Braves morning update.
Dodgers come from behind, taking the first two against the Braves.
2021 will be a great season of great Atlanta Braves giveaways. See the full 2021 promo schedule and get your tickets at braves.com/promos.
Tuesday night at Dodger Stadium, the Braves fell to the Dodgers by a score of 3-2. The Braves offense got off to an early start as Jock Peterson was looking to make an early impact against his former team.
Swung on a fly ball, streaking way back towards the bleachers, and that is gone. That looked like a shooting star streaking across the California sky, and Jock Peterson makes it 1-0 Atlanta.
Braves would later add another in the fourth on an RBI double from Travis d'Arnaud, giving Atlanta a 2-0 lead. But the Dodgers chipped away with a solo homer in the bottom of the fourth from Mookie Betts, and inched closer in the bottom of the seventh on a sac fly from Chris Taylor. Then in the bottom of the eighth, Mookie Betts made Tyler Matzik pay for a leadoff walk in the inning, as two batters later he came around to score on an RBI double from Corey Seager. Blake Trinan picked up the win, improving to 5-5 on the season, while Tyler Matzik suffered the loss, falling to 0-4 as Kenley Jansen picked up save number 30. Braves will give the ball to Santa Monica native Max Fried for tonight's series finale, while the Dodgers counter with three-time Cy Young Award winner Max Scherzer. Hear all the action right here on the Braves Radio Network, live from Dodger Stadium at 10:10 p.m. Eastern. I'm Kevin McAlpin, and this has been your Braves Radio Network morning update.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Another year of Coach Saban in Tuscaloosa. You know what that means.
I've been a part of a team since I was 9 years old. It scares me to ever think of the day when I wouldn't be a part of a team.
Your home of the Crimson Tide Sports Network and the Nick Saban Show is 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
You know, I stay here, but I'd be honest with you, I couldn't do it if I was in New Orleans. I couldn't do it if I were where I was born and a little further towards the bayou. I couldn't do it. At least in Baton Rouge, we're protected a bit because we're far enough inland. I mean, keep in mind, when it hit my house, it was a Category 1. Think about that. And when I'm with shutters closed, I can hear like a darn train. I hear noise, and I'm like, what is that? That doesn't sound like wind. That was a Category 1. Can you imagine having the full force of 4? So we don't ever get, the winds that are above, say, 70 or 80.
Chris, appreciate you. Be safe, be dry, get fed, do all that stuff, okay?
Thank you, buddy. Take care.
In the South, it's always college football season, and the king of college football reigns supreme all year long. Now more college football talk with the king of college football. It's the Chuck Oliver Show on Southern Sports Today.
We kick off hour 2 on a Wednesday. We got college football tonight. UAB's playing. And tomorrow night, my gosh, there's like a dozen games or so, and we're off and flying for the entire season. Appreciate Chris Landry coming on with us. It's a Wednesday, hour 1, so it's going to be Chris Landry from LandryFootball.com. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, Ryan Callahan from 247 Sports. Bottom of the hour, Russ Mitchell talking college football. He's from collegefootballnews.com. He's a Heisman voter, etc. But right now, I'm going to get you up to date.
Everything you need to know about college football. every single day. This is CFB 365.
I did want to mention, by the way, the note I gave you about Armani Goodwin. He's a freshman that has been impressing everybody since camp opened a month ago, and he's banged up as well. Ty Davis-Price, and no serious injuries, but Ty Davis-Price had missed some time. John Emery had missed some time. He is getting better. He can catch the football, but that's not the part of the passing game he had to improve in. It was pass blocking, etc. So the running back rotation, it is still set to be determined. But Goodwin is actually a guy who they're hoping gets healthy and that he can play against UCLA this weekend. Headline, Texas A&M and Coach Fisher finalize extension through 2030. That would be an additional 3 years, I believe, that they're adding, worth more than $9 million annually. The years are fine to have at the back end of the contract, but it really is about just upping the in-the-moment pay, the average, because it was 10 years and $75 million. Well, that's easy to do that math. It only takes a minute, though, for that contract to suddenly be at least a little bit behind the top tier, and honestly it should be, because Jimbo Fisher had won a national championship at Texas A&M, and the guys ahead of him, well, they're national championship coaches. So he's got his extension. He's up to $9 million, and good for him. Headline, BYU extends head coach Satake through 2025 season. BYU went 11-1 last year. Wasn't the only game they lost that Coastal Carolina that they threw together in, it might have been 72 hours, but it was probably more like 48 or so. So they lost to Coastal. Otherwise, ran the table. He was Eddie Robinson Coach of the Year, Kalani Satake. And he's been there. He's a former player, running back there, and he's just doing a really good job. 5 seasons at his alma mater, and he just got broke off for another 2 seasons on his contract. This one is a curveball. Headline, donors help keep Nebraska home game sellout streak alive. You're worried about the wrong stuff, folks. Nebraska had a home game in 1962. Bob Devaney was the head coach. There was a home game in 1962 that did not sell out, and then the next week, it did. Every Nebraska Cornhuskers home game since 1962 has also been a sellout. This weekend, playing the Fordham Rams, which, I don't know, after Lombardi left, have they really been the same? But you schedule, and you know you have that streak, and you schedule Fordham. 2 donors stepped up, bought several thousand tickets, and have distributed them to a program that has Nebraska children school grade, 8th grade and younger, and they can go to the game, get a meal, etc. So that's good for them. Bad on the athletic department for valuing this streak so much. But Trev Albert, I got 15 quotes from him talking about how important this streak is, and it's not. It's silly. But they scheduled Fordham. Do you know who their next game is? Buffalo. You can't tell me how valuable this streak is and then force that upon your fans. So bad on Nebraska. Consider yourself up to date. All right, we're going to take a break, come back, talk Tennessee Vols with Ryan Callahan, 247. That's next.
With a SunTrust checking account, stay on top of your money with all the right ingredients. Get free helpings to online resources and tools to help make your money grow. Manage your spending by receiving alerts. And help yourself to seconds on your money with cash back with SunTrust deals. Open an account today at suntrust.com/checking. Must have online banking to participate in SunTrust deals. SunTrust, now Truist. Member FDIC.
Sure, the players bring some skill to the game, but if I don't put them in my lineup, who cares? Not me. I'm Eric Rubino, fantasy baseball GM and league runner-up 2 of the last 9 years. I use the progressive Name Your Price tool with options based on my budget. And for a guy that's used to being in control, it fits. Like this runner-up t-shirt. Champ gets a trophy, but you can't wear a trophy. Boom.
Get options based on your budget with Progressive, even if you're not a legend in your own mind.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
855-390-3278. 855-390-3278. 855-390-3278. That's 855-390-3278.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Maybe the air doesn't blow like it should, or it's needing new tires, or you're just ready for something newer. It's time to move up, time to trade up. Bobby White back again for Woody Anderson Ford, and it's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because your current car or truck is worth more than you know. In fact, we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't trade. We have nearly 100 Ford Blue Advantage certified pre-owned models to choose from. Our Ford Gold certified or low mileage, gently used vehicles with great warranties. They've passed a 172-point inspection by certified technicians, come with a 24-hour roadside assistance, plus a full tank of gas and a fresh oil change. It's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because your vehicle is worth more right now at Woody Anderson Ford. Corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
We've been selling printer supplies for a half a century, and today we make it easier than ever to make sure our customers get the best price and the best support.
Liosi Group President Nick Liosi.
With our Easy Plan, you can order supplies online at guaranteed low prices and get our award-winning on-site service for free. There's no catch.
Drake Avenue and at LiosiGroup.com.
For printer supplies, we're a partner in your success. Our customers trust us to take them to the next level in business process automation.
Liosi Group President Nick Liosi.
Our next level team researches real solutions, human resource, digital signage, and workflow software. For our customers, the return on investment is immediate. Our team holds your hand through the transition and stays with you.
Doing the right thing. Drake Avenue and at LiosiGroup.com.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Catch the king of college football no matter where you go with a new Southern Sports Today app. Catch the best college football conversation in the South everywhere with the SST live stream and daily podcast. Download it now at the App Store and the Google Play Store. Now more of the best college football talk in the country. It's the Chuck Oliver Show.
All week, all year, it's all college football on the Chuck Oliver Show. 9 states, 54 sticks. 7th birthday coming up in a couple of weeks as we started back at the beginning of the 14 season. So I appreciate everybody making all that possible. Joe Milton has been named the starting quarterback at Tennessee. The timeline of that happening, you have to go back to April. April 24th, Tennessee played its spring game. April 26th, Joe Milton officially transferred to Tennessee. That's strange timing. That's non-standard. That's a little weird. I was thinking Hendon Hooker was in prime position to get the distinction. And you go back and look, TCU, Memphis, wherever, to be the first quarterback to play better after leaving Justin Fuente. I thought it was set up that what Heupel wants to get done, that's what Hooker does, and that is simply not how it's turned out. And obviously, when you have a guy transfer from a place like Michigan after the spring game, it's a hint and a half that maybe that competition is still a little open. Want to welcome on now a guy who does a great job covering Tennessee, recruiting, the team, all of it from 247 Sports. It is Ryan Callahan. Ryan, how are you today?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
Doing okay. I was surprised when Joe Milton transferred to Tennessee. I was not as surprised that he was named the starting quarterback because that's what so many people had kind of started leaking out that, hey, man, I'm starting to get this feeling that Joe Milton's really in this thing. What do you think got him the job?
Well, first of all, just his skill set. He's a really, really talented guy. If you look back at what he did last year at Michigan, very up and down performance in 5 starts. But what lost him the job wasn't talent. It was just inconsistent performance on a team that wasn't very good. So when you see him throw, he's really impressive. He's maybe got the strongest arm of anybody I've seen at Tennessee. And I've been around this program for, I guess, more than 15 years now. So going back to guys like Tyler Bray, I mean, there have been some pretty strong-armed guys, but no one quite like Milton. He can really zip it in there on short throws and can throw it something like 75 or 80 yards downfield, he claims. So he's got a really, really strong arm. And then he can run. He's a big guy. He looks like a defensive end. He's 6'5", 244 on the roster. So really impressive physically. And then just having that experience, Hendon Hooker has experience too, but I think Milton comes in and just kind of has that presence about him. And I think just given the upside he has because of that skill set, he still had to go out and earn it, and he was consistent. That's the word we kept hearing this week from players and Josh Heupel about his performance in camp, was that he was consistent. But he also just has so much upside, I think, that they feel they've got more potential as an offense that obviously wants to throw it a lot with Joe Milton as the starter.
And Joe Milton, the opponent tomorrow night, Bowling Green, that should be an overmatched opponent, you believe, in the opener for Tennessee. What do you think the approach is going to be as far as the offense, but also more than just Joe Milton taking snaps? What do you expect?
Yeah, this is, like you said, it's a pretty favorable matchup for Tennessee. Bowling Green was pretty bad last year in a 5-game abbreviated season. Not going to put up a huge fight in this game, I don't think, but Tennessee does still need to get some confidence going offensively. And maybe the misconception, and I wrote about this yesterday on GoVols 24/7, I think the misconception a little bit about Josh Heupel's offense is that it's so pass-happy. If you go back and look at the numbers, all 3 years he was at Central Florida, they ran the ball more than they threw it. Now, some of that comes from probably being ahead in a lot of games, but still, this is an offense that likes to spread you out and then take advantage of those favorable boxes by running the ball a lot. So I'm just as eager to see how this running game does with Tyon Evans, a junior college transfer, and Jabari Small. After losing Eric Gray and Ty Chandler, that's a big storyline for this team, too, how they run it. But, yeah, certainly they're going to throw it, and all eyes will be on Joe Milton, too, to see how this passing game does. But it should be a game for them to get some confidence and get some things going offensively going into a really important game next week against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it seemed that I guess it was T. Hodge decides he wants to hop in the portal. Talk a little bit about how you expect the ball to be distributed because Joe Milton's going to get some of his on the ground as well. But as you said, Jabari Small, Tyon Evans, a kid from JUCO, Jalen Wright is a kid that we've heard about. I keep wanting D. Beckwith to be a bigger part of the running game than it looked like he's going to be. Just talk about how that ball is going to be passed around with the running backs.
Yeah, I think those first 3 you mentioned are going to get the lion's share of the work. Certainly Evans and Small we expect to be the main 2 guys, but I think Jalen Wright is a true freshman. He's got some speed. Didn't get to play last year in North Carolina because of COVID, so he's, I think, really eager to show what he can do. Sort of was an unknown guy as a recruit, but really has impressed this staff and I think is a good fit for this offense. So those 3 guys I think will do most of the heavy lifting. And then, maybe, as you said, a guy like Lenith Whitehead or D. Beckwith gets in there later on. But with those guys, even with some unknowns and not a lot of experience in this backfield with Eric Gray and Ty Chandler gone, T. Hodge still felt there wasn't really a path to playing time. So I think that tells you they've got a pretty solidified group there, at least those first 5. That they feel pretty good about, and especially those top 3. I think they're eager to see what they have there. It's, again, an unproven group, but I think they feel like there's at least some exciting potential with those 3 guys, especially Evans and Small, based on what they've seen.
If Tennessee does air it out a little bit, just to see what they got, is it Jones, Hyatt, and who?
It's really going to be a pretty big crew at wide receiver. The top 3, and they did have bracketed co-starters with Bayless Jones and Javonte Payton, the Mississippi State transfer. But the other guy who's locked in as a starter that maybe isn't as widely known is Cedric Tillman, and he's really impressed this staff quite a bit. He's a 4th-year guy. I think 8 career catches going into this season. Hasn't really played a whole lot, but has been a rotational guy for a couple of years now. And this staff's liked him a lot. He's got some size. So they feel they can kind of throw it up to him, some 50-50 balls in red zone situations and things like that. So I think he's interesting and it will be worth watching to see if he can really show some potential that we maybe haven't seen from him. But I think he's got that in him if he can play the way he has in camp and even in the spring. But certainly Hyatt and Velus Jones were the two most established coming into this year. Peyton has had some flashes at Mississippi State. He was a former junior college guy that's now been recruited 3 different times by Tennessee's former staff, out of high school and out of junior college. Now he finally makes it to Tennessee. He has 1 year of eligibility. He certainly wants to make the most of that year. And then still Jimmy Callaway and some other guys I think you'll see play at wide receiver too.
Well, as you were talking about Velus being listed as a co-starter, is it Peyton just elevating himself, or is there an injury, or Jones just kind of not getting through August camp the way he wanted, or is it just, hey, it's the first game, we're going to play a bunch of kids?
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I think part of that could be positions within Tennessee's receiver group. Certainly different spots on the perimeter. I think Tillman's kind of locked into one, so maybe they've got Velus Jones and Javonte Payton sort of playing the same spot. It could be that, or it could just be, we don't really care where he is on the depth chart. Just put Peyton as a co-starter somewhere. I don't think coaches spend a whole lot of time on some of this stuff because these are unofficial depth charts and they're mostly making people happy with them, I think. But certainly Peyton is a guy they view as essentially another starter, and I think has some experience, and they brought him into play this year. So I think they feel like he is kind of that fourth guy. But he's, we'll see what he can do there. He's kind of the new guy that we're all eager to see what he can bring as a perimeter receiver.
All right, last thing, flip it around to defense and specifically the linebackers. Do they feel a little better now than maybe they did at the end of spring?
I think they feel a lot better. That's the group you continue to hear about. With the most improved unit, no question, on this whole team probably is the linebackers. Wow. Part of that, though, is because it just looked that bad in the spring at times. We talked back in spring practice. They had 4 or 5 guys out there on the practice field at one time. And a funny story kind of in hindsight now, but they had their long snapper, or one of their long snappers, Will Albright, working at linebacker during spring practice just to give another body there. And he played linebacker in high school, but that still would have been a stretch to see him in a game. So they had a pretty much a skeleton crew out there. So they feel a lot better. They got some guys back from suspension. Jeremy Banks is back after not being healthy for most of the spring. And then obviously added a couple transfers, Jawan Mitchell and William Mohan from Michigan. Mitchell's going to be a starter right alongside Jeremy Banks, and I think they've got some veterans. Aaron Beasley, one of those guys who was suspended this spring, will probably get some playing time. Solon Page, an Atlanta area guy. So I think they feel good about that group quite a bit better than I'd say they felt at the end of spring practice.
Well, Ryan, I got to say, I've always enjoyed the press box meal at Neyland. So welcome back to the season, and free food every so often, all right?
Appreciate that. Yeah, it's a solid spread.
It is.
During the performance of the program, they bring it at that level.
All right, brother. I appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
Anytime. Thanks a lot.
All right, Ryan Callahan, 24/7 Sports. Tennessee, among the best press box meals in the Southeastern Conference. There is no bigger group of just reprobates and just what did Hillary Clinton call all the Trump supporters?
Basket of deplorables.
Yeah, it's media members at college football games or NFL games, and it's mostly the men. There are plenty of women. They don't complain. It's dude media members in press boxes who complain about the quality of the free food. And I got to say, the free food in Knoxville, outstanding. The sugar cookies in the press box in Athens. Oh, and I don't know why that's the one thing. The sugar cookies and the hot dogs in Athens. I mean, I can tell you everywhere you want to go. Fried chicken at UAB, at Legion Field, man. Every single time it's fried chicken, mashed potatoes, white pepper gravy. What do you got, Dan?
Neyland Stadium, of course. I think you're glossing over the biggest one of all, the ice cream freezer.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's there for you, man. And it's not like at see, this is the funny thing. At like Turner Field, where the Braves used to play, and I don't know this because I don't go to a lot of the games anymore, but in the press box, they used to put the Dove bars out in like the 5th inning. And the first time I was there, it looked like that commercial where they shake the cat food box and I was like, what in the world? Like, oh, I can see the whole field now. Everybody left. Well, it was the bottom of the 5th, so they put out the ice cream. At Neyland, as I recall, I hadn't thought about that in 5 years. They got just a giant container back there, and it's you get. Again, I don't know if that's smart. Southern Miss, my gosh, hats off to Southern Miss. I didn't plan to go here, but Southern Miss, I may have had 2 of my most memorable and enjoyable culinary experiences at college football games, and it might have been the same game. I was invited because I'm a big green egg guy, And so I was doing color on an 11 a.m. kick. And so I get to the stadium usually about 4 hours before kickoff. So I didn't that day. It was like 7:30 or 7:45, whatever time I roll in. And there was somebody bacon and eggs on the Big Green Egg in the parking lot. That was their tailgate. And I'm wearing a full suit and everything. I'm like, they invited me to breakfast. I'm having breakfast. The other thing, you get in the press box at Southern Miss, and this was so cool because it's a big-time college football program. They play all the big schools. It was like a high school. Now, this is a good thing. It was like, you ever been at a high school game where it's the moms and the PTA or the booster club or whoever, and there's like a bunch of crock pots on a folding table, and it looks like a covered dish supper at a Methodist church in the South? That was the press box at Southern Miss. It was unbelievable, and I don't know where the crock pots came. It was not just like the metal pans with the canned heat underneath it. There are some of them, some of the press box meals that are just fantastic. And then you get things like the Papa John's pizza that was cooked on Thursday, and just kind of, they build these big zip things that are supposed to, in theory, keep it fresh-ish. You get those, and I'm like, come on, take a little pride in your work. If you're going to spend some money to feed me, at least take some pride in your work. The Senior Bowl down in Mobile, my gosh, they can't feed you enough. They take pride in it. So, yeah, the collection of male media members who complain about free food, but I've got a power ranking of it. I think the fried chicken at Legion Field for UAB, I think is top of the list there. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Come back, continue with Hour 2 next. What's happening at Harrah's in North Carolina? We're happening at Harrah's in North Carolina. That's right. Next week, back to our home away from home, Harrah's Cherokee in Cherokee, North Carolina. That's going to be next Thursday. And next Friday, just down the road, Harrah's Valley River in Murphy, North Carolina. Broadcasting from both locations, live on the casino floor from the brand new book. You know it, folks. Live, in-person sports wagering on collegiate and pro sports. And I say live, folks. You can walk to the window or just use any of the convenient kiosks around the book to get your action down and then hang and watch the winners roll in. Plus, everything else we've always loved about Harrah's Cherokee over in Cherokee, North Carolina, and Harrah's Valley River in Murphy. Top shelf accommodations, golf, great dining options, and, of course, all the table games we love. Plan your getaway today, harrischcherokee.com.
Must be 21 years of age or older to enter the casino floor and to gamble, and must present a valid state or federal photo ID upon request. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. An enterprise of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians.
Are you paying too much for your health insurance? Are your deductibles too high? Or are you completely uninsured? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Healthcare Help Desk can help you now when people need help the most. Health insurance laws and rules have changed. If you have Obamacare, are uninsured, or your premiums are too high, call Healthcare Help Desk. It's free. New healthcare plans are available, and you may qualify for dental coverage and lower copays and deductibles. Make the free call now. Top quality coverage at the lowest prices anywhere. You may be paying too much and not even know it. In these troubled times, healthcare is more important than ever. Don't let another day go by without health insurance. Policies are being offered with very low copays and deductibles. So if you're uninsured, underinsured, or paying too much, call Healthcare Help Desk.
Call 800-387-4788. 800-387-4788. 800-387-4788.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Tom Luganbill here for Woody Anderson Ford. When I was in the Tennessee Valley, one of the things that impressed me the most was the quality of the people. People like Bobby White and his team at Woody Anderson Ford. And now you can experience the tremendous new service lanes and showroom at Woody Anderson Ford at Jordan and Sparkman, or just stop by for breakfast or lunch at Henry's Mustang Cafe. And in Madison, visit Woody Anderson of Madison on Hughes Road, just south of 72. Like a great college football tradition, always there, Woody Anderson Ford.
If you need a car, McCurry Motors is ready to put you in a quality vehicle, and in-house financing is available. If you have a job, McCurry Motors will work with you even if you have a bankruptcy, divorce, or bad credit. Visit McCurrySaysYes.com. Every car comes with a warranty, and they report to the credit bureau. With 2 locations, Highway 72 in Athens, call 256-230-0232, or Max Luther Drive in Huntsville. Call 256-713-0575.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this. 10. There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text TIGER to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TIGER to 42424. That's TIGER to 42424.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
It's always college football time in the South. Now back to more of the king of college football, Chuck Oliver, on Southern Sports Today.
It's football season, and that means he's back. He is Russ Mitchell from collegefootballnews.com. He is a Heisman voter. He is part of the Football Writers Association of America, and the man knows the game. Russ, brother, how are you today? I mean that. How are you?
It's football, man. I mean, I am so excited. I was driving into work today, and I got in my car, and the gas light was on. I was working so late last night, I didn't get home till 10:30, 11 o'clock, and the gas light was on. I was like, oh, I'll do it in the morning. I woke up in the morning, it was on 0, and I couldn't stop thinking about football, and the next thing I know, I drove all the way to work. So the good news is that a Volkswagen can drive at least 30 miles on a zero number range. So if that's what you've learned today, boys and girls, is if you own a Volkswagen and it reads 0, and don't sue me if it doesn't work for you, but you can go 30 miles on an empty tank of gas.
Okay, so you're not 270, Russ Mitchell, we were talking about in the Volkswagen in college anymore, because, I mean, you put on those extra pounds, you'd have been on the side of the road somewhere.
Well, yes, that's an excellent point. I'm not in my first car, which was the VW Bug that leaned it to the side when I was in high school. And I was actually closer to 280 back then. So, yeah, that was a fun driving experience. Fortunately, there were no speed bumps back then, so you didn't have to worry about that.
Oh, yeah, your Beetle did not have air shocks on it, I'm quite certain. Let's talk football, brother, and let's start in your environment, LSU. What are you expecting the offense to look like? We were talking with Chris Landry a little earlier about the LSU offense and what we're looking for. And in particular, I mean, we know who the quarterback is. I'm really interested in the running backs, who that's going to be, and how that rotation is going to work.
I think that the thing I'm more worried about LSU is the offensive line. There's two things in this game, because we saw in the UCLA-Hawaii game over the weekend, and, it's Hawaii, so I'm not going to get too, worked up about that. But, we saw that they had this dynamic quarterback. DTR was able to get around the edges. LSU's got so many talented cornerbacks. Their secondary is so good. If they can cover the middle of the field on the short routes, they'll be able to make them and stop DTR. That defensive line will be able to make them one-dimensional and stop the run, and I like LSU. The biggest question, as you point out, is, I'm not worried about the running backs. It's Louisiana State. They'll they pick running backs off trees down there. The bigger issue is, can the offensive, and really even more than who plays quarterback, if it's Max or if it's Nussheimer, it's going to be who plays offensive line, because they're banged up. It's a patchwork offensive line, and if they can't handle UCLA's front four, then Lord help them when they get into SEC play.
Yeah, and I don't want to ask for a specific number and let's predict the season and we'll go game by game. I'm just talking overall. If LSU has a season where there are no missteps, you don't have a quarterback throw 20 picks, you don't have coaching malpractice go on, they could have a perfectly fine season where the coaches and players all perform about how we expect, and they could still finish third in the division. What's going to be good enough for the fan base?
Well, I mean, it's LSU, so they're not starting with a very balanced footprint. I mean, the only more delusional fan base is probably Alabama, but at least they have
they got a reason.
They got a little more success to base that off of. I think you have to be realistic. I mean, first of all, we don't even know how this coaching staff is gonna show, right? I mean, LSU got slammed by the NFL draft after the 2019 season, but nobody thought their defense would be historically as bad as it was. I mean, it was the worst defense in the history of the program last year. And is the coaching staff going to be any good? I think that you have to think that between Florida, who's maybe the most underrated team in the country heading into this season, A&M, and Alabama on the schedule, that's at least 2 or 3. So I think a best-case scenario for the Tigers is a 2-loss season. Best case.
If we, for instance, go to Athens, and again, every player and coach could perform at or near the top of their ability, and you could still lose to Clemson, and you could still lose to either Alabama or whoever in Atlanta. 11-2, and you say, all right, Kirby, you're heading to the Sugar Bowl to play, whoever you play.
Yeah.
What's good enough for the Georgia fan base?
Yeah, if I'm a Georgia fan base, I'm looking at this. So Georgia's my pick to win the whole thing this year.
All right.
So, I'm thinking, and I have them beating Clemson. Even with
I think that too. I'm with you. Yeah.
Good. So thank you. That makes me feel better. I'm still not sold that this. If you want to play Clemson, you want to get them right now, day one. That's the thing about UCLA and LSU. I would have rather had the first game, because you make the most improvement between week 1 and week 2. So I'd rather get Clemson right now before they have a chance to get that offensive front working. There's no Etienne. You have to prove to me that you can hit the 200-yard mark. They only hit even with Travis last year, Clemson only hit the 200-yard rushing mark 3 times. So,
that offensive line wasn't very good for Clemson. Nah, they weren't Clemson good. They weren't Clemson good.
Well, I don't know if they're going to be Clemson good this year, which, by the way, how many years do you have to go before you stop saying Clemson good?
Tennessee fans will tell you about a decade. It's about a decade.
Yeah. The nation's best defense against the run in 2020. Who was that? Georgia. So, I think you can put some pressure on this Clemson offense. I think both quarterbacks, JT will throw a pick. I think we'll see that from Clemson too. I think they throw one more interception. I think turnovers is the difference. I like Georgia to upset Clemson in this game.
Is Florida your second best team in the East? Because I've asked some folks. I realized that I was injecting a premise into the question, and I've had 2 different people have said, no, I don't think Florida is. I think one person says Kentucky and somebody likes Missouri. What about you?
I mean, that's a bit silly.
I agree with. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't say that on the air live, but I thought that.
Yeah. First of all, Eli's done a good job down there, but there's a lot of question marks for the Mizzou fans this year. I like Kentucky too, but and Stoops has done a good job, and I think they'll continue to improve. They had a little step back, but Florida's stacked, and can we say the waiver wire now? I don't know if we're allowed to say that anymore, or if we can call it the waiver
it's the
wire.
trade market. You just don't have to trade anybody. You just go pick some free agency. Pick it up.
They hit the portal really nicely on the defensive line, grabbing the Penn State kid. They stole the running back away from Clemson, who will be and they've got a ton of talent. The question is, will Emory be able to do it? How's the quarterback spot going to look? But they have a ton of talent. I think ultimately at the end of the day, they'll flip to Georgia just because I think the coaching staff's a little better at Georgia. I like JT. Everything coming out of Athens is that JT Daniels has had now 2 years in that offense. And, I really like the Bulldogs heading into the season. So, but given how weak the East is this year, again, if you put Florida in the West, I don't know. Maybe they finish fourth. But in the East, I think they'll be able to run it and finish second with, in a slug match, one game shot against Georgia. We'll see. They might have a chance. I'll be at that game. That's going to be a great game at the end of October, Georgia, Florida.
If we go back to the 18 season, I think it was, the entire – and I never bought it. And it's the same thing like Kentucky this year, but I never bought it. The whole offseason, Russ, it was about, hey, you wait and see this South Carolina offense. We're going up-tempo, going to run some pace. And that lasted until I think week 2 they played Georgia, and they realized, wait a minute, this is not going to work at all. Take that principle to Knoxville because I've said before, it's almost coaching malpractice. We're going to be maybe the worst defense in the SEC, so let's go real fast on offense and run a bunch of plays. I don't think that helps things, at least for the first year. Splash around in the shallow end of the pool, man. Don't jump into 12-foot waters.
So if you're a Tennessee fan, what do you want to see? What do you want to see this year after, the last 7 years? Like, what will make you happy? And I've spoken with a lot of boosters in Knox Vegas, and all of them say, let's just be excellent in one thing, either offense or defense. Let's start there. Instead of just being mediocre in a bunch of different things, let's be, and, unlike South Carolina, there is talent. There's talent in Tennessee. So, I think that if I'm a Tennessee fan, I just want to see a really explosive offense this year. And if you lose games because you can't win 40-50 or whatever it is, that's okay. And you can start coaching and hiring in to build up the defense. But, I say there's more talent in Tennessee. It's the same thing really at Mizzou. Same thing at South Carolina. It's the same thing at Vandy and the same thing at Tennessee. They're not deep enough. There's not enough depth. And if any of those teams go through the injury bug that South Carolina went through last year, then it doesn't matter what their coaching is or what their plan is.
Quick comment about Stoops in Kentucky, because I'm a huge Mark Stoops fan, and I think he has built that program just about the right way you need to, but they decided that, hey, this year we want to be a little different on offense. They're another example of I'll believe that when I see it, just because I know how deep ingrained in his gray matter that is.
Yeah, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be negative. I like Kentucky. I mean, I'm a guy who spends all day breaking down Kentucky football, right? So I break them all down, and I like what they're trying to build there, but prove it to me on the field first. And prove it to me when things get tough, because they will get tough, because it's Kentucky football, right? So times are going to get tough. Prove to me that you don't turn Les Miles and just slip right back into what's comfortable and old. Prove to me that you're going to change. But I think Kentucky is on the threshold. I really believe that. Stoops he's right on the border of such a rich talent recruiting area. He's done a good job recruiting, certainly better than Kentucky has faced historically and he's been able to do it for multiple years. I think if he can just break over the hump with a couple of key recruits, they're on the threshold. And if they can find something dynamic to do offensively to match their traditionally good defensive play, then I think they could have something for next year.
Yeah, I can't have Wan'Dale Robinson finish with 37 catches. I absolutely cannot have that. Russ, always appreciate the time, man. Do it again in 7 more days.
But it's just so exciting, man. I'm about to get on a plane and fly out to L.A. for the LSU-UCLA game. I'm just so excited. All those extra chores you did all summer.
Oh, yeah.
That was so you could sit in front of the TV from Friday. We got football on Friday, man.
It's the debits and credits.
Dude, from Thursday to Monday, this is your weekend. So just, go buy a new Lazy Boy chair. This is your excuse to go buy a new chair.
I got the Napmaster 3000. I am ready to roll on Saturday. Believe me, brother. All right, we'll talk to you next week, brother. Thank you.
All right, later.
All right, Russ Mitchell again, collegefootballnews.com. Yeah, I've got the in fact, I call it the Napmaster 3000. It is – I got this – I'm going to go ahead and talk – this is a free endorsement. They never spent $1 with any company I know. Have you ever heard of Eckernes stressless chairs? I think it's a Swedish chair and from Norway, something. I don't know. It's a weird-looking chair. It's this leather. It's like you put your butt down in the hands of angels. It is the most comfortable chair. And here's the thing. It's called Eckernes Stressless. And I don't know how to spell Eckernes. I got this thing, actually, I can tell you, I got it in 2003, 18 years ago. Comes a little ottoman in front, leather. When you lean back, somehow the arms and the back of it and the part up near your head, that thing will almost lay flat. I've never been able to sleep in a chair in my life. I've got a sleep number bed. There are times I look over at the Eckernes, I'm like, nah, I'm good here. I'll just out. Tremendous chair. I got it from a station promotion, as a matter of fact, so I don't even know how much it cost. It's tremendous. I'm sure it's not cheap. If you got some folding money and you're looking for a comfortable chair, Eckernes Stressless. All right, we're going to take a break, come back, wrap up on Wednesday next.
If you're a repeat cruiser or new to cruising, pay close attention to this message. Travel is open for business. You can finally go on a vacation, and right now you can get cruises at some of the guaranteed lowest prices you'll ever see. Save up to 80% with some cruises as low as $279 per person. Cruise to Alaska, the Caribbean, even Europe. Long weekends, 10 days or more, it's your choice. And if you have cruise credits to use, we can help you maximize those and create the dream cruise vacation. Remember, with a cruise vacation, almost everything is included. Viva Voyage has been helping cruisers for years. Your own cruise manager can help you build your perfect cruise vacation. Call now for further offer details.
800-296-1209. 800-296-1209. 800-296-1209. That's 800-296-1209. My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Tom Luganbill here for Woody Anderson Ford. When I was in the Tennessee Valley, one of the things that impressed me the most was the quality of the people. People like Bobby White and his team at Woody Anderson Ford. And now you can experience the tremendous new service lanes and showroom at Woody Anderson Ford, at Jordan and Sparkman, or just stop by for breakfast or lunch at Henry's Mustang Cafe. And in Madison, visit Woody Anderson of Madison on Hughes Road, just south of 72. Like a great college football tradition, always there, Woody Anderson Ford.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now, and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you, so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Have you got your tickets yet? Single game tickets for the Rocket City Trash Pandas full season are still available. Every Friday and Saturday night at Toyota Field ends with fireworks, and after the completion of every Sunday game, kids get to run the bases. You can reserve your spot at Toyota Field for any of the remaining Trash Pandas home games right now. Go to TrashPandasBaseball.com to get your tickets while supplies last. Trash Pandas Baseball. Ignite the season.
This is Wes Neighbors sitting here with Ann Adams. And I understand you have some exciting news.
Yes, Wes, I do.
Berkshire Hathaway Home Services was just recognized in the 30th annual Harris Poll Equitrend as the Real Estate Agency Brand of the Year and the most trusted real estate brand.
That is awesome news, Ann. Great companies in Huntsville, Alabama, winning awards is what we want. Is it a great time to list your home?
Yes, it is. The inventory is low and the market is heating up.
And I understand you're also looking for agents.
I am. We are so busy, Wes, we need agents to keep up with the demand.
Ann Adams and Rise Real Estate has been doing business in North Alabama for the last 35 years. If you want to do business with someone you can trust, she has been writing contracts since she was 9 years old. Call Ann today at 256-337-2625.
Drinking coffee straight from the pot. Power move. Wearing a bathrobe to work. Power move. Switching to super fast, extra reliable internet from WOW. Power move. Switch and save with WOW Internet for just $19.99 a month. It's switching season, so make a move with our best deal of the year. Get the speed you need starting with Internet 100 for just $19.99 a month. Plus, ask how to get $200 on us. Sign up at wowway.com today.
Wow.
Limited to new customers with autopay and paperless billing. Offer subject to change. Restrictions and terms apply.
Chapman Commercial Realty, your source for Alabama commercial real estate. Chapman Commercial Realty has the experience and expertise you're looking for when making commercial real estate decisions. If it's office space, retail space, investment property, or project development, Chapman Commercial Realty is your answer. Call Bill Chapman today at 256-656-8413. That's 256-656-8413. Or find them online at chapmancommercialrealty.com.
Orange is the color of power, of progress, the color of Kubota and Huntsville Tractor and Equipment. Those who need to get things done, trust Kubota's L and M Series tractors, zero-turn mowers, the fun sidekick, from one of the top dealers in the country. More than 50 years of family service, every part in the book, and folks who know what to do with them. You'll be seeing orange with Huntsville Tractor and Equipment.
Come on, let's go to work.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Ever did a game at the Liberty Bowl where they didn't have rendezvous? And I mean, like, not somebody dropped it off and they just put it in the elevator up to the press box. I mean, rendezvous employees there. Not the Liberty Bowl staff. I mean, putting that stuff out. It was the smoked sausage and cheese. It's supposed to be an appetizer. It can be a meal if you put enough on your plate. That's totally up to you, folks. It's what is the big, in society today? My body, my choice. Well, I choose smoked sausage, and it is just tremendous. In fact, if you ever go to Rendezvous proper, get the appetizer. In fact, get the smoked sausage and cheese appetizer, and hold off on ordering your meal until you get done with it. They'll drop a couple of jalapenos with you. It's just so good, and I can't believe I didn't include them. So, in fact, I'm going to count that as my closing argument today. Get to Memphis and get you some Q. Rendezvous. Walk down those steps of death. Dan, have you ever been into Rendezvous?
I have actually been in the Rendezvous.
So you know the steps of death.
Oh, God, yes.
All right. They're almost like those steps in The Exorcist outside Georgetown. The steps walking into Rendezvous, because you walk into it. It's in basically the basement of this hotel, I guess, is the building above it. Folks, it's 80 years of smoke and grease and sauce, and your first step onto that, you're like, where's the railing? Because no matter what you do, you can only get it so clean. It is a fantastic experience, and then they bring the food to you. And that's pretty cool, too. So, that's my closing argument. What do you got, Dan?
A friend of the family, as a matter of fact, played football at Arkansas. So he knew about Rendezvous as a college football player. And he told us about the old days of Rendezvous, by the way, where it was basically, what do you want to drink? We've got three things. We got water, we got sweet tea, we got Budweiser on tap. So that was pretty much what you would get. And we used to throw every year, well, he did, every year at his house called River-Rama on New Year's Day, the bowl games, and then the FedEx shipped in Rendezvous ribs. So we would have that every single year.
It's nothing but good, man.
Very familiar.
Yeah, like I said, you look on that menu, it is only right answers.
And you're right about those stairs, too. It's almost one of those you want to do kind of like the sideways.
Oh, the short step.
Yeah, you want to do the sideways step because it's one of those, if you do go, then maybe have the shoulder kind of take the brunt talent of it, and then everything else.
See, I went to Giant State Public School, and I love my school, and I love my diploma and all that. My wife went to Smarty Pants Rhodes. All right, so she is a Rendezvous veteran as well, and so, I mean, this tiny little human that can get in there and just clean, I mean, rib after rib after rib.
Well, here's the thing, though, too, is that while that is enjoyable on Saturday, it could or could not be enjoyable for Georgia. But, Chuck, it's one of the things with Georgia that I think, whenever you look at this program, I always kind of ask myself, why don't you allow yourself an out? Like, why don't you allow yourself the opportunity to be able to say, hey, we've made our way to the college football playoff and we earned it in a serious way? It's one of those where it seems like it's hey, we're good enough to be here. We're a great program. And then you play in a game like on Saturday and you lose said game. We're still a great program. Not if you don't win that game. I think my message to Georgia and Georgia fans would be, man, dare to be different. Like, seriously, like all this, hey, we're one of the best in the country. Okay, fine. You know what? A couple of years ago, LSU was thought of as being a good program going into that game against Texas. It's not a game they had to win. But I seriously maintain if they don't win that game in Austin, there is no national championship that season for Joe Burrow and everybody else, because I think they came out of that game saying, we're nowhere near a finished product. We came into a hostile environment, and we won this game that in some years we possibly could have lost, but we won that game. That gave them confidence going against Florida at home. That gave them confidence even though they didn't play that well and should have lost to Auburn that year. And then going into Alabama where they said, we finally got them. Georgia, it's your turn. It's your time. You finally need to say, we can win this game. We will win this game. And then we can take it the rest of the way.
That's actually a really good example about that LSU trip out there, because that was not week 1. That was week 2 or 3, I think. Week 2, yeah. So it was early enough in the season, but it was still a non-conference game. Again, it was on campus versus neutral. Put that aside. It was still one of those kind of defining about, are we still trying or have we maybe gotten there? All right, wraps it up on a Wednesday. Be back tomorrow live from Charlotte on the Chuck Oliver Show.
Have you been putting off life insurance for a while? With the long application process, medical exams, and blood tests, it's no wonder you put it off. It can seem so confusing, expensive, and time-consuming. But Ethos is a new kind of life insurance. Ethos is built with you in mind. Instead of a medical exam, you only have to answer a few health questions. Our application is 100% online and can be done in about 10 minutes. You might even get same-day coverage. At Ethos, we match you with the right policy and the right price for you from top-rated carriers, with no medical exams and no blood tests. Now you can spend less time sorting through confusing paperwork and more time with the loved ones you want to protect. Go to ethoslife.com today to apply in minutes. That's ethoslife.com. Ethos Technologies, Inc. operates in California as Ethos Life Insurance Services. Not available in all states, and price is subject to underwriting and certain health questions.
My mom's a breast cancer survivor. The United Breast Cancer Foundation saved her life. Their free breast cancer exam caught the cancer early, and it saved her life. But now the foundation needs your help so they can continue offering free or low-cost breast screening exams, saving more women's lives. Help them by donating your car, whether it's running or not. They'll provide fast, free 24-hour pickup, and you receive a charitable tax deduction, plus the great feeling you'll get knowing your donated car is going to help save more lives. Just call
800-525-3204
to set the wheels in motion. They take cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs, running or not.
Call 800-525-3204.
The United Breast Cancer Foundation needs your help, and your donation could literally save women's lives, helping them catch breast cancer early, like they did with my mom. Donate today.
Call 800-525-3204. 800-525-3204.
This is Chuck Oliver. That'll do it for me today. Coming up next is the Paul Feinbaum Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. The following liner is courtesy of Frank Caliendo. Check out Frank online at frankcaliendo.com.
I tell you what, man, that talking ball's some good stuff. It's some f***ing good stuff, man. I love to listen to these guys. Tell you what, man.
Hit him with the flex. From Williams Vice to Death Valley. On the Feinbaum Show, Paul's on the roll. If he don't get the best of me, call so hard to stop. War eagles soaring in the wind.
Let me talk, Tammy. Okay, go.
Tigers rocking in Missoula. Wildcats are grinning too. Talk about the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises. From big upsets to robberies. On the Thom Abraham Show, heads are gonna roll. If they don't get the best of me, we'll call Paul. Yeah, it makes sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul.
Go take those calls. I could give you my address and phone number if you're ever in this neck of the woods. This is the Thom Abraham Show. It's not Jerry Springer, right?
Of the week, we are also in the month of September. We will be in Atlanta tomorrow and Friday to help you get ready for the start of the college football season. In fact, there is a game tonight. UAB playing Jacksonville State tonight in Montgomery. And, of course, straight through next Monday, there is college football every night. Great to have you with us. Let's get right to the headlines before your phone calls and before a number of guests. And how would you like to have a boss like Jimbo Fisher? I would love one, by the way. Jimbo Fisher has gotten a raise and an extension, according to the Houston Chronicle. You ask what he's done? Well, he finished in the top 4 in the country last year. He's now making a cool $9 million a year, which is $9 million more than most of us are making. Speaking of money, college football is loaded. Apparently, a number of guaranteed games are back. COVID cancellations have changed the financial landscape. How about this? A big game next week, Ohio State in Oregon, $3.5 million. That's Starbucks money for Jimbo Fisher. And then just look at the list. Kent State, they're getting, what, $1.5 million? Is that right? 1.9, and then it just goes on and on. It pays to go to a college campus and take a beating. Kirby Smart and the Dogs ready for the big game of the year. He challenges his young skill players ahead of the Clemson game. Kirby, you may have to do more than that. Auburn and Bo Nix getting ready. A proposal was just like game day. Well, he's got a somewhat of a week off Saturday, but anyway, way to go, Bo. Urban Meyer, the coach who can't ever seem to get his foot out of his mouth. Urban Meyer insinuating that COVID vaccinations may have played a role in some of the cuts. That's not going over well with the NFLPA. Brent Swerneman has broken another big story about A&M. We'll talk to him in a few minutes. Andrea Adelson, Alyssa Lang about her new show, well, her continued show that begins tonight. The commissioner of the AAC, Mike Oresco, we'll see what he's got in his back pocket. And Brody Miller covers LSU for The Athletic. And your phone calls at 855-242-7285. Let's get right to it. A lot of folks have been holding on. And Joe is up next. Well, Joe is up first in Florida. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Paul. Been a long time, brother.
Well, how are you doing?
Pretty good. I moved out of Auburn, and I'm in Florida now, so haven't been talking to you lately. You know, I don't normally call you till like the second week, but looking forward to this year get started up. I think Auburn's going to be pretty good this year. We won't have much to talk about since Malzahn's not around, hopefully. It'll all be good talk. I'm looking forward to the new coach. Think he's going to be pretty good.
Well, he's got a good reputation. Whether he can transfer his skill set to the SEC will be open for debate. But I like him. I've talked to him a few times, and he's a straight shooter.
Yeah, I liked what he did at Boise. I really like the fact of the. I mean, I hate Kevin Steele leaving, but I really like the fact of the coaching staff he's brought in. I really like the fact that Tracy's coming back. And question for you: do you have any idea if Cadillac's still on the staff or not?
I believe he is, but I can double check. I think he is.
I'm not sure.
Hey, thanks for the call. Good to hear from you. James is up next in Alabama.
Paul, you sure you can handle 2 Auburn fans back to back?
Cadillac is the running back coach.
You may be ruining the show.
I think I can handle you, James. And now there are a couple of people on the show that are having a hard time handling you, if you may have heard, but we can handle you.
Oh, what kind of problem are you having, Paul? Since you brought it up.
I don't want to start the show off with a tit for tat.
Oh, come on, Feinbaum. You're at your best, man, when you got somebody's character to impugn. If you couldn't do that, you might as well be off the air.
You're right. I would be unemployed if I didn't have a character to impugn, so let's impugn yours.
Why not? I mean, I've been impugned by a whole lot better. Look at here, Paul. I didn't call to get into competition with you, brother. Let me ask you this question. Did you hear where Cam Newton was turned loose? I know you did. I overheard one of your buddies at Jocks today say that there was a possibility the reason he got let go was because he stood up to this mess that's being forced on us and declined to take the vaccine. You think there's any truth to that?
Not a shred of truth to that.
Okay, now, what part are we talking about? He was cut loose because
Belichick denied that today. Second of all, anybody...
Paul,
hold on a
just
second,
because
James.
he denied it doesn't mean that it's not true.
Well, James, it doesn't matter whether Belichick denied it or not. If you have...
Well, you was the one that mentioned that. You said that. I didn't say that. Come on now.
Down, boy.
You tell me. Is it true or not? Do you think it's possible? Or is it just something somebody's grabbing a hold of?
James, are you a fan of college football or pro football? You watch the game. You know.
Oh,
you
sure.
know
I
what
watch
good
it
football
occasionally.
looks like and bad football looks like.
Wait a minute now, Paul. Okay. Let's do it like this.
Do
We're
we
going
have
to talk
to
about bad
debate
football.
the subject, the predicate, the gerund,
Cam
the adam?
Newton
Can we just have a
played 10
conversation
years
here?
in the NFL because he was a superior physical specimen.
James, if you
pounds.
would just allow me 15 seconds, would that be fair?
Okay, all right, I'm listening.
I don't want to hear an interruption here until the 15-second mark. You ready? Cam Newton was cut by the Patriots because he was vastly inferior to Mac Jones, who won the job. I did it in 11 seconds.
Now, do I get 15 seconds, Paul?
You've just wasted 5.
Oh, well, I was listening for an affirmation. I mean, you are the Hawk Show toast. I'm just a caller.
James, I don't have to respond to every sentence. Just talk. If you have something to say, buddy, say it. Okay.
Let me ask you this. Can I ask you a question?
I just got through saying if you have something to say it. That offer still stands.
My bad. You having a nice day today, Paul?
Not really. Not since you called. Pat is up next in Georgia. Good afternoon.
Hey, Paul. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow.
I'll take a double, Randy, if you want to see if you can get it in here right now. Well, don't wait till 5 o'clock, okay?
I'm gonna go pour one after I get done.
I really put bourbon in water in my coffee or my. But I'm about to put a double shot in. That boy in Alabama needs some serious help. I have to agree with old Jim on that one. Oh, excuse me, not old Jim, young Jim.
Young Jim, I do too. I'm trying to figure something out, and it has to do with CBS and October the 9th, and it's Alabama and Texas A&M, and
right.
It's Georgia, Auburn, and I've got Auburn's our favorite away game. I mean, it is, and you know that. I've told you that before, and we've got 4 tickets. And I'm trying to figure out if the Auburn game is at 3:30 or if it's at 7.
Well, I can answer that question unofficially right now because I don't have the TV networks in my ear, but it's almost inconceivable that the Alabama-Texas A&M game will not be the 3:30 game.
All right. And, well, then you got to – that's fine with me, but then Auburn's either going to be 11 a.m. or it's
yeah. I mean, I would think the Auburn game will be at night. Now, I have to take a look at what else is on that day, but I can't imagine Georgia Auburn being sentenced to anything but a primetime game.
Well, I hope so. And how much longer does CBS have their contract?
I'm going to this season and 2 more, unless we can mercifully switch it over to ESPN.
So you think 2 more years?
The contract runs this year, next year, and the year after, I believe.
Okay, 3 years. And can CBS double up on a day and get 2 games? There may be, I don't know. I mean, CBS, there is at least 1, maybe 2 weeks where there are double headers. Yes. Okay. Well,
I don't believe that's one of them, though.
Okay. All right. Well, you're in for a rough day, Paul.
I am. I agree. And in fact, I'm leaving right now. Thanks to all of you for making the show so enjoyable. It's been a blast. I'll see you some other time. We'll be right back.
The Paul Feinbaum Show is presented by Regions Bank. Create your financial plan at regions.com/brave the beginning. Regions, official bank of the SEC.
Wow, I've got a whole 5 minutes before my next call. What should I do? Grab a snack? Nah. Text with mom? That's more than a 5-minute proposition. I have been looking at getting a new bank account. Is that even possible?
Can't believe you have extra time? You won't believe what you can do with it. Open a Regions checking account online in as little as 5 minutes. Then enjoy award-winning service and banking tools and tech that help you live in the moment. Learn more at regions.com/live in the moment. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
In 1919, Barbasol invented the very first no brush, no lather, no rub-in shaving cream. Today, we celebrate this milestone with a fresh take on the original. Introducing Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream, a combination of over 100 years of shaving excellence. This new non-aerosol shaving cream is fortified with aloe, coconut oil, and shea butter to soothe and protect your skin. Paired with a fresh and calming fragrance, this ultra-slick formula delivers a shave experience like no other. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
Chad, cue the cheesy Italian music. So you're in charge of the dinner spot, and the family is a hard group to please. Dad wants award-winning 21-day age certified Angus beef. Mom craves authentic Italian food like great-grandma. Sissy pretty much won't eat anything but fresh seafood. And old life of the party, Uncle Walter, likes to enjoy a cigar after dinner with some live local entertainment and some killer cocktails. So you think you're in a pickle? Well, you're not. Relax. I'm Tom Chapman, chef at Nick's Ristorante at 10300 Bailey Cove Road, just south of Weatherly. We have all that and more. Our friendly and helpful staff is eager to help you Tuesday through Saturday, starting at 5. So, Corral that crazy crew of yours and give us a call at 256-489-8280 or tell them to check us out at nicksrestaurante.com. I promise you, the gang will all think you're a culinary cruise director of awesomeness if you take them all to Nick's. See you soon. Ciao. Okay, Chad, kill that music.
Nick's is for patrons 19 or older.
I'm attorney Gary Lackey. You know, you'll hear people say we're like a family, but here at the Lackey Law Firm, that's really true, not just a saying.
I'm Justin Lackey. With my father and my sister, we have a special connection to each other.
I'm Jennifer Lackey. At the Lackey Law Firm, when we take on your case, you become part of our family. You really do.
And we'll always do whatever it takes to get everything you deserve.
If you're injured, you worry about getting well, not about paperwork or insurance companies or figuring out how to get to your lawyer's office. I'll come to you.
We worry about your case so you don't have to.
When you've been injured, we know that your case is probably the biggest thing going on in your life. More important than almost anything else.
And it's important to us too, for one simple reason. Family takes care of each other, and at the Lackey Law Firm, we'll take care of you.
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family. 1-800-4-RIGHTS.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Guys, when we were 20, we never had to worry about spontaneity. And now that we've gotten older, spontaneity has been replaced with pills and injections. We're just trying to keep that intimacy, but it's taken away from spontaneity. At Advanced Life Clinic, we now offer GainsWave, which uses sound waves to non-invasively treat this issue with no need for pills or injections. Just give us a call, 256-888-9367, or check us out online, advancedlifeclinic.com.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Roll Tide! Roll Tide! The journey for 19 begins this year. This is Eli Gold, voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide, and we'll bring all the action to you right here on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
About a story he had just broken. Remember, he broke the Oklahoma-Texas story during media days. He has another one involving Jimbo Fisher. Brent, if anything ever important happens in my life, I want you to break the story. Good afternoon.
Well, I'm going to need your cell phone first then, Paul. But
well, by the way, that would not be difficult. It seems like about half the free world has it, so I'll ship it right over to you. Great to have you on. Let's talk about this Jimbo Fisher story. And it's interesting. Yeah, we all know how well he's done, but we also know what he hasn't done. Explain the mindset in College Station.
The mindset is the same as it was 3 years ago, and they're liking the early results. That number 4 finish, I know somewhere like Alabama would not be happy with the number 4 finish, but for A&M, that was their highest finish since they won the national title in 1939. So you're talking about guys like Jackie Sherrill, Bear Bryant, even at Texas A&M, R.C. Slocum, Kevin Sumlin on down the line. A couple of those guys had top 5 finishes, number 5 finishes, but had never even broken into that top 4. Jimbo did that in his 3rd year, and it's not so much about really what he's done to this point, because obviously he hasn't won even so much as a division title or certainly a conference championship or a national title. It's what they expect moving forward. And the idea was that they wanted to show their continued adoration. It really stemmed from A&M's end. It wasn't Jimbo demanding with 7 years left on his contract that he needs 3 more to get it back to 10 like it was 3 years ago. It was A&M saying, we believe in you. There weren't any imminent threats. You know, I guess people say maybe in a couple years or a year or two with LSU. I think, in fact, I was going back over some of the recent quotes from him, Paul, from the offseason about how happy he is around here. I mean, he has really settled in. He's remarried here. He's got a ranch north of town. I'm not saying he couldn't sell all those things in a hurry, but he does truly seem happy. And I see him I'm an observer of him, and he seems like he's very content and happy at Texas A&M, and they want that to continue. And the other part is he's also very driven. I don't think that has let up at all, and he wants to be the guy at A&M, whereas at Florida State he was always going to be Bobby Bowden's successor.
Yeah, Brent, I'm a fan of his, but man, I'd be happy too at $9 million a year, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. Paul, I meant to ask you earlier. I got sidetracked. Sorry. Do you believe me yet on OU Texas?
No, Brent, I still do not believe that. I think that's just a rumor that you decided to come up with to destroy media days.
Right, and I visited with you on the set right at not long after, and at that point I was still really watching what I was saying in terms of my sourcing. But later on, I realized I could have told you. It all stemmed from this 10-year anniversary story that I'd been doing with former A&M President Bowen Lofton and get in touch with some of those old-timers and everything like that. And it wasn't this well-orchestrated move on A&M's part. It was all kind of coincidence on the timing front, which I thought was kind of bemusing. And I remember when Roman Harper was stepping off the podium there before me, he said he didn't believe that story, and I told him, hey, I don't believe it either. And he didn't know who I was during the thing, and he kind of laughed. He goes, yeah, me either.
I always felt badly for Roman because he was not unlike a lot of people in that room. And we'll come back to Jimbo some other time. I would like to ask you while we're on this subject because
sure.
This is such a fascinating story. And you've done a couple of these this year. You did the Jimbo Saban story, which there was an interesting backstory. But can you give us some more context now that it is in cement? You mentioned the 10-year anniversary story. How long had you been working on that story, and at what point did you start to realize what was brewing?
Yeah, it kind of, to use your word from when I visited with you that day, it kind of bubbled up. But it did stem from contact with old-timers, and I say that with all respect, of reaching out and saying, hey, this Bowen Lofton proclaiming the Big 12 is in a state of uncertainty. The 10-year anniversary is upcoming, and I'm reached out across not just the SEC, but across leagues, across rivers, if you will, and visited with people, and that's where it stemmed from, of saying, hey, and along the way, you need to check into this. So it surfaced at that point. It wasn't this deal for A&M, as you remember. Ross Bjork was a little bit caught off guard by the news that day as well. And then, of course, he started saying what he was directed to say from up top at A&M in terms of saying they want to be the only SEC school from the state of Texas, and took it from there. So, yeah, it was not an orchestrated event by A&M. I think their message would have been a little bit clearer had it been.
On that front, Brent, there were some angry people for 3 or 4 days. You know that. A lot of people know that. What finally calmed everyone down to then go along with the decision?
I believe A&M began looking at it once that first day had passed, and they started looking at it from the perspective of, there was some early thought out there that maybe Missouri and Arkansas would be against the addition of Texas and Oklahoma. But with everything going on in the college football world right now, with NIL and the expansion of the playoffs and so forth, the rest of the league said, hey, adding Texas and Oklahoma is probably good for the SEC to make it kind of the first 16-team super conference. The Aggies, in the end, didn't want to look like kind of the big baby in the corner of the room pouting. And after some discussions, and they kind of got their message together by that Saturday, and this broke on that Wednesday. By that Saturday, they were saying that they welcome all newcomers to the SEC with the idea that they're in a good position to beat Texas and Oklahoma on the football field for now. So I think they started realizing they were going to be a lone ranger at that point if they kept trying to fight the idea that the Longhorns and Sooners would be joining the SEC.
Brent, before we come back to Jimbo, did you have any sense being out there in Texas, which is about to be SEC country, but it's still Big 12 country for the time being, what's going on with that conference in terms of their direction, and what are the prospects of getting Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC earlier?
I thought all along, from the very first day of this, I thought that this was going to happen by 2022, and I could be wrong. I don't think it's going to be any later than 2023. But also I called it my realignment discipline from 10 years ago of seeing A&M up close and personal make that move, and how awkward it was for the Aggies once they announced they were leaving the Big 12 and going to the SEC that fall of 2011. It was just a weird situation, and as you know, things then accelerated. And I know this is a much more complicated situation, but I can also see why would you want to draw this out? And then I do see at some point some of these boosters and others stepping up and covering the cost and getting these guys into the SEC sooner rather than later. That's the way I've seen it. In terms of the Big 12, it's looking like they're, the latest seems like they're going to try to go big and actually maybe get to that 12 number that they have in their name, or possibly even 16, and try to add some. So, personally, as a fifth-generation Texan, I root for Baylor, TCU, and Texas Tech to be successful and continue forward. But also, the other part of me really, really looked forward to the return of what I call the game, A&M versus Texas. And that was also my first thought when I heard this. I go, man, this means the game is coming back, and surely they'll put it on Thanksgiving or Thanksgiving weekend as well. What I've gotten the sense from the state is that there's a lot of excitement that the Longhorns and Aggies will be reunited as conference mates, and the Longhorns will be in the best conference in the nation, to kind of give people around here a lot to look forward to. And even a lot of my Aggie friends, some of them have said, hey, I am looking forward to the game. I'll admit that. And so overall, it's been kind of a sense of excitement that I've gotten.
Brent, let's circle back to where we began with Jimbo Fisher's contract extension and your expectations about this upcoming season.
Yeah, the timing is always a little bit awkward on something like this. But again, to me, this was A&M stepping up and saying, hey, let's get this done with. Let's get it out of the way before they play Kent State in a few days. And I think it's going to be, there's two big question marks for the Aggies: offensive line, replacing 4 or 5 starters, and at quarterback. I think they're going to be okay at quarterback. Jimbo wouldn't have any less, and he's also got a number 2 that's really good, ready to go, Zach Calzada, if Haynes King falters. The one to keep an eye on is the offensive line. I personally think they're going to be really good, and I think they're going to pull off what amounts to the upset on October 9th when Alabama comes to town, too. I'm not saying they're going to go undefeated. I think I have them at 11-1. It's what I picked them at. But I do think that's going to be a victory for the Aggies when the Crimson Tide come to town. I know it's just one of those gut-feeling type deals, but I also feel like this is a really, really good program, and especially good on defense. They have to have the most experienced defense they've ever had in history, and they had their first top 10 finish in total defense in years. It was at number 9, which was their best since 1993, which is hard to believe because you always hear about the Wrecking Crew defense and everything. That defense was number 3. Last year's was number 9. You return 5 super seniors who played a lot, and Mike Elko comes back. He turns down some head coaching opportunities to kind of play that role of Kirby Smart for the Aggies in England for a better gig than Kansas. So I think the Aggies have a lot to look forward to this year is kind of what it comes down to. And the idea of the contract was they want to get it out of the way before the season starts. Jimbo even addressed that on the SEC teleconference, saying, hey, it's time to look forward to the season. I think he said something like, that's behind us now. That's history, which it's not really history. He said they put the finishing touches on it. It's behind him, and he's ready to coach the season.
So Brent Swerneman beating the rush, picking the Aggies to beat Alabama in early October. Brent, thanks so much for the time. We will talk to you very, very soon.
Paul, I look forward to it. Thank you.
Always one of the great guests, Brent Swerneman, and we are going to take a break. More to come. He's picking the Aggies. It's a few weeks off, but still an early upset, and would that upset resonate. We'll take a break. Your phone call is right around the corner.
Scott Van Pelt here. If you haven't checked out the podcast, SV Pod, what are you waiting for? We're like right directly in the flight path for helicopters flying in and out of D.C., Otis the dog barking at deliveries, high-level intellectual conversation, some gambling talk, talking with athletes, celebrities, musicians, and more. Also, we got my guy Stanford Steve riding shotgun, trying to keep me out of the ditches. Download and subscribe to SV Pod wherever you get your podcast. We certainly appreciate it. Rate, review, subscribe, all that good stuff.
Want to be a fly on the wall at Nat Geo's headquarters? Well, with the Overheard podcast, you can. From smuggled dinosaur bones to man-made glaciers, each episode takes a dive into the curious conversations that occur behind the scenes at National Geographic. Overheard is presented by Geico. Millions of ESPN sports fans count on Geico for reliable car insurance and low, low rates. Visit geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
A wise man once said, "If you take care of old folks and children, everything in the middle will take care of itself."
Hi, I'm Danny Aldridge, lawyer in Alabama and Tennessee. In the next 20 years, the number of those folks over 65 years of age will more than double. In our golden years, the most important goal is to be treated with dignity and have control over doing what makes you grateful with those you love. At the Aldridge Law Firm and the Legal Town Center, we're dedicated to help you with these goals, and we'll be there when life throws you those inevitable curveballs. Let us assist you with your legal needs, whatever they may be or become. You may reach us by phone at 256-534-3188 or online with Dan at danaldridgelaw.com. Just remember, we're here to help. Whether it's personal injury, wrongful death, fraud and cheat, or estate planning made complete, we're here to help.
97.7 The Zone.
Now on Saturday, you are willing to give a little extra. Then you, because of your preparation and the things I'm trying to get across to you, and if we do that as a team, 11 at the time, 4 years from now, we'll be walking out of here national champion. And I'll tell you this, I expect nothing less.
97.7 The Zone.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Simple Green is perfect for making your auto, RV, cycling, boating, and other sporting equipment look like new. Visit them at simplegreen.com.
Major League Baseball this afternoon. The Texas Rangers home to take on the Colorado Rockies. Texas minus 145 on the run line, while the Rockies are plus 125. Colorado minus 130 on the money line. The Rangers plus 120 with an over-under of 9. Also this afternoon, Houston taking on Seattle. The Astros plus 115 on the run line. Seattle minus 135. Over-under is at 8.5. Later tonight, Atlanta taking on the Dodgers. Braves plus 175 on the money line. Dodgers minus 191, over under 7.5. For vsin.com, I'm Tony Desiri, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Listen to The Drive with Wes Neighbors and Steve Moulton. Weekday afternoons starting at 5 on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Missouri's playing Central Michigan week 1, and we just have learned from the Central Michigan PR office that the head coach, Jim McElwain, yeah, that's the same one, will obviously miss the game. He had an appendicitis and will have surgery today. I've had that before. It's not an enjoyable experience, nor do you think about doing anything other than getting a lot of heavy-duty medication in the aftermath. I doubt Missouri is going to be on his mind. Good. Best wishes to Coach Mack, and let's get back to the calls at 855-242-7285. John is in Louisville. Hello, John.
Hey, good afternoon, Paul, and great show yesterday.
Thank you.
And my thoughts and prayers as with everyone for those in the path of Ida. I thought Augie gave us a great field report.
I felt badly for Augie. He sounded pretty rough, but I think we all would be rough reporting from New Orleans right now.
Yeah, he didn't sound great. And your interview with Dr. Sag was so good, and I mean this sincerely. I think you should replay it at some point.
Thank you.
He covered it from soup to nuts, and your questions helped along the way, asking about the booster shots and flu shots. I just thought that was so complete, comprehensive, concise, and much like yourself, objective. It was just a great interview.
Yeah,
Very informative.
I'm glad you said that, because I've been communicating with Dr. Sag all day, and we in full disclosure, we debated to do the interview because we do not want to go down the COVID trail. It's up and down the news channels, and we want to celebrate the beginning of the season. However, it was important to get some basic questions answered, and I think he did that in such a simple way, but in a comprehensive way where he gave the necessary information out. He didn't try to admonish anyone. He didn't try to shame anyone, and John, he is one of the most knowledgeable people in the world on that subject. So it was a treat for us to be able to ask very, in some ways, pedestrian questions of someone of his expertise.
Yeah, and I'll give you another endorsement on that. I have a brother, an eye surgeon, who just retired, and he had to get his shots, of course, back in February, but he did get the breakthrough COVID, not too bad. And I had him listen to the podcast, and he thought it was just excellent from his perspective as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyways, I did learn a couple new things yesterday. Never question your Southern heritage, of course, and the true meanings of Bubba and cornbread fed. But the new term I really liked was Johnny Background America, All-American. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, thanks for the call. And I am going to cease and desist myself from defending my Southern birth, because it just sometimes. I laugh about it, considering in the household that I grew up in. But someone did challenge me on that, and I want to get to. Oh, I just looked down and saw a caller. So repeat one more time for those who may have just missed it. Brent Swerneman was on the program 10 minutes ago, and he's already called his shot. He has called for the Alabama upset by Texas A&M. That game is in early October. And do many of you think that is going to happen? Legend, you think, I'm sure you agreed with Brent Swerneman, didn't you?
Paul, I got one thing to say. 1939.
That's a long time ago.
Wait a minute, Paul. Wait a minute. Hold.
I mean, legend, 1939 national championship makes Georgia feel like it was yesterday.
Man, Georgia can be proud, Paul. They legit. I mean, I didn't even realize that until a man said it, and I fell out of my friggin' seat that this delusional team that they just named their quarterback Haynes, wannabe King, or whatever his name is, and they think they are going to beat Alabama. I mean, they're in for a rude awakening. The dude is smoking crack, Paul. and their fan base is sitting in a room with them, inhaling the friggin' smoke. You ain't going to beat Bama. Johnny Manziel ain't coming through there. You ain't got a horseshoe in your butt no more, A&M. This is real reality. And what's funny is you just paid your coach $9 million a year to stand on the sideline and year after year watch Nick Saban win more friggin' national championships. 1939. I mean, come on. I'm more afraid of Ole Miss. I'm more afraid of Florida, Georgia. Let's be for real. We keep pumping A&M's kahunas up like they're a legitimate national championship program. They ain't, Paul. That dude's smoking crack, and that's just the reality of the situation. That's just the friggin' reality of the situation, Paul. And let me say this about Cam Newton. The reason Cam Newton got cut is because he's slow and he throws a pass like a wounded duck. That's the reason he got cut, Paul. And you know what, Cam Newton? That was a friggin' Alabama quarterback that put you on the unemployment line, buddy. And guess what he made you? What you deserve to be, a friggin' clipboard holder, Cam Newton. Woo, it's football. These folks got me pissed, Paul. How long are you going to let these A&M folks keep talking this mess, Paul, before you check them?
Well, we have a month and 9 days until the game with A&M, so I guess that it will be. And by the way, Legend, before you go, they gave him a $2 million raise. And I'm just in an extension. Can you imagine the Alabama coach getting extended and getting a big raise and after losing to his biggest rival by 28 points?
That's the difference between us and other people, Paul. You know, I give Georgia credit. The reason I ride Georgia, they belong on the porch. They're a legitimate threat. That's why I stay on your butt, Georgia. But A&M, they're not a legitimate threat, Paul. If that was done at Alabama, the coach would be fired. He'd have 9 million bricks through his door. He wouldn't have a $9 million contract. That's the friggin' difference, Paul. And you know it. That's what makes us us and them. And that's just the reality of the situation. And here's something else right here, Paul, that just, you know, I just don't understand it. I give Georgia credit, Clemson. We got the U. Who the hell does A&M play every year to start the season? They don't even have a game till they get to Alabama, Paul. Be a big-time program and have big-time opponents to start the season if you even want to look at the front porch.
Well, no, Legend, they do play, week 2 or 3, Colorado. They play the Buffaloes.
Another wannabe program that stumbled upon a national championship. That's now they're about like Nebraska. Hey, Paul, let me say something too to Nebraska fans for you, because I've seen some of them threaten you online.
Oh yeah.
You come after Paul Feinbaum. You got the Alabama boys standing in your way, and we're from backwood Walker County. We don't play, brother. Don't touch a hair. He may not have much hair, but don't touch a hair on our boy's head. Love you, Paul.
Thank you. No, I got a few folks in security right now with the Nebraska folks on the loose. We'll take a break. We still have plenty of time for you to get in here, and we will be right back.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Should Viagra really cost $90 per pill? We don't think so. RexMD has FDA-approved generic Viagra medication of that little blue pill starting at just $2. Why pay huge pharmacy prices when you can get the same results for a fraction of the cost? Give your bank account a break. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, you'll get a starter pack prescription of industry-leading generic Viagra medication. Just call 800-504-3810.
We've helped over 100,000 men with their sex lives and with getting prescription medications direct. Your consultation is free, there's no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. Get your starter pack now. Call 800-504-3810. That's 800-504-3810. Again, 800-504-3810.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Braves baseball is celebrating 150 years, and this 2021 team is looking to kick down the door and make this season one for the history books.
Swing and a fly ball hit deep toward their bullpen. Are you kidding me? Another pinch hit homer.
Your new home of the Atlanta Braves.
Hit high in the air to deep right center field. We are tied!
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Hey folks, this is Arthur Seaton, managing partner of University Kia, here letting you know we are proud supporters of Madison Academy football. And a quick shout out to my son, Avery Seaton, number 19. Stop into University Kia today and shop our large selection of new Kias, including our all-new Telluride 8-passenger SUV, the stylish new K5, and the sporty new Seltos. Visit universitykia.com to view all our great offers and get pre-approved in minutes so you can drive home your new Kia today, because we want to see you in the Kia. Go Mustangs!
I'm attorney Gary Lackey. You know, you'll hear people say we're like a family, but here at the Lackey Law Firm, that's really true, not just a saying.
I'm Justin Lackey. With my father and my sister, we have a special connection to each other.
I'm Jennifer Lackey. At the Lackey Law Firm, when we take on your case, you become part of our family. You really do.
And we'll always do whatever it takes to get everything you deserve.
If you're injured, you worry about getting well, not about paperwork or insurance companies or figuring out how to get to your lawyer's office. I'll come to you.
We worry about your case so you don't have to.
When you've been injured, we know that your case is probably the biggest thing going on in your life. More important than almost anything else.
And it's important to us too, for one simple reason. Family takes care of each other, and at the Lackey Law Firm, we'll take care of you.
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family. 1-800-4-RIGHTS.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
In here, there are seasonal savings throughout the Home Depot, so you can get back out there for more doing. In here, it's a Weber Spirit Grill. Out there, it's the dinner bell for your next neighborhood cookout. In here, it's a gallon of exclusive Bear Scuff Defense paint and a Lillard White vanity. Out there, it's a rejuvenated guest bath ready for guests. Get back for more doing with store-wide savings for house-wide doing. Only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Football season is here.
45, nobody's gonna catch him, no shot, touchdown, 68 yards, no Sean Marino.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
His second two-run homer of the day.
The Braves and Dodgers.
Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Coverage begins tonight at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Hurricane Ida thousands, and they urgently need your support. Donate at redcross.org/ ESPN to help the Red Cross respond to and help people recover from this disaster. And we welcome all of you back here on a Wednesday afternoon. Let's check out Daryl next in Georgia.
What's going on, Paul?
Daryl.
I am ecstatic that college football has finally arrived, and we're only a few days away from kickoff. This country needs it bad, and I am glad that we're almost here. But what I am not happy about is the haters. Here comes the haters again, calling out Kirby Smart, saying that this is a must-win game for Kirby Smart. That's why we fired Mark Richt, because he couldn't win big games. I mean, that's not. First of all, that's not why Mark Richt got fired. Mark Richt got fired because he started a third-string quarterback against Florida, and the upper brass lost confidence in his ability to lead the football team. That's why he got fired. But every game is a big game, in my opinion. I mean, you would think with society, now that you would get a break on losing to teams that you are the underdog to, as long as you beat the teams you're supposed to beat. That's how it should look. That's how they should look at it. But that's not how they look at it this day and time. But I will say this about these two teams, okay? It doesn't matter which one, Georgia or Clemson. If they lose this football game, they can still make the 14 playoff. I mean, if they go 11-1, 12-1, either one, they will be in the playoff. I will bet my next paycheck they will be in the playoff. People can say, well, what if Ohio State goes undefeated? What if Alabama goes undefeated? What if Oklahoma goes undefeated? You know what I say? When is the last time we had two teams in the season undefeated? That's not going to happen, okay? We were lucky to have one end up undefeated, much less two or three. So you can just throw that out the window. That's not going to happen. But I would say that both of these teams' playoff hopes are still alive, if regarding whoever loses. Would you agree with that?
Marginally, I would agree with that. I think the circumstances favor Georgia far better than they do Clemson.
Okay, I would agree with that, but you're basing that off having three undefeated teams?
Well, yeah. I mean, here's the problem with that. Paul. Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to have. You don't have to have three undefeated teams, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we're talking about something in December. All I'm saying is, Clemson, if it loses this game, yeah, I mean, it will likely get in the playoffs, but they will not play anybody that will help them tremendously, though. NC State and North Carolina in the championship game are not solid, great matchups. So, but I don't. Again, I've answered that question about 1,000 times on various shows, and I'm beginning to wonder why we're even talking about it.
I would agree with that, but I would think that a one-loss Clemson team, regardless of who else they have to play, if they win their conference, they would go over a one-loss team that probably didn't win their conference. Would you agree with that?
Unless that one-loss team is Alabama, and it is lost for the first time against Georgia. So, my problem with Clemson is, NC State. I mean, they are very likely only going to see one ranked team the rest of the way, and that would be in the ACC championship game.
Well, right now, I'm in Georgia's schedule, which I'm not complaining by no means. It ain't all, big time. We got Florida left. They're ranked. As of right now,
well, Florida will be a top 10, 15 team, and they'll play. They're probably the number one. Listen, I agree with everything you've said, but we're arguing about things that just are not germane at the moment. But anyway, what else is new, Daryl?
I agree. But you know what? Auburn could be ranked by the time we play them. I mean, Who knows? I mean, these rankings, what you see right now, it's going to change. You know how it is. It's going to change big time. The only ranking that matters is the college football playoff ranking anyway. But I tell you what, I mean, keep thinking Alabama's going to win the West. People think LSU, A&M, those are two schools right there that's going to have a big say-so before this is all said and done.
There you go. Daryl laying some serious just think about what Daryl said there. So many insightful comments. We appreciate it. Just an update. We have already talked to Brent Swerneman, and yes, he did pick. He covers A&M for the Houston Chronicle. He did pick A&M to beat Alabama on October 9th. So that's the first major upset pick of the week, of the month, and we will continue to get your reaction to that and much more at 855-242-7285 and your phone calls.
Want to be a fly on the wall at Nat Geo's headquarters? Well, with the Overheard podcast, you can. From smuggled dinosaur bones to man-made glaciers, each episode takes a dive into the curious conversations that occur behind the scenes at National Geographic. Overheard is presented by Geico. Millions of ESPN sports fans count on Geico for reliable car insurance and low, low rates. Visit geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Having some starting trouble? We can help you out. Let's start with a free battery test. If you just need a charge, we can help with that too. And if you need a new battery, we've got a wide selection of replacement batteries starting at just $79.99. And we're the only place you can find proven tough Duralast batteries, including Duralast Platinum with AGM and EFB technology. That's why we're America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone. It's time for the Big Dog Unleashed. Here's Thom Abraham.
How you doing? 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 How you doing?
Yesterday was cutdown day in the NFL, and the biggest stunner was the Patriots releasing Cam Newton after deciding to go with Mac Jones at quarterback. Now, this is not unprecedented for Bill Belichick, since he was the one who cut Bernie Kosar mid-season in favor of Vinny Testaverde back in 1993. Of course, that was more dramatic, since Kosar had been the Browns starter for 7 years and led them to 3 AFC championship games. But Belichick thought his time was past and really didn't like a quarterback who wanted as much say over the offense that Kosar wanted. Belichick also cut Drew Bledsoe loose after discovering that Brady kid could play a little bit, despite Bledsoe having signed an enormous 10-year, $103 million contract the previous spring before shuffling off to Buffalo. Now, I'm not saying that Mac Jones is Tom Brady, but to make this whole story even more interesting is the fact that the New England Patriots also cut backup Brian Hoyer, an 11-year vet with 3 stints in New England and a guy who was thought to be a bit of an assistant QB coach. Now, Jarrett Stidham is still around, but he's on the inactive list with an injury, so it seemed like the Pats may be snagging a vet soon. And get this, opening day for New England, and who's in town? None other than Tua and the Dolphins. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles play earlier in the day, so you got to believe that he'll pull up a chair for that one. Now, Nick Saban will be too busy poring over that Mercer tape from the day before. Mac's got one problem. Tua has Jalen Waddle and a host of other good receivers, so there is that. As for Cam, there's going to be an Act 3, and maybe he's been signed by now. By the time you hear this, we'll have to wait and see. Here's something there's no debate about. It's TOC Sports for all your orthopedic needs. See a doc at TOC Sports, there when you need them.
Listen for Thom Abraham throughout the day on 97.7 The Zone.
Maybe the air doesn't blow like it should, or it's needing new tires, or you're just ready for something newer. It's time to move up, time to trade up. Bobby White back again for Woody Anderson Ford, and it's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because your current car or truck is worth more than you know. In fact, we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't trade. We have nearly 100 Ford Blue Advantage certified pre-owned models to choose from. Our Ford Gold certified or low mileage, gently used vehicles with great warranties. They've passed a 172-point inspection by certified technicians, come with a 24-hour roadside assistance, plus a full tank of gas and a fresh oil change. It's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because your vehicle is worth more right now at Woody Anderson Ford. Corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
This is Wes Neighbors with Philip with Eagle Insulation, and we have an announcement to make.
Yes, Wes, we are now Eagle Masonry and Insulation. We're still a place to call for your insulation needs, but now we offer masonry services.
What kind of masonry projects can you handle?
Wes, no job is too big, no job is too small. We can do renovations, new construction, outdoor fireplaces, fire pits, brick landscape borders.
Well, when you came out to my house, you did both the insulation and masonry at the same time. You guys did rock for me, you did brick for me, and you insulated my house. That's usually done at the same time that you're building a house.
Absolutely. It really capitalizes on 2 services you need at the same time, and you can get one company to handle both of those.
fill up with Eagle Insulation, will come out, do your installation. He'll do your masonry. They do a great job. They guarantee your work. Check out more online at insulatewitheagle.com and schedule your free examination today. 256
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama.
Alabama!
Your home of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. When we say local, we mean local, not Birmingham.
Loser.
We are the only sports talk station in Huntsville. It's all right here. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
You've got a magical glow.
Get him with the flex. From Williams Price to Death Valley. On the Thom Abraham Show, Paul's on the roll. If he don't get the best of me, call. He'll make sense of it all.
What's going on, Fabo?
Kneeling's up on Rocky Top. The Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles soaring in the wind.
Let me talk, Tammy. Okay, go.
Tigers rocking in Missoula. Wildcats are grinning too. Talk about the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises. From big upsets to rivalries. On the Thom Abraham Show, heads are gonna roll. If they don't get the best of me, we'll call Paul. Yeah, make sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul.
Go take those calls.
I could give you my address and phone number if you're ever in this neck of the woods.
This is the Paul Abraham Show. It's not Jerry Springer, right?
We're back here, second hour. Great to have all of you here. A number of guests will be dropping by. Let's get to the phones as well at 855-242-7285. Billy is up next. Good afternoon, Billy.
Hey, Paul. This is Billy from Coleman, Alabama. I just wanted to holler out a big roll tide to all the Alabama fans out there. And I tried to get in a little earlier, but I was really impressed with the Miami athletic director.
Yes.
I thought he sounded more like a football person than an athletic director.
Well, athletic directors have become businessmen. They're running hundreds of millions of dollars in budget. Blake James has been with us a couple of times. He was very good. I'm glad you liked him.
And also, I saw down at the bottom of the screen, they said that Miami was projected to win 10 games.
Yes.
I was just trying to figure out who the ones they were going to lose to, because that's a pretty high rate.
Well, Miami, obviously Alabama is one of the games they're expected to lose to. They're almost a 3-touchdown underdog. And you look at their schedule, they play Michigan State at home. I would imagine they'd be favored. At North Carolina would be the other game that they would be an underdog. And after that, man, is that an easy schedule? Virginia Tech at home. At FSU, that could be a more interesting game, but unlikely. So Miami is headed for a really. Should Miami beat Alabama, watch out. They could be in good shape. Hey, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Chuck is in New York. Good afternoon, Chuck.
Hi, how you doing, Paul?
We're doing great, Chuck. Thank you.
I want to talk about the UCLA team.
Okay.
I'd never seen a team blitz so often with such success. Now, honestly, I think if they play like that, they have a chance for the Pac-10 championship. And, I laid the 18. I'm happy about that. But, they played well, and they could surprise.
Well, remember, you have to look at the opponent. Hawaii is basically a tomato can. And they ran all over them. LSU is going to be a different story Saturday night.
Right. LSU's got a tough team. They have most of the players from last year came back to UCLA, so they got a veteran team. They could do well.
I think they will do well. I just don't think they'll win that game. Bill is in Texas. Hey, Bill.
How you doing today, Paul?
Bill, we're doing well. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about the Georgia-Clemson game. I'm predicting a Georgia win there. You know, Kirby Smart, I like him, but I'm an Aggie fan. I do see the Aggies upsetting Alabama, but I also see Alabama possibly losing a couple more games.
Okay, who would you say Alabama loses to?
I'm looking at Ole Miss and LSU.
Okay. I was talking to somebody today about the Ole Miss Alabama game, and you know, Lane Kiffin last year gave Nick Saban fits because, I mean, Saban is a traditionalist when it comes to defense, and the Lane Kiffin type approach. You know, you've got Johnny Manziel 2.0 at quarterback there, and it's a problem. I would agree with you, but I just don't think until we see Ole Miss's defense, which we'll get a look at Monday night, how we'll know enough about them to make a call on that game. But I do think that is one of those games that Ole Miss can score, even against what I think is going to be an elite Alabama defense.
I believe they're going to be good too. But you know, I'm really looking forward to football season get kicked off, and you know, till A&M beats Alabama, Alabama's still the king of the SEC. You know, or anybody else beats them. We all got to look at it that way as football people, but I'm predicting A&M to beat them. Okay.
Yeah, I said I don't think Alabama will be undefeated. I like Alabama to win it all, but I think their luck will run out somewhere. You just have to hope it runs out in the right place if you're an Alabama fan. Let's continue with more phone calls here. And Hunter is up next in South Carolina. Hello, Hunter.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Doing good. I'm from Daphne, Alabama, by the way.
Well, you know what? The difference
it's all good.
From Daphne, Alabama, which is right near the Mobile Bay, to South Carolina would take you about a week. So, yeah, you're a long way from South Carolina.
Yes, sir. Hey, just got a quick question for you. I value your opinion. You are the mouth of the SEC. But everybody's wanting to pick Texas A&M to beat Alabama. And I understand Alabama has a new offense coming up, period, unproven. They got like 3 returning starters, but that defense, especially that secondary, is stacked. I think it's, 8 returning starters on defense. So, you know, but is there something I'm missing with the Texas A&M? I think Georgia would be the one that would upset Alabama. Florida, probably not. I don't really think Florida will.
Well,
or Texas
Hunter,
A&M
let me say this. I think, and we do, not that there's anything wrong with it. I'm a party to it, but we all make predictions this time of the year. And then this weekend we get a good look at the teams, and then we get a second look and a third look. And I just think to really know anything at this point is foolish. We've all talked about the same thing ad nauseum, but I mean, until we know more, predictions are pretty meaningless. I keep being told by friends in Tuscaloosa that this Alabama defense is going to literally leave you speechless. But we'll find out Saturday afternoon. The Alabama defense in recent years has not been up to normal standards. Last year was a little bit better. But Alabama's defense has really cost them over the years. And if this defense is what I am told it is, then even the difficulty on offense of getting things going with a new regime may not be that big of a deal. Let's go to Kelly in Long Island. Hey, Kelly, good afternoon.
Hi. Sorry that I wasn't able to get to you before, but I just wanted to say I'll send you a bottle of rosé if you want it after having to listen to James all day. But I wanted to talk about Nebraska. Sure. And how hot do you think the seat has gotten for softball? And also, in light of the tributes that are going to be done for Bobby Bowden, how do you think FSU's season is going to be this year? And have a great day.
Thank you, Kelly. I am not sure. I think Florida State will be better. I hope they are. I'm really eager to see them Sunday night. I don't think they'll fare well against Notre Dame. And you know, as far as Scott Frost, I think the heat on him is already scorchingly hot. And where does he go to undo the damage? And he's going to have to pull pretty big upset down the road. And the next big game he has is in Norman, Oklahoma. That's not happening. Let's continue with more phone calls. And Carson is up next in Florida. Hello, Carson.
Hey, Mr. Paul. How are you?
We're doing well. Thank you.
Hey, so I just had a quick question for you. Actually, a couple questions. So I just wanted to see what your opinion was on Week 3 for Florida. Alabama coming into town, packed swamp. I don't know if you remember a couple years ago when they played Auburn. Gus Malzahn said it was one of the loudest stadiums he's ever been in. I just want to see what your opinion was going to be for the outcome of that game.
I think it's a really dangerous game for Alabama, and that's without having seen Alabama play. So, I think it's the Alabama schedule is very top-heavy at the front part with the Miami game, the Florida game, and then the A&M game at the end of the first half of the season. So, I think you'll see some people go out on a limb and pick the Gators to make that an upset. I'm not really too sure of that at the moment. I'd like to see what the Gators look like Saturday night first. I think they have an interesting game. This is not just your conventional opening game route. They're playing a decent team, so I'm really eager to see what Emory looks like and everybody else. Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. We are heading to a break. A couple of guests later this hour. Right now, we will be right back.
Hey, want to look like $1 million but only spend a handful of bucks? Upgrade to a Dollar Shave Club 6-blade razor and get an extra close shave thanks to their 6 precision-cut stainless steel blades. Dollar Shave Club. It's what dreams are shaved of. Find your perfect shave wherever you shop, in-store and online at dollarshaveclub.com. That's dollarshaveclub.com. Welcome to the club.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
McCurry Motors is your car and van rental headquarters. You can rent the vehicle you need today. Family in town, sporting event, church function, no matter what your need, McCurry Motors has you covered with a wide selection of cars and vans available for rent. They have 12-passenger Mercedes Sprinter vans, 12-passenger Ford Transit vans, 15-passenger Ford Transit vans, and 15-passenger Chevrolet Express vans. They have 2 locations, Highway 72 in Athens or Max Luther Drive in Huntsville.
Forgiveness. Wow, what a word. What a gift. All of us have done things in our lives that we regret. All of us have done things that are disobedient. All of us have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Thank God for his forgiveness. Thank God that he separates our sins as far as the east is from the west and remembers them no more. Hey, I'm John Dees, pastor of Cross Point Church, smack dab across the street from the YMCA in Madison. Check us out at cpcfamily.org.
This is Wes Neighbors with Philip with Eagle Insulation, and we have an announcement to make.
Yes, Wes, we are now Eagle Masonry and Insulation. We're still a place to call for your installation needs, but now we offer masonry services.
What kind of masonry projects can you handle?
Wes, no job is too big, no job is too small. We can do renovations, new construction, outdoor fireplaces, fire pits, brick landscape borders.
Well, when you came out to my house, you did both the insulation and masonry at the same time. You guys did rock for me, you did brick for me, and you insulated my house. That's usually done at the same time that you're building a house.
Absolutely. It really capitalizes on 2 services you need at the same time. and you can get one company to handle both of those.
Fill up with Eagle Insulation. We'll come out, do your installation. He'll do your masonry. They do a great job. They guarantee your work. Check out more online at insulatewitheagle.com and schedule your free examination today. 256-755-1556.
Thanks, Wes.
Maybe the air doesn't blow like it should, or it's needing new tires, or you're just ready for something newer. It's time to move up, time to trade up. Bobby White back again for Woody Anderson Ford, and it's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because your current car or truck is worth more than you know. In fact, we'll buy your vehicle even if you don't trade. We have nearly 100 Ford Blue Advantage certified pre-owned models to choose from. Our Ford Gold certified or low mileage, gently used vehicles with great warranties. They've passed a 172-point inspection by certified technicians, come with a 24-hour roadside assistance, plus a full tank of gas and a fresh oil change. It's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because your vehicle is worth more right now at Woody Anderson Ford. Corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Football season is here.
Javier Arias is going to take it to the house. 80 yards. Touchdown, Alabama.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Super Bowl now, and a town where their team was winless 4 years ago. That is the truth.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN Plus.
Tomorrow night, SEC Nation. Look ahead to the big Bowling Green, Tennessee game tomorrow night, live from Atlanta. And we welcome you back. Great to have all of you here. Stuart Mandel just put out some numbers that are interesting. The highest paid coaches in the country now that Jimbo has received a bump. Jimbo now ranks second behind Nick Saban. Orgeron is third at 8.9. Dabo, a measly 8.3 million, and Kirby just falling way behind in the neighborhood at number 5 at only 6. Can you imagine living on $6.9 million a year? Can you do it? I don't know how you do it. It was, 14 years ago today, one of the great days in college football. I believe it was the first game ever on the Big Ten Network. And if you were watching that day and keeping up with Appalachian State and Michigan, this is what you saw.
Snap's good. The whole block. Kick. Oh! The kick is good. The Mountaineers are going to try to take it back to the big house. 30, 15. Wow! The Mountaineers have just beaten the Michigan Wolverines. The Mountaineers have just beaten the Michigan Wolverines in the big house. Oh, my goodness.
And I'm just assuming that was the App State call. That was not the Michigan call. And the amazing thing about this game, and I need to point this out because I always try to be objective, Jim Harbaugh was not the Michigan coach at the time, as much as I would have liked for him to have been. Let's get back to the calls at 855-242-7285. And Terry is in Georgia. You're on the air. Hello, Terry.
Hey, Paul, you said you would quit the show if Bama lost. Well, you better plan to come to work the next day.
Yeah, I've already I already have my clothes laid out for Monday afternoon.
Well, you know, if they did lose, Jim could do the show for you, couldn't he?
I'm sure he could, based on what he has said about his ability.
Well, what year did Jim win the Heisman?
Jim won the Heisman, I believe it was 90.
Because I couldn't find it when I was looking.
Was it 96 or 90? I think it was 96. He beat out Peyton Manning.
I just couldn't find that, and so I was wondering about that. Does he know who Walter Mitty is by chance, do you think? Why don't you ask him that?
I'm betting he doesn't.
Hey, Paul, that was the most credit Legend has given Georgia in a while, so I'm feeling a lot better.
Yeah, I'm glad Legend is Georgia's friend. He's just trying to keep them in the conversation.
Well, he might know something I don't know.
By the way,
Legend
could do this show right here. He could sit here.
I think he could.
He would have no difficulty
He's pretty good.
whatsoever. I mean, I've seen Legend. Legend has had a TV show in Birmingham. I've seen it. He's pretty good.
Well, anyway, I also wanted to just ask you, we all want Georgia to put away people, but they don't. That's not their modus operandi. So if we win by one skinny point, I'll be doing backflips, I can assure you. So,
Terry,
Georgia by a field goal. How's that?
Sounds good to me. Hey, thank you very much for the call. Eddie is in Florida. You're on the air. Hello, Eddie.
What's up, Paul? Roll damn tide, my man.
We're doing great. Thanks.
Legend got me. Hey, Paul, Legend got me so hyped right now. Check this out, Paul, and I just want to say this for the Texas A&M people, Paul. I want you to answer two questions for me, Paul.
Sure, shoot.
What is the first thing? What is the only thing Texas A&M callers and fans have been talking about? What is the only thing they've been talking about?
Alabama.
Paul? Okay, so check this out, Paul. So if Texas A&M lucked up and beat Bama, are they in the SEC championship game?
Not guaranteed.
Okay. If they luck up and beat Bama, are they in the championship?
Well, listen, if A&M beats Bama, they will be in really good shape to get to the championship game. But they would have to play the East in the championship game.
Hey, Paul, if you look at their schedule, they still got to play Ole Miss and LSU both at their place after they play Bama, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so why are they so happy? Beat Bama don't guarantee them nothing. They still
Eddie, you have to understand something. That's the difference. A&M right now is fixated on Alabama, and we've heard that all year long. They have to go to Missouri. I don't think Missouri will be an easy game either.
Exactly. Tell A&M fans our goals are much bigger because we are champions. Paul, let me address these Florida fans. I'm here in Florida. Why the hell do they think going and playing in the swamp is such a big deal? Can you answer me that? All I hear is about, Bama got to come play in the swamp. Don't they know we play in Tiger Stadium? Don't they know, Paul, we won 18 championships? Paul, don't they know if we play them on the damn moon, we're going to beat them? Roll damn tide.
Well, I do remember, my friend, being at the swamp and seeing Alabama win a couple of times. I remember being there, I think Muschamp's first year. I was down there when Mike Dubose beat Steve Spurrier. So, yeah, it's happened a few times. Let's take some more phone calls. And Drew is in Virginia. Hello, Drew.
Hey, Paul, how are you? Hey, quick question. I just wanted to know where you see Hugh Freeze and Liberty in the next 3 years, and do you see Hughes moving on to a bigger school?
I think Hugh Freeze is in a great spot there. I think Liberty will continue to make noise. The question is, will someone be willing to hire him? I think they will. It's like athletic directors are part of some secret society, maybe the Skull and Bones, and they just decided that Hugh Freeze has to. First of all, he had to sit out of football for a couple of years, and now he has to sit out a few more years. But someone will hire Hugh Freeze, someone significant.
Okay, that's what I wanted to pick your brain at. I think the world of him. I hope he stays.
Yeah, I do too. He certainly, he's considered to have baggage that is unhireable. We saw his name come up one or two places last year, and I think his past hurt him. But ultimately, in college athletics, your past disappears pretty quickly if you can help chart a new future. Let's move on. Let's take some more phone calls here. And Bryce is in Dayton, Ohio. Hello, Bryce.
Hello, Paul. Second-time caller, 2017 Bama by distance grad. Currently road tripping from Dayton, Ohio, where I moved a few months ago back into SEC country. I'm down on I-75 right now, passing through Knoxville, and I figured I'd throw out a few bold predictions for you today. You recently talked about the coaching salaries of all the SEC coaches, and I'm going to tell you, Paul, after this year, you're going to have to throw Pete Golding in that category. This man is going to change the narrative from Alabama fans who wanted his head gone 2 years ago. Pete Golding is going to take the next step this year, and you heard it here first. I'd like to know your thoughts.
Well, I will say this about Pete Golding. 3 years ago, I think, or 2.5, 3 years ago, he was on the verge of being out the door. He has had one of the more amazing turnarounds. A lot of it stems from recruiting. He has, I think, the talented, on paper, the most talented defense Alabama's had in maybe a decade or somewhere near that. So you may be right. Athletic directors love Saban assistants. We'll take a break. Andrea Adelson will be joining us shortly. Always look forward to her being on the show, and we're back after this.
At Boost Mobile, we're giving you a free phone when you switch and all the power that comes with it. The power to access everything humanity has to offer. The power to connect with anyone in the world. The power to order tacos. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A32 5G when you switch to America's largest 5G network. Information, communication, tacos. Now that's power. More power to save. Boost Mobile. Free phone limited to new customers and one per line. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The new Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses and automatically adjusts to keep you both effortlessly comfortable. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Don't miss our Labor Day weekend special where all smart beds are on sale. Save 50% on the new Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery. Ends Labor Day.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Mark and Henry McDaniel, attorneys at law, are proud alumni of Madison Academy, and Madison Academy is proud of them. They have served our community through their practice, through volunteerism and service on national, state, and local boards. They explain the complexity of critical court rulings on local media. Their successful practice has been built on integrity. Both are veterans of MA Athletics and proud sponsors of Mustang football. McDaniel and McDaniel, attorneys at law. No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by the lawyer.
Everybody knows the fun begins when you get to the end zone, where you can enjoy half-price apps every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, half-price burgers every Tuesday, plus late-night pizza specials and a spectacular menu that includes jumbo wings, half-pound burgers, Tex-Mex, and an incredible selection of craft beer, and plenty of big-screen TVs. It's all happening at the end zone, 1851 University Drive, 2030 Cecil Ashburn at Jones Valley Station, and coming in early 2022, Mid-City End Zone at 1115 McMurtry next to the Target Shopping Center.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here. I hope all of you are well. These are trying times we're experiencing right now, and I want you to know that we at Baumhauer's are committed more than ever to providing a legendary dining experience to everyone. Everyone is important to us, and everyone is welcome. Please allow us to serve you in a way that makes you feel safe, appreciated, welcome, and special. Because we're all special in the eyes of the ones and the one that counts. God bless.
Hello, this is Caray Rosenblum Realty, and we're part of that MA family. It's great to see football season back in. And, we're at Rosenblum Realty trying to take care of all your real estate needs, whether home buying or selling. We'd like for you to put our 64 years of experience to work for you. We have 4-generation family ownership, and again, take a personal touch to taking care of your real estate needs. Call us at 256-539-9501 or rosenblumrealty.com.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Simple Green is perfect for making your auto, RV, cycling, boating, and other sporting equipment look like new. Visit them at simplegreen.com.
The NFL regular season opening up September 12th for the Atlanta Falcons. They'll be home at Mercedes-Benz Stadium as they take on the Philadelphia Eagles. Atlanta favored by 3.5 points at home, minus 108 against the spread, while the Eagles are minus 112. On the money line, Philadelphia plus 155, Atlanta minus 175 with an over-under of 48.5. Thursday, September 9th, Tampa Bay hosting Dallas to kick off the season. Tampa Bay favored by 7.5 points at home, minus 330 on the money line. Dallas plus 275, over-under 51.5. For VSiN.com, I'm Tony Desiri, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
From the WZDX Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Emily Owen. For this Wednesday, expect mostly sunshine. High temperatures will be topping out in the lower 80s for the afternoon. We'll see plenty of blue sky and dry conditions. For your Wednesday night, expect a mostly clear sky. Low temperatures will fall into the lower 60s for the overnight. I'm meteorologist Emily Owen on your home for ESPN Radio 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
The Drive with Wes Neighbors and Steve Moulton. From today's headlines to the guests you want to hear from.
Who wants to party?
Listen in and join in. Weekday afternoons starting at 5. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
We welcome all of you back. And, our pleasure to welcome in Andrea Adelson from ESPN to the program. A number of topics to discuss with Andrea. She's done a piece on D.R. King of Miami. She's about to cover Gus Malzahn's first game, Notre Dame hosting Notre Dame. Busy opening weekend, Andrea. Thanks for being here. Let's start with D.R. King of Miami. And Alabama fans naturally are not overly concerned about this game, but you know that Miami program pretty well.
Obviously, this would be a program changer for Miami so that we can continue to wonder whether they're back or not. A win here means maybe, kind of, sort of, we don't know. But obviously, this is a game that Miami has to win. And when you look at the elite marquee games that Miami has played in recently against top 5 opponents, it hasn't gone well for Miami, and that's specifically their matchups against Clemson. So for me, it's all about trying to figure out where Miami is against the elite level competition. There's a reason they're an 18-point underdog going into this game, because they haven't proven that they can stay on the field and remain competitive against top 5 teams. And that's why Alabama fans aren't really concerned with this game. Miami is returning a veteran team, a team that has NFL players on both sides of the ball. Obviously, it all starts with Derek King, who's coming back from a major knee injury. He feels 100%. He's felt 100% over the last month. He's able to do everything that he possibly can for this offense. And he also has more of a comfort level in this offense in year 2. I think he's going to be able to do a lot more in terms of being able to make some plays at the line, make some checks, make some audibles. So Miami on their side of it feels like they are a better team. But this is a measuring stick game for the Hurricanes. No question about that, Paul. And honestly, I think it can determine and define what happens to them this season.
Andrea, let me go to the next to-do list for you, and that's Gus Malzahn's opener. We certainly know Coach Malzahn very well here. How has he played so far in Orlando, and what do you expect from him and his program this fall?
So far, so good in Orlando. The entire fan base has really embraced him. And I think a lot of that is because they have seen a coach now who is embracing this whole idea of the future of college football lives here in Orlando. And with Josh Heupel, maybe he stayed away from some of the conversations about where's UCF headed in terms of the national landscape and playoff and realignment, but not Gus. Gus has been full steam ahead with selling this program and what it has to offer everybody from around the country. Obviously, they want to be able to recruit here in the state of Florida, but because they have come out with this mantra and they've put billboards across the state, including Gainesville, including South Florida, reminding people the future of college football is here, I think that has really endeared him to the fan base. But that's all talking season, right, Paul? Now everybody wants to see what he can do on the field, and you are quite familiar with the struggles at Auburn offensively the last couple of years. And I think UCF fans are hoping that because they have Dylan Gabriel, a 3,000-yard passer coming back, that will help reshape Gus and the way people view him in terms of the offense. There's been discussion and talk about whether he's lost his fastball there, and now he's got a perfect opportunity in front of him with a ready-made offense that was number 2 in the nation last year in total offense and ranked high in scoring, to be able to put some points on the board tomorrow night against Boise State. This is a really crucial game because I think it can really set the tone for what he's going to do for UCF and where UCF is going to be in the conversation this season. It wasn't too long ago we were talking about UCF all the time on this program. Now Cincinnati's the darling of the American. And so it's up to Gus to really start changing that narrative back to UCF and making them more of the discussion nationally.
And I want to ask you about that topic from several years ago, because much of it involved Scott Frost. And, what is the view down there where he lived and was so successful in relation to everything that has gone wrong for him in Lincoln?
It's a great question, Paul, and he's still beloved here because of what he was able to do in just a few short seasons at UCF, taking a team that was winless the year before he arrived and 2 years later to their self-declared national championship and undefeated season. There's obviously a couple of differences. What he likes to do on offense, where he was groomed at Oregon, not what he did when he played at Nebraska, but just the spread tempo offenses he was able to do here at UCF because of the players that he was able to recruit here. And he had a quarterback in Mackenzie Milton who was able to pick up on that offense and make it hum. He was like having another coach on the field. And even though there may have been penalties or maybe some undiscipline, some of the things you see showing up at Nebraska, it didn't matter here because UCF was just winning games by outscoring people, and they had some pretty good defenses along the way. At Nebraska, it's just much harder to be able to recruit the type of players to go there that you can recruit at a school like UCF, which is obviously in the hotbed of recruiting, where you can recruit the types of athletes you need with speed to be able to have those types of offenses. And because their quarterback hasn't developed maybe the way that they would like, the way that Mackenzie Milton did here, all of the